Hey friends, my name is Jackson and welcome back to my channel, Gender Not Found. It's July 10th right now, so it's like 3 days until my birthday. My birthday is coming up on Saturday, so I'm planning to be recording over the next few days and then post maybe on Saturday, but maybe like a day or two later. I don't know. It might not be exactly on Saturday, but I want to do kind of a long Reddit video and some other stuff. So, yeah, the first video might be like a day or two later. It doesn't have to be exactly on Saturday. And I have some other stuff going on Saturday. I have a movie in the morning, and then I'm planning to like maybe do a live stream in the afternoon, and then in the evening I have a movie with Nathan and his friends on Discord. And I want to give a big shout out to Jansland for actually funding the movie, like funding my birthday movie, which I really appreciate so that I don't have to like be alone on my birthday. So that's really nice because I don't want to feel all alone on my birthday. So I'm gonna read some Reddit stuff in a minute, but I wanted to kind of talk to you guys really quick. So I wanted to just say I'm already looking into getting another pet. And it might be in February or it might be later. I don't know. I'm gonna try and aim for February because that's the reptile expo that me and my mom always go to. And I do have an expo coming up in September, but I'm not gonna be able to get a gecko then. That's only 2 months away, and I don't have the money for the setup or like anything the gecko needs right now. So I'm gonna have to wait. I do have some money in my reptile fund, but I don't really want to use it for that. I kind of want to save it. In case my snake needs, I don't know, something. Like I'm trying to have some money in the pet fund right now so that I can buy something for my snake if he needs something, and also my future gecko. But like, yeah, I'm hoping to get a crested gecko in February. That's the expo that me and my mom always go to. It's the expo we've gone to the last 2 years that we go to together. Although if I had to get it home in a pet Uber, I don't think getting it home would be quite as difficult as getting a snake or a tarantula home, simply because Ubers are more likely to like reject a snake or a tarantula because they're such hated animals. They have like uh a really bad rep or whatever. Um but crested geckos, they're just cute. I don't think anyone's gonna say no to a crested gecko. I mean, most of the drivers anyway. I mean, they can reject any animal unless it's a surface animal. That's why I was thinking even with the pet Ubers, it would be difficult to get a new pet home, and I have no idea what pet I'm getting at the September Expo. But me and my mom are basically going together so I can bring something home. I'm probably gonna get some roaches or like a jumping spider or something. There's a lot of different stuff that I'm looking at. The guy from Ontario Invert Farm might be there, and he sold me one of my millipedes, which are sadly now dead because I don't know, something happened. I don't think I messed up because, as far as I can tell, I've been giving them correct care. I've been spraying their tank, giving them food, giving them water, making sure they had everything they needed. So I don't think I've done anything wrong in terms of care. I think it was just one of those disappointing things that just like happens and there's really no explanation for it. There might be some explanation for it, but I'm not planning to get more millipedes right now. I'm planning to go for something different. So maybe like some roaches or something. I'm just gonna throw away the entire tank because honestly, the lid is cracked in half anyway. Like the millipedes couldn't climb up and out, otherwise they would have done so. But like it's cracked and I don't feel it's very safe to keep it and continue using it for future animals. So I think I'm just gonna throw the entire thing away and kind of just start over with like a new tank and get a new plastic bin for whatever animals I decide to get. Or I could just leave them in the cup if I get the roaches. I'm gonna see what whoever is selling the pets recommends, but I'm gonna toss the old container and like get a new plastic tub set up in case I get a pet that requires that because I'm not sure what I'm getting yet or what it's gonna need. But I don't know. I might get another beetle. It depends on if Ontario Invert Farm is gonna be there. I know for a fact that the people who sell the beetles and who sold me George are gonna be there, and they're gonna have more of the type that George was. So I was asking them some questions about like what roaches they have, if they have any more Osmoderma ramicola, which is the kind that George was. because he was a real cutie. I love him. I miss him. And yeah, it's been like a year since he died by this point. He died back in last June. But I was thinking about getting a new beetle from them as well. So I don't know. I'm not gonna decide anything right now. I'm just gonna like take a look around, see what they've got. I might be able to find a good deal on some kind of tarantula. Maybe I can get another curly hair. Maybe I'll get a different kind of tarantula. I don't know. Maybe they have adult tarantulas that are like cheaper. I don't know. I'm gonna look around. I'm gonna see what they've got. They're gonna have, it's not exactly a it's not really a like massive it's not specifically a reptile expo, it's just kind of a pet expo in general. I think it's the Reptile Burritos Expo, which was the one I wanted to go to. I don't know, they have a lot of different stuff there. They have stuff that's for dogs, stuff that's for cats, reptile stuff that's for reptiles. Obviously they have the invertebrates table. They have Tarantula Canada and Tangled in Webs are both going to be there, which I bought jalapeno from, I think Tarantula Canada. I think that was Tarantula Canada that had the deals on her. I bought Persephone from online. I also bought Persephone from Tangled in Webs. That was online. I bought her online, and she did come with another tarantula because included with her, I was able to get a freebie. But as far as the freebies go, the I got the T Vagons, and his name was Voldemort, but I only had him for maybe 2 months and then he died because he was a tiny baby. So there was a question as to whether or not he was going to make it, and he did not make it, unfortunately. Anyway, so about my snake right now, because this is kind of unfortunate and I still have no idea what happened. But here's the thing about snakes. They're really easy, it's really easy for them to escape, which is what happened. So I have not seen my snake in a couple weeks, and he wasn't eating or anything, and I would always check out his cage at night to see if he was in there, and he never came out, and I didn't know where he was. But now I realize that he might have been not even in his terrarium, but somewhere in the house, because he has in fact escaped. I checked a couple nights ago. I made a post on Reddit asking how long like I should wait and when I should check on him. And people are saying, well, if you haven't seen him in a couple weeks, definitely dig him up just to check on him to make sure he's alive. And I was like, yeah, okay, because I do keep track of the heat and stuff. But again, I have a broken thermostat, so I'm not sure if it's getting too warm. But I do keep an eye on the heat, and I do keep an eye on him to make sure he's okay. But he wasn't in the tank, and so I did leave a mouse out in a container for him, like on the floor, on Sunday night, because Sunday night is when I always feed him. And I don't know if he's smart enough to know that schedule yet, but they are smart. They do have a very strong sense of smell that they can use to smell the dead prey that you feed them, and sometimes even live prey. So I left him the dead mouse in a container. He did not eat it overnight. I left it overnight. I cleaned it up in the morning. He did not eat it. I did not see him. So I don't even know if he's alive. I don't know if he's in the house. The thing is, he's so small. He's literally so small. He might be in the house, or he could have slithered away somewhere else. That's another possibility. If he did get out of the house, seriously doubt I'm ever gonna see him again. I don't really know if this is a lost pet poster situation. I don't know. I don't want to freak out the entire neighborhood and be like, hey, there might be a snake roaming around, so, just look out. Um, but he did get out, and I don't know where he is. And, when my mom gets back, if I haven't found him yet, I am gonna mention it to her. I'm not saying anything to her now because there's literally no point. There's nothing she's in Africa, okay? There's nothing she can do except worry, which she will if I tell her there is a snake roaming the house. Like, if I tell her there is a snake just loose in the house, and there's nothing she can do from Africa. So I'm gonna wait until basically the last possible minute before I tell her, like, if I haven't found him, a day or two after she gets back because she's probably not going to want to talk the night of because I have no idea what time she's getting home when she does come home, but I'm pretty sure with being on a month long trip and working through most of that trip because she's not just on a fun vacation, she's actually, it's a thing that has to do with her teaching that she will not get, that by the way, she won't get this opportunity again now that she's in the union. That's why she wanted to do it this year because she that and this was even she applied for the trip way before she was in the union, but she was like, well, if I'm in the union, then I'm probably not going to get to do it next year. So yeah, and then she got into the union like a few months later. So yeah, she will not get this opportunity again probably. So it's a good thing that she did it now, but yeah, there's nothing she can do as far as being overseas, but with being away for over a month, I doubt that she's going to be very interested in talking whenever she gets home, except for saying hello and I love you and stuff. So I'll try and talk to her the next day if in case I haven't found him yet. Unless of course I find him, in which case she never has to know. Like she doesn't have to know. It'll just be my little secret with just me and God because I don't know. I really don't want to. I don't want to tell her if I don't have to because, like, she's gonna freak. I just know she's gonna freak. She was never that okay with me having the snake anyway. Like, I was 100% expecting her to not even agree to me having the snake. I feel like I tricked it into her, and I know she's an adult and she can make her own decisions. And if she really didn't want me to have the snake, she would have said something. But I feel like with how much I talked about getting the snake and how much I talked about how important it was for me to have the snake while she was away on her trip, that I just like kind of tricked her into it a little bit. I know I didn't. I know that's not what happened, but I don't know. Anyway, now I have the snake and I lost the snake and he's somewhere. And there are people on Reddit like telling me their stories of their snakes escaping and like telling and one person said there are two kinds of people, those whose snakes have escaped and those who have not had a snake escape yet. Those were their exact words. So yeah, it's actually helping a lot with the guilt because, like, obviously, I didn't lose the snake on purpose, and I am worried about where he is. I am worried about if he's okay. But as far as the guilt factor, I mean, I don't really feel too bad about it because, like, again, I didn't lose it on purpose. And I see videos all the time of people having their dogs or cats with their small animals or reptiles, and that is actually legitimately dangerous behavior that they are doing on purpose, knowingly, because many people are commenting saying this is a bad idea. I literally got into a fight in the comments with someone a few days ago, like last week, who insisted that their cat and bearded dragon were fine because, quote, nothing has happened yet, which is a great way to base that off of something. It's like not driving without your seatbelt because, well, I haven't crashed and died yet, so it's okay. Why would you take the chance? And people online share their stories about how, oh, I put my cat with my hamster and the cat ate the hamster, or I put my cat with the bearded dragon and then the cat ate the bearded dragon, or the cat scratched the bearded dragon and the bearded dragon died because, like, there was legitimately enough bacteria from one cat scratch to literally kill a bearded dragon. So that's legitimately irresponsible behavior. But the fact that so many people are like, yeah, my snake escaped too, here's my snake escape story. It's like, well, I don't have to feel bad about it because obviously it would have happened. It's just one of those things that snake owners deal with. And I got this snake knowing there was a legitimate chance that he would get out at some point. I'm just surprised because he could have been out of the tank for weeks, but I'm surprised that I never heard my mom scream and then be like, oh my god, Yahtzee's out of his tank! Because I guess we just never noticed that he climbed out and was slithering around the house. So now I don't know where he is. I'm hoping he turns up, but I get the feeling that my mom, if I have to tell her, my mom will help me out big time with that because she will legitimately I get the feeling that she is willing to tear the house down legitimately brick by brick just to make sure that the snake isn't hiding around. Like, not because she actually cares. I mean, she does care, don't get me wrong, and she will care and be worried if Yahtzee is lost. But she's gonna be more worried about, oh no, there was a fucking snake loose somewhere in my house, rather than just being anyway, so there's that, and also I'm looking into a crested gecko. I was going back and forth between whether or not to get hermit crabs or crested gecko. I was thinking about both, uh, but I can only pick one or the other for now. And people were saying that hermit crabs are actually a lot of hard work. I mean, crested geckos are a lot of hard work too. Don't get me wrong, but I have people online being like, yeah, I wouldn't recommend hermit crabs, and someone even said they would not recommend hermit crabs, and so I was like, I'm gonna go with the gecko instead. Also, it costs a lot of money to keep them set up and to keep them going. And yeah, it costs a decent amount of money to get a gecko set up too, which is why I can't get one in September. Like, with a tarantula, it's pretty easy. You just need a plastic tub with some air holes, and then you just toss like a hide and a water bowl in there, and it's all good. Your tarantula's fine. Like, my three tarantulas are all living in their own different plastic tubs right now, and they're all fine. I legitimately cleaned out George's old enclosure so I could put Persephone in there. But once she gets bigger, I am going to move her to a bigger enclosure about the same size as my two other girls. Also, also my support worker has been sick the past couple days, so I'm seeing her Thursday and Friday instead of Monday and Thursday. So my girls have not eaten in like a week and a half. So luckily, they can go like many weeks without food, but I can't really just bring crickets home in an Uber. I don't think there's going to be any Uber driver that's cool with that. And if you guys know anything about crickets, they can be fucking loud if they choose. And if the Uber driver finds out that I snuck crickets into the Uber, they're gonna like toss me out on the side of the road. They're not gonna like let that go. They're not gonna be too pleased about that. But yeah, I am looking into getting a crested gecko yet next. I want to get a crested gecko, and that's gonna be like my big ticket pet because I can walk it because I can just go and get a tarantula because, like I said, it's super cheap and easy to do. But the problem but then there are the bigger ticket pets like snakes and geckos and amphibians and many various other things. I am going to keep the 20-gallon though. First of all, you need a vertical tank for a gecko, so it's going to be not even suitable for the gecko. But also, even if I could somehow turn it into a vertical tank, which I think there are tutorials online for how to do that. But no, because I need to keep the tank just in case. Because there are stories of people who literally found their snakes like months later. Someone said they found their snake a year later, so yeah, I gotta keep it in case Yahtzee turns up. And when he turns up, I'm gonna be like taking him to the vet just to make sure that he's okay and he didn't. Get any injuries on his adventure. Like, I'm gonna check him over, but I'm also gonna take him to the vet because not all injuries are that visible, so I'm just gonna like make sure he's fine. But yeah, people find their snakes like people snakes can go missing for a very long time and then people find them like a while later. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that Yahtzee will turn up, and he's only been missing like a few weeks, keep in mind. So I think he's only been missing about a month. Sorry, hang on. All right. Sorry, I'm just talking to the I'm just talking to the guy who's gonna be there with the inverts. Um it's called incog inverts, and I've been talking to him, like going back and forth about some invertebrates that I want to buy, specifically a jumping spider and possibly roaches too. I'm gonna see where I am in the crested gecko process, and also like see how I'm doing with money and stuff like that, because I might not have money to buy both roaches and a jumping spider. I would probably go for a jumping spider rather, because I have had that experience before. That is a great experience that I would love to have again. Um, I just last time I had a baby and the baby died, so I'm trying to get an older one. Like if I buy one again, I'm gonna get an older one so that it can live its full life and it doesn't die, because the babies are prone to dying apparently, much like baby tarantulas. And that was another thing I was going to look at too. I was going to see about the tarantulas. I still want a rose hair. That's the thing. And I think the only way I'm going to get one, because I can't find adults anywhere online. I did, and then I found, well, I thought I found one, but I got fucking scammed because I was stupid and I paid the guy would only take PayPal through family and friends, which is not something that is covered if anything happens, which something did fucking happen, obviously. So I'm just kind of going back and forth. Alright, sorry, hang on. I'm just like. Okay, yeah. So I'm just like messaging the inverts guy. He's on his Instagram right now, and I'm just kind of going back and forth with him about some insects and trying to see. So it looks like I'm definitely getting a jumping spider, and from there I'm going to decide whether or not I can afford or if I want to get something else. It might just be the jumping spider, but I really want to get a jumping spider because they're so cute and I love them and I would love to do it again. Like I feel disappointed that I didn't get the full jumping spider experience. At least with the adult tarantulas, they've lived this long, and they're gonna continue to live for another like 15 to 20 years. So I have a long life with them. The jumping spiders don't live nearly as long, so that's a little unfortunate. But I also had a beetle, and he only lived for about 5 months. So I do enjoy insects that live shorter lives. It is disappointing, but animals that live shorter lives, it's a thing and it just happens. And I also had the rats and they only lived for like 7 or 8 months when I got them. And rats typically only live about maybe 2 to 3 years if you're lucky. Like some of them don't even reach 2 years. So I got lucky, but I'm still glad I did it. Like I'm still glad I went out and got the senior rats. But I think my next adoptable pet is going to be the crested gecko, cause I think I'm gonna go and get an adult one, or at least a bigger one, or one that I can just put in the adult tank. Because apparently you can't put a baby gecko in too big a tank, which is something I didn't know. But that's why I'm doing all this research. I'm in the research phase of my crested gecko right now, which, well, I guess technically it's the second phase. The first phase is getting excited about an animal and deciding which animal I want to get. The second phase is the research phase, and then there's also the preparation phase, which often overlaps with the research phase because I'm doing research and then I'm preparing at the same time. And I'm gonna probably try and get like one thing that I need for my crested gecko every month until I'm ready, and hopefully I'll be ready in February. February is still like 8 months away. It's only July. So yeah, it's still quite a ways away. So like, I'm not overly concerned. And if I do have to wait past February, that's just what has to happen. But again, that a crested gecko, I can probably get home in an Uber, no problem. Like most, I don't. I don't think that most Ubers would say no to a crested gecko because they tend to be pretty cute and they don't have a bad reputation. A lot like, I don't know, some people might say no, I'm not sure, but I just don't want to worry about it or get too into it. Oh, okay. Oh. Alright. Sorry, one sec. So you can't just hold on to one. Anyway, so that's the whole thing. I'm getting a crested gecko next, and I'm like deep in the research phase. And I watched the Tyler Ruggie video about 5 mistakes that you don't want to make with your crested gecko. And I'm looking at like a lot of other stuff too. Like, I'm not just gonna listen to one video, but I am looking at a lot of different stuff. People are sending me guides online. I'm like posting in a bunch of groups to find out more information about crested geckos. Like, I posted in a few Facebook groups at least. I got people on my PMs like giving me advice about crested geckos, which is nice. I'm hoping that by February I'm gonna have everything they need. I'm also gonna keep checking for cheap used enclosures at the reptile store where I get my feeders because I still would buy things from them like used enclosures or something, and they do typically have really great deals. I got my 20-gallon for $50. That's how great their deals are for like used enclosures. So they sell used enclosures for a really good price. So I'm gonna keep looking and see if I can find a decent enclosure for a crested gecko, like a vertical tank, but one that's a good size for an adult crested gecko because I want to get an adult crested gecko, or at least one that's big enough that I can just put it in the adult tank. So I'm gonna try and like not go with a baby, but it's gonna be more of an adopting situation. But I am gonna go through like a reputable breeder. That's my plan anyway. Or I don't know, maybe I'll find one on Craigslist if I can. I don't know. Actually, hang on. Let's see. We don't really have Craigslist here. We just have Kijiji. So let's see. Crested Gecko Kijiji. Oh, look at that. They do. Okay. So, wow, 475 results. All right. Wow. Yeah. There's some babies. I'm looking for like a full grown one. Okay, so I would probably go through a breeder. Oh, there's ones in Mississauga. Oh, look, this one even comes with his own vivarium. Wait, how big is the vivarium? Because, oh my gosh, no way. No, stop it. He is a tailless gecko. He is 1 year, 5 months. Oh my god, his birthday is July 14th. Literally 1 month, literally one day after mine. My birthday is July 13th. The tank size is a 10-gallon aquarium. I don't think that's suitable for the adult gecko. But look at this. Okay, they have a lot of geckos available, but most of them. Okay, I would have to like get yeah, all right. So I'm definitely looking at the classifieds right now, and they're looking pretty good. I would look at the breeders first, though. Oh, this one's a male lily white crested gecko. I love lily whites, and I'm actually going to be looking for a male because they stay smaller, but also I just want a male. I think, I don't know why I'm going towards a male crested gecko. I just want one. They seem better somehow. I don't know. Not that males are better. Sorry, any males, if I offended you. You're not better or. Oh. Alright, so I'm gonna see this guy at the expo and I'm gonna get a jumping spider from him. And then I might decide if I'm gonna get another animal or not. But I think the jumping spider is gonna be it because I think dealing with two animals at the same time is going to be more complicated. Either way, I should be back in my apartment by September. I see no issues there. Like, I should literally be back in my apartment by September. But anyway, so yeah, I'm getting the crested gecko in February, hopefully. I'm gonna ask some breeder. I'm gonna talk to some breeders when I'm at the expo and ask them like some basic questions and stuff. But I'm gonna keep checking. I'm gonna keep checking to see if they have any sheep used enclosures at the local reptile store that I go to for feeders and stuff. And I am gonna do that. I wouldn't be buying like reptiles from them. I mean, I used to think that they were better than the other reptile stores. But the thing is, they have their bipolar. Bleh. they house their ball pythons together. They house their baby bearded dragons together, which is very under debate in the reptile community, but I personally wouldn't do it. And they even had a problem where one of them bit the other's tail off and they didn't separate them, or they didn't realize that it was a bad idea and just do it. And I don't want to like throw any shade at the two ladies who are running the store because they seem nice, but unfortunately, being nice does not make you knowledgeable on reptiles. So, I don't know. Yeah, it's just problematic. The stuff they do with their reptiles there, it's problematic. Like housing, and then I saw another serious issue where they were housing two bearded dragons together, and they said it was okay because they were male and female, except they shouldn't be housing them together anyway. And by the way, they're not fixed, and they said it's not a problem that they might have babies, like they don't really care. But I don't think you can just put two bearded dragons in together and be like, oh, well, if they make babies, it's no problem. Like, I feel like that could lead to problematic breeding, like inbreeding or whatever, or like problematic, I forget the word, but like problematic breeding. Like, that's how you get problems, you know? You can't just toss two animals together and hope they make and be like, they might make babies, it's okay. You have to be an actual qualified breeder to do that. And again, both these ladies are really nice, but I don't think either of them are qualified breeders. I don't want to say they're not qualified breeders because I don't know. They might be. I don't know enough about them. But I feel like if you're working in a reptile store, you're not really a qualified breeder and you don't know enough to be doing that. But I don't know. Even then, the whole situation with having two bearded dragons together is problematic anyway, because you never want to house bearded dragons together. And what was especially disturbing is they said there used to be four bearded dragons in there, so I don't know. Unless three of them were female, then that's just going to cause more problems. But I don't know. The whole situation was very problematic. And again, they do house other animals together that should not be together. And, like, honestly, I just really don't want to get into a whole thing, but I would not support buying an animal from them, and I would not be buying animals from them in future because of the situations that their animals are in. So it's a little unfortunate, but whatever, it's just what I have to do because I don't really want to support people, no matter how nice they are. If you're doing bad animal practices, I don't think that that's a good thing, and I don't think that that's a store that people should be supporting. So I have to eat some food right now because I'm super hungry. I usually get really hungry when recording these videos, but I will be back in a bit and then I'll do some actual Reddit stuff. But I just wanted to talk about reptiles for a while because I love that. And this is only part one of my birthday video celebration thing, by the way. I'm gonna have a video where I just talk on and on about things that I want to talk on and on about. So, see you guys in a bit. Hey guys, I'm back. I'm gonna try and record for a little bit. So, the first post that just popped up on my homepage is a text conversation from r/bad roommates, which is one of those subreddits that I frequent, but that I haven't got to any stories or anything from yet because I haven't like gone there yet. Actually, I may have read one or two stories in when I did those exploring random subreddits video. So, anyway, so it's between the roommate. It's between the roommate and the. Oh, okay. So, so OP says I'm gonna replace the door on Tuesday. The cost will be around $400 to $500. Also, where is the original doorknob on your door? Someone from the apartment is gonna be here on Tuesday. And then the meth roommate says, I just got a call from the public defender reminding me that I have court today, so I won't be home. I'm getting ready to leave right now. I'm not sure when I'll be back, but I'll let you know as soon as I'm out and on my way back. And then the OP says, I don't care. I need to change the door today. It's my only day off. Please just leave and don't come back. Thank you. Alright. Oh, and now there's also there's a picture of the inside cam for the front door, which, wait, I don't understand what's going on here. I wish I could explain this picture. I'll try and post it over this part of the video if I remember. But anyway, um, Alright, well, I will download this picture. So I downloaded the picture and I'll try and post it over this part of the video. Hopefully I'll remember. And then there's some stuff about, there's like there is a receipt for, I'm pretty sure the door, notice of hearing something. I think it's yeah, I think it's about the meth roommate and his hearing. I can't tell. They didn't take a picture of the full thing, so it's impossible to tell what it's actually for. Okay, anyway. Oh, this just popped up on my homepage too, and this is relevant. I'm just gonna browse my homepage and see what's here. And it's from one of my subreddits called r/crested gecko that I recently joined because, obviously. I mean, I'm looking into getting a crested gecko, and I'm hoping it's gonna happen in the next, like, 8 months, so I'm trying to look at some gecko information and all kinds of stuff. So, and the question, and they asked what's recommended for having a crested gecko for the first time, and shared, uh, they shared two different pictures of two different ideas for, like, okay, so underneath, they did take two pictures of two separate enclosures, and then one of, like, some different substrates that could possibly go in the tank. And that's not what's problematic here. I mean, the enclosures that they chose are actually could be decent. I think the second one looks fairly decent. It's a 20-gallon. Yeah, that should be about, that actually seems about the right size. They recommend an 18 by 18 by 24, and you need a vertical tank for crested geckos too because they need to climb. So if you're gonna get a tank, it has to be a vertical tank. But anyway, that's not the problem here. The problem that I'm really pissed off about is underneath the first enclosure, the first picture of the enclosure, you can also see a premium 40-gallon reptile habitat, and it says Bearded Dragon Kit. So I just want to point out a few things. For one thing, this enclosure comes with sand, and I'm not a big fan of sand. Personally, for bearded dragons, I don't think it's the best idea. I mean, um, Tyler Ruggie, one of my pet YouTubers that I frequent his channel, and actually gave me some good tips about crested geckos. Like, not directly, but through some crested gecko videos he made. And I already have another one saved that I'm gonna watch later. But he uses like loose substrate for his bearded dragons, and some people will swear by sand. And like I realized ever since getting a snake that honestly substrate is not that big of a deal. It's not as drastic of a decision as people make it out to be. The one thing I would definitely not recommend that's definitely super not good is having calcium sand in the bearded dragon enclosure because bearded dragons love calcium, obviously, so they're gonna eat all the sand, and so they're gonna like lick up all the sand, and then that'll cause an impaction. So definitely don't have calcium sand, but I think whether or not you choose sand as your reptile substrate is a personal choice. Personally, I wouldn't go for it. I would say like get get some uh get some reptile carpet or tile or something. I don't know. There's good and bad things about each substrate. I know if I get a bearded dragon, the substrate I'm probably just gonna go with tile or something, and then let him have a dig box if he's roaming or whatever, or she. I don't know. But they have the 40-gallon. I'm also gonna say, so yeah, there's the Reptisand first of all, which is the problem. There's also the biggest problem that I see here immediately. It's a 40-gallon. 40 gallons are definitely not the right enclosure for a bearded dragon. They need a way bigger enclosure than 40 gallons. 40 gallons is like nothing for a bearded dragon. Please do not stick your bearded dragon in a 40 gallon. So, I think like last week or something, I showed some pictures of no, more like a week and a half ago, because it was on June 29th. But I did share some pictures of this bearded dragon that I found at the pet store, and if you look, he's actually in a 40-gallon himself, which was really fucking depressing to see. because it's not nearly enough room for them. Like, they might seem like they just sit there and do nothing, but that doesn't mean that they don't need a good amount of room. I mean, it's like, yeah, they can survive in there, but it's kind of like you living in your bathroom for your entire life. I mean, you could survive in there as long as you had all the necessities, but is it going to be fun for you? Are you going to have enough room to move around? No. You need some people recommend a 75 gallon, and other people recommend at least a 120 gallon. And I would lean more towards getting a bigger enclosure for the animal just to make sure that it had the space that it needed. Because, hang on, let's actually see. I'm gonna go away from Reddit for a minute and I'm gonna look this up online because I'm actually really curious. Uh, how much space does a bearded dragon need? I'm gonna actually look this up and find it out so that we can look at it together. I mean, I'm going to be looking at it. The right vivarium for your bearded dragon. This robust-looking lizard can grow to around 45 centimeters, uh, including their long tail, so they need enough space to roam around. A 120 centimeter. Wait, what? Centimeter? No. 120 centimeter long times 60 centimeter high times 60 centimeter wide vivarium is the minimum requirement size you'll need for one adult dragon. I'm sorry, but that is fucking garbage. That is absolute trash for a bearded dragon. Do not stick your bearded dragon. This is from rspca.org. So that's disappointing. Let's see. Yeah, alright. Is 40 gallons enough for a bearded dragon? The standard size for bearded dragons is 40 gallons. Okay, and this one is from a website called dragonsdiet.com. Okay, let's see. How much space does one bearded dragon need? Your bearded dragon's tank should be at least 50 gallons, but a 75-gallon tank is ideal. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, and Reptifuzz.com, which is a really good site, says you need a 6-inch long time or 6 foot long times 2 foot wide times 2 foot high 1.8 meters times 0.6 times 0.6 meters enclosure for the bearded dragon. That's the absolute minimum appropriate size recommended by Reptiles for permanently housing a single bearded dragon. Let's see, is a 75-gallon tank too big for a bearded dragon? And this is from the Colorado Reptile Humane Society, so that's good. They'll know a lot about reptiles. A 40-gallon tank is the minimum tank size acceptable for a bearded dragon. 75 gallons or larger is recommended. Bearded dragons do not require companionship, and housing more than one per tank is not recommended. That's another thing. I already was fishy about supporting the local reptile store and buying reptile there. I mean, I'm still gonna buy feeders there because I need them, and I'm not really spending that much money on them. But I wouldn't go and buy a reptile there at my local reptile store. And I was already kind of fishy about um supporting them because of the thing I mentioned with them housing their ball pythons together and also housing the baby bearded dragons together and them attacking each other and then not removing them from each other. But then I saw them housing the adult bearded dragons together, and they said that they were gonna warn whoever brought the bearded dragons that there's a possibility the female might be pregnant, and I don't want to call the lady who works there a liar, but I have no way to. I mean, I don't know. Anyway, okay, here we go. Yeah, Reptiles. The minimum bearded dragon terrarium size for one individual dragon is 4 feet by 2 feet by 2 feet, which is 120 gallon, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, alright, let's see. Uh, okay. Oh, okay, this one's actually on Reddit, so let's see here. So, adult bearded dragon tank size recommendations. She's currently in a 40-gallon tank, and I realized that she needs a much bigger one. I found one that's 75 gallons. Is that enough? Also, I found a 90-gallon tank, but it's like 40 minutes away. And then someone says 120 gallon or 4 by 2 by 2 foot is our minimum recommended size for adult beauties. Then, so why when I look it up does it say 75? Someone asks. Because not every result on Google is accurate. I don't know why the person replying to you had to be so rude. There have been a lot of advancements in the past few years, and unfortunately, a lot of pet stores will not give accurate recommendations because they haven't been updated in years, and they don't want you to go somewhere else for a better tank. But the person is correct. 120 gallons, a 2 by 2 by 4 is definitely the minimum. But if your beauty is living in a small tank for a while you get a new one, it's okay as long as you try your best to let them out a lot and let them roam as much as you can. But still, 120 gallons. Yeah, there's a bearded dragon owner that I follow on Insta that actually has a ramp for the cage and has the cage open literally 24/7. So if the bearded dragon wants to be in the tank, it can be in the tank. But if it wants to like come out and run around, it can do that too. So I actually really like that. Okay, and then there's another comment saying, no size is too big as long as they are provided with the correct heat gradient, UVB, and other essentials that they need. 120 gallons is the minimum, of course. And then the same person asked the exact same question. So why, when I look it up, does it say 75? Okay, I don't know. I'm sorry. 120 gallons minimum is 90 gallons okay? Not sure anything would fit in my room after that size. Yeah, well, that's actually the reason why I did not get a bearded dragon. Because I don't, even if I got one as a baby, I don't know when I'm going to be in subsidized housing. So I don't know when I'm going to be able to, like, put it in the correct size tank. And I'm not gonna just have it in tank that's too small for it. It's not really fair to the bearded dragon. So that's the reason why I didn't actually go with the bearded dragon. Because that was what I was originally looking at. That was what I originally wanted. I wanted either a bearded dragon or a snake. But then when I found out they actually need this gigantic tank and I measured my room, I was like, yeah, okay, well, I'm gonna have to get a smaller pet because I literally can't do that. I mean, I think I'm gonna be okay putting the crested gecko tank in my room, especially since it's a vertical tank rather than a horizontal tank. So even if I do get the tank at like 40 gallons, it's going to be taller rather than longer. But yeah, it was the main reason why I didn't go for a bearded dragon because I'm just not gonna like. Anyway, 120 is the minimum for an adult. It's pretty tricky to get such a large tank in a small space. I've seen people build their 120-gallon tanks under their beds as a desk, as tables, and inside repurposed furniture such as shelves or china cabinets. There was even a trending post where somebody drew up plans to embed their Beardy's enclosure into the wall under their stairway. For now, a 90-gallon will be okay. Beardies are large lizards who live in the wild. Having a large tank for them to thrive in is key for a happy, healthy Beardy. I would make it a goal to at some point move your beardy into a 120 gallon. Find a way to fit it into your room, maybe by creating a tank that also works as furniture, a desk, table, or shelving. There are tons of videos online on how to build a tank, or you can commission a tank. It's tricky but doable and 100 times better for your beardy to be living in a 120-gallon tank rather than 90. The average 20-gallon tank is 4 foot long, 2 foot wide, and 2 foot tall. Alright. Uh, right. I actually saw in this really cool thing that I saw in Bob's Burgers where they built Louise like a loft bed. You know, one of those beds that has like stairs going up it, and then the bed is actually on the top, and then you've got a bunch of space underneath where you can like put a desk or a bunch of where you can like put a desk or like a reading nook or something, whatever you want. I was actually thinking, if I ever wanted to like get more space, that would be a pretty good way to do it. Just have like I could have a loft bed with like an actual proper set of stairs, and then just like, because subsidized housing, I'm probably going to be spending my entire life in subsidized housing. So I I might as well just, I don't it's not like I have to worry about moving the bed. So I could just like build a lot. I was thinking about like doing that at some point. Like just building a loft bed, and then I could have more room under it for like, you know, whatever I need, and also my animals. So, like, if I wanted to put a bigger tank, then I could just, like, put it under my loft bed. It would definitely be a good way because my bed does take up a lot of space. But if it's higher up, then I can like just I don't have to worry about it. I can just like put another tank underneath the bed because it'll be in the air, you know? Hang on. Okay, I want to look around my homepage a little more. Anyway, I just wanted to point that out about uh the bearded dragon tank because yeah, it's a long known fact that pet stores sell tanks that are way too small for the animals they're selling them for, and especially when it comes to hamster cages, because they make them into these fun designs that are fun for kids. And it's really disappointing because they're specifically trying to appeal to kids because they're hoping that the kids will beg their parents to buy them, and then the parents will be like, well, there's no point in buying this cage and not having a hamster to put in it, so I guess we'll just get the hamster too. And hamster is like an afterthought. It's not even the first thought, which is disappointing and should not be the way that we do it. Alright. R slash true off my chest. Oh, R slash true off my chest. Oh my god, content warning. Violence and death. Okay, hang Okay, sorry. My wedding was supposed to be in 10 days. I appreciate everyone who has left supportive comments. Thank you. My wedding was supposed to be 10 days from now. I won't be getting married since my former fiance beat me. We've been together for 2.5 years and he'd never ever raised his hand to me. I would have never agreed to marry him if he had hit me. This was the first time it happened. Our neighbor was the one who called the police. Police told me he had been drinking and he was shouting about his football team not winning their match at the Euros and saying it is all my fault. I wouldn't have tried to stop the police from charging him, but they told me that they are going ahead and have my neighbor as a witness as well as camera footage. I did not know my neighbor had a camera. My cooperation is not required. I guess sometimes the victim will lie or try to have the charges dropped, but the police said that is impossible. I have left London and am living elsewhere. Our landlord was very understanding about me leaving our flat and our lease. I am safe and have support from my family. I know not all women leaving situations like mine have that. I bought a new I bought a new mobile phone with a new number and I've been looking for a new job since I moved. It's been 20 days. The bruises have healed, but I still feel them. It's probably psychological and I'll be seeing a counselor soon. I keep forgetting that the wedding is not happening. I already canceled everything, but once in a while I remember something I was supposed to do before the wedding and have to then remind myself it is not happening. I'm probably not making sense, but that's the most real part of this, that I'm not having a wedding and don't need to do all the things I was supposed to do for the wedding. I feel stupid for being the most worried about a wedding, but that isn't even happening when I have other problems. I'll probably be judged for posting this. I don't think anyone's gonna judge you for posting this, and if they do, they're an asshole. Tell them to fuck off. He was shouting about his football team not winning their match at the Euros and saying it is all my fault. Provided you aren't a top flight goalkeeper for a European national team, how does this even make sense, drunk or not? Also, England is through the English English England is through to the finals. In all seriousness, fuck that guy and no one's judging you. I mean, there are probably some people judging her because people are assholes. Sex doesn't matter to abusers. They're mentally unwell. I'm glad he showed his true colors before the marriage and that she was able to leave so easily. I remember my mother being beat on 9/11 and him saying it was her fault. Like, what? What the fuck? I am so sorry that happened to your mother. The horror of that day was bad enough without some narcissistic asshole taking out his fear on your mother. Yeah, he was always going to beat her at some point. That day he just found a justifiable reason. Ugh, okay. Uh, well, yeah, I'm guessing he supports a different team. Con- I'm guessing he supports a different country. London is very diverse. Quick question, why did you even make this comment? Can't you just offer some sympathy and move on? And then move on? What the heck happened? What the heck just happened? Why is it an issue? I thought he supported the team who'd lost a game. What's the problem exactly? Because you're focused on the team rather than the victim herself. My post further down the thread is pasted below. The post you've highlighted was in response to the mistaken suggestion that everyone in London is English and supports England. I'm from London, they aren't and they don't. They will have been supporters from literally every nation that qualified in London. My ex-husband would never hit me. He wouldn't have dared, but he'd scream and swear and smash things if his team lost. It affected our son very badly, and he had problems at school and numerous arguments with me because he'd throw a tantrum if he lost at anything, like he'd watched his father do when he was so tiny. He claimed it was passion and it wasn't his fault. I wasn't passionate about anything. I remind him that my father and brother were devoted football supporters. I went to my first game around age 6, and I never saw either of them behave like that. It's shitty, immature behavior, and there's never an excuse for it. I'm glad the police are prosecuting, but I'm especially proud the OP said she wouldn't have stopped them. This happens far too often, and there are no consequences. Massive respect for making sure this one gets called out on this shit. Yeah, I've seen that too. Yeah, I've seen it. Uh, sorry, I think I'm gonna sign off in a minute. But my dad was like that too, except with video games. Like he was the kind of person who would yell at the top of his lungs and scream and smash things and just throw a fucking tantrum like he was a baby or something. Like he would freak out at a video game. Anyway, I gotta go because it's so late and I'm tired and I'm getting because I took my pills recently, I'm also getting into that state where I'm like tripping over my own words and I'm having trouble and I'm just gonna have to do this later. But I will be back tomorrow. Hey guys, I'm back for some more Reddit stuff. And I do want to just say, oh, hang on. Hmm. I do want to just say I was at the SPCA a few days ago. Um, on Thursday and then Friday. And then also yesterday, which was Saturday, with on Thursday I was with my support worker and on Friday I was with my support worker and both days we went to check out the SPCA. And on Thursday, we went there just to pet some cats, and I did get to pet some cats. We did get that opportunity. It was really nice. And one of the cats kept, these two cats are bonded, by the way. One of the cats kept coming back and headbutting us, and the other one was just kind of chilling. Like, he was okay to be left alone, but he was also okay if you petted him. But they were super cool, and one of the cats that we petted, the one that kept coming back and headbutting us and asking for more pets, is very fat. Like, kind of like my sister's cat Boots, my sister's old cat Boots, who died during the COVID times. Anyway, but yeah, he was fat and he's really cute. They're both really cute, but they're super loving and sweet. And we also found a little hamster there. They have a little hamster um called Millhouse. So, and it made me realize, oh my god. I can't stop yawning. What the fuck is going on? But it made me realize that I haven't watched Munchie's Place in a while. And for those of you guys who don't know, Munchie's Place is like a very big hamster channel. She actually runs like a small animal rescue for hamsters, gerbils, and mice, and occasionally guinea pigs. She takes in guinea pigs as well. Like, she made a rescue story about a couple of guinea pigs that she took in as well, and stuff like that. And I hadn't watched her channel in a while because I used to be obsessed with her during the pandemic. Like during COVID times, there was so much stuff. I literally had all the time in the world. Like I I mean I know I have time now, but I I'm like living my life again, so I don't have all the time to just do whatever. Plus, I have supports back on again. Like my mom was just helping me get anything done that I needed to have done during COVID, and then after COVID for a while because of my serious balance issues, which still exist. They're just much less prevalent now, and I don't think they're going to entirely go away 100%, which is problematic in and of itself, but I'm not going to talk about that today. Anyway, so Munchie's Place is this hamster gerbil mouse rescue But she mostly takes in hamsters, and she talks about hamster care like a lot, and she does also reviews of like bad cages and talking about what's good hamster care, what's bad hamster care. Two of my favorite series of hers are the bad cage reviews, which is just her talking about cages and why they're bad. Like she'll talk about a certain cage and then she'll take it on the video and she like assembles it, and she even has at the end for a moment a hamster go inside of it. Like she doesn't make them live in there because, as I said, they're bad cages, but she would never put a hamster to live in there. But she ends up using some of them as travel cages. And PetSmart actually has the exchange policy where you can exchange or return any cage within, I think, 60 days. I think they also have some kind of return policy where you can return if you get like an animal from them, you can return the animal and all of its stuff with for a full like return rate for your all of your money back within 60 days. And so what she does is she buys the Tiny Tails line or whatever from PetSmart, and then she like switches each cage out for like a new cage. So like she'll buy one Tiny Tails cage, then she'll switch it out for the next cage, then she'll switch it out for the next cage, and she'll keep doing that until eventually she returns like the final cage for a full refund when she's done with the series. And she did do that, and then since the cages are now used because she's taken them out of the box and assembled them and had a hamster inside of them, now they have to like eat the cost of that cage, and they can't put it back on the shelf to resell it because it's now been used. And in some of the cases, they're broken. There's literally one video where she's reviewing this Tiny Tails cage, and she only opens the box and it's already broken when she takes it out. Like, it's legit. It was legit broken when it was inside the box because she didn't break it. The cage was broken already. So whoever got that cage would have got a broken cage. And that's not the only thing wrong with these cages. They're just way too small for the hamster. And a lot of them come with way too small wheels as well, and also not enough space for bedding. So I was actually like, I've been looking around online a lot. I've actually been frequenting the hamster subreddit. I've been doing a lot of stuff because I've been curious about hamster care. And I was maybe planning on getting a hamster sometime in the future anyway. Sometime in the future anyway, like maybe a few years down the line or something. Like I always just made an off point. I always just made an off the cuff remark that I wanted a hamster every once in a while. I'm like, yeah, I want a hamster because I did have a hamster when I was 5, and I don't really remember the experience because I was 5. The only thing I remember, and this is because my mom was telling me about it, but I had it for like maybe less than a year, and then we had to give the hamster away because we were moving to Taiwan and we lived there for an entire year, and that's because my mom's job as a teacher ended up moving us to Taiwan for that year, and she just ended up was teaching there, kind of like what she's doing now. Right now, my mom isn't home. She's in Africa, and she's gonna be away for I think about 3 more weeks. Let me check my calendar. But she's gonna be away for a while longer. And if I check my calendar, I can see that's not my calendar. If I check my calendar, I can see. Okay, so 2, and then so more than 3 weeks, a little over 3 weeks. Right now, it is the 14th, and she is coming home on the 6th. So that is a little over 3 weeks away. Um, very, like, time has been going by actually pretty fast, which is one of the good things because time is going by so fast. And also, I did have a thing for my birthday where Nathan and a bunch of his friends set up a movie and we all watched Bob's Burgers, the movie together, which is one of my favorite movies. And right as of now, my favorite movie actually based on an already existing cartoon. Although the Amazing World of Gumball movie might change that because the Amazing World of Gumball does have a movie coming out. We're not sure when, but they do have a movie coming out, and as far as I know, they're still working on it. So I just wanted to mention that Munchie's Place has been doing. I've been watching a lot of her like bad cage reviews, and I've been getting really upset over people who over. First of all, the pet store employees. I don't want to blame them because they might not be very educated, and also they're being told by their boss to like push the cages that they already have on their shelves, which most of these cages are terrible for hamsters because as I said, they're much too small for the hamster, first of all, and they're first of all just much too small for the hamster. In case you guys don't know, hamster care requirements, uh, at least at the time that Munchie was reviewing these cages, and in the place where she's talking about these cages, which is the US, and I'm in Canada, but in the US, at the time that she reviewed these cages a few years ago, she was talking about how the cages were much too small because the requirements were 450 square inches for hamsters at the time that she was making these videos. And Katie actually, she used to review bad Katie cages too, but then Katie actually freaking listened to the hamster owners, and they put out a cage that was, I think, 560 square inches, about the Katie Critter Trail Super Habitat, in case you guys have not heard of it. But yeah, that was the requirement at the time that she made these reviews and the cage reviews, and it might be more now, but as far as I know, that was the time. That was the requirement at the time, at least 450 square inches. And if you're like on a budget and you're looking for a pretty cheap option, there's like there's you can put your hamster in a bin. Like you can take a large bin and then as long as it meets the requirements, and then you can just put your hamster's bedding and all of its other stuff in there. And I was saying that the enclosures came with these really tiny wheels, and in every single one of these videos, the bad cage review videos, she does talk about the wheel, and then she usually measures the wheel as well to see how big it is, because she's saying even the smallest hamster requires, I think it was 6.5-inch wheel at least, like the smallest breed or type of hamster. I don't know what you call them. Morph? No. But the smallest type of hamster would need a 6.5-inch wheel at the least, and most of the wheels inside these cages are much too small for that. Like, even for the smallest species of hamster, they're too small. The wheel is too small, like, because it's not even 6.5 inches. But if you're going to get a Syrian, they need at least 8.5 to 10 inches. They need at least 8.5 to a 9-inch wheel and possibly bigger, and they do have wheels online that go up to, I think, 12 inches. So if you're gonna get one of those, they might need something even bigger than a 9-inch wheel. So you might have to go with either the 10 to 12 inch. And this is all information that I got specifically from her channel because she does these reviews to talk about the care of hamsters and advocate for the care of these small animals and how we can care for them better and improve their care. And so she does the bad cage reviews to point out, hey, don't buy these. These are shitty cages. These should not be sold. Please don't buy them. To people who might not have, like, they might be uneducated about hamster care. And that's your hope whenever one of these comes up, that they're just uneducated on hamster care and they just need to be told, hey, you shouldn't have that Tiny Tails rocket ship cage or the dinosaur or the cozy house, which is not cozy, but you shouldn't have that cage. Here's some tips on the kind of cage you can get for your hamster, and usually these cages are way better. And also with the space for bedding I mentioned earlier, they need, I think the thing that she said at the time was like 4 to 6 inches of bedding at least. For those of you guys who don't know, hamsters dig a lot and they will make little tunnels inside of their bedding, like how my snake makes little tunnels inside of his aspen. He has an entire like colony of little tunnels inside of the aspen inside of his enclosure. And hamsters will do like basically the same thing. So, and that's why the type of bedding is also important. Like the type of bedding that you give to your hamster, because you want something that can hold their little tunnels. And they need a big enough wheel that they can run on without curving their back. Because you might think, well, if they can run on it, then it should be fine, right? Well, no, because if they're curving their back, then they're gonna hurt their back. And because they run so much, I think they run on average 5 miles a night. That was what Munchie said. I believe, don't quote me on that because I'm not 100% sure. This is all based on what I heard her saying, and I might not get it right 100%, but this is all just stuff that I'm saying. It's just annoying after hearing everything she said and then seeing people having these tiny ass cages. And usually, when I see this kind of situation, like I see a hamster in a tiny tails cage or something like that, or a critter trail, I try not to go and directly blame the owner. Like, I don't just think right away, well, they're a shitty owner. Usually I'm like, okay, well, they just need to be educated about proper hamster care or whatever. Um, but sometimes they just don't want to listen and they're just going to continue to do whatever they want. And sometimes that's shitty for the animal because the animal, if they don't want to listen, then the animal is the one who suffers in a tiny cage or whatever you're doing there. But anyway, I just wanted to share that because it's really frustrating, like seeing all these advocating for hamster care and then seeing people still buying freaking tiny tails and critter trails and all kinds of just shitty tiny cages for their hamster. And I don't want to just outright blame them and think and be like, well, you're a bad owner if you buy those cages. It's like, well, yeah, because you can educate people without just saying you suck as an owner and your pet care sucks and blah blah blah. But anyway, I just want to share that because it's really frustrating. And I also wanted to share, I don't remember if I've mentioned this yet, but I do want to get a crested gecko somewhat soonish, and I was supposed to wait until next year to get another pet, so I'm probably gonna do it at the February Expo, the expo that's either in February or March, which is the one that me and my mom agreed to go to like every year. And then hopefully we can drive the crested gecko home right away. It might be later or it might be sooner, like I don't know. It might be we'll see if it's sooner. Like I don't know. It might be sooner or if I'm not ready for the crested gecko, it might be later. We'll see. But also, something else that pisses me off that really bothers me is seeing all these bills for these like rabbits and rats and ferrets and other small bills, and knowing that insurance for small pets is not common or and is not like it doesn't exist. Like I could not get snake insurance because they don't have that. They only insure cats, dogs, and in some cases rabbits. But we should really make insurance. Why isn't there insurance for all pets? Why are cats and dogs the only ones who are allowed to be insured? Like reptiles are becoming common and rabbits and ferrets and all kinds of other animals. So why can't we just have insurance for those types of pets too? Because otherwise you end up spending like hundreds of dollars to take your rats to the vet to get them allergy medication, which is based on a true story that happened to me with my rat. But anyway, like you should just have pet insurance be the norm. Pet insurance should be the norm. I should be able to insure any type of pet I have. Like any type of pet that I can take to the vet, I should be able to insure them. I don't understand why cats and dogs are the only ones that are allowed to be covered, especially when getting exotic pets is so much more normal nowadays than it was like 20 years ago. Like, if you went to get an exotic pet in the early 2000s, it's way more common now. So, why isn't pet insurance for those types of pets a thing? Like, why do you still have to end up paying so much money for these guys? Especially since paying for exotic pets to go to the vets is fucking expensive. Like, it just pisses me off. Hang on. I'm gonna. I will look at some Reddit stuff in a minute. I just hang on. I was just on my Facebook looking at old memories, and because it's my birthday, or it was my birthday yesterday, all my birthday memories are popping up from like a few years back, all the ways to when I was 25, and then 24, and like 26, 27, 28, 29, etc. And now I'm 30. It's crazy how much time has gone by. Um, and also, I saw there was an ad for Disney Plus that was promoting King of the Hill, which for a long time they didn't have it on Canadian Disney Plus, but a while ago, I think it was like 6 or 7 months ago, somewhere around there, they finally brought it onto Disney Plus, and I've been watching through the entire series recently, finally, because now I can. Because they finally brought it to Disney Plus, and I'm really, really happy about that. Uh, so that is really cool. I'm gonna see what we can get into over on my. By the way, there's gonna be a revival soonish, I think. I think it's coming out in early 2025, but I'm not 100% sure. So I'm gonna see what we can get up to over on Reddit. I definitely bookmarked a ton of posts. I definitely Okay, so I definitely saved a ton of posts. Oof. Yeesh. Okay, there we go. Alright, so I got my saved posts. Okay, so I saved a bunch of stuff. Um, so one of the subreddits is called r/change my view, and it's like where you can share your opinions or whatever. So, and the first post is called "All Deepfakes Should Be Illegal." Delta is from OP. I have no idea what that means. Title was meant to say unauthorized deepfakes. Mods, please fix title. They did not. Added edits are in brackets, and due to my view changing as well as parts that have been struck through. As AI generated content improves, it has become obvious that deepfakes could pose a major problem for society and individuals. While there is no obvious single solution to the deepfake problem, especially for society, there are many similar solutions that can help with the problem. One such solution is the legality of deepfakes. I believe that most unauthorized deepfake audio visual should be made illegal. As a secondary effect, all authorized deepfakes should be clearly labeled as such. By illegal, I mean in relatively the same way that defamation and piracy is illegal. Victims should be able to sue, but also there should be some criminal component, as there ought to with defamation. This would give victims the right to have the deepfake removed and pursue legal action against the offender, but would otherwise allow harmless deepfakes at your own risk. E.g., I deepfake my friend fighting a bear and upload it to our Discord because I know he'll find it funny. Uh, I could even safely upload it to YouTube if I felt certain he'd be okay with it. This creates a risk in deepfaking and a punishment for people who do not think their actions through. Whenever I mention deepfakes, I'm talking about the unauthorized variety, unless noted otherwise. Core belief: a person's being is sacred and theirs to own. Deepfake steal this core identity. Even if well labeled as a deepfake, that core identity is stolen. This is the one aspect I am not going to change my mind on, as well as a fun as it is a fundamentally sentimental argument. Slightly open to the discussion over celebrities and politicians not owning their core identity. Changed my mind for satire on public figures. Secondary reasons for this belief. Uh, One, deepfakes offer little to no benefit. Okay, that part is striked out, so I'm not going to worry about it. Deepfakes offer benefit to society as satire. Entertainment that damages individuals with no benefit to society is generally illegal. Things such as defamation will not fly, even if it is entertaining. Note that defamation is immediately loses its status if as such if acknowledged as false, but the damage done by deepfakes is intrinsic to their very nature. Two, deepfakes fundamentally do more damage to society as a whole than they can do good. other than aforementioned satire. They are lies by their very nature. The defamation potential far outstrips any benefit. There is also potential for authorized deepfakes being used to elevate people falsely. For example, the presidential candidate with a deepfake of them helping orphans after an earthquake somewhere. I mean, yeah. Note that being illegal is not intended to solve the problems of deepfakes for society. It is intended to give individuals a means to combat them. For the benefit of those reading this, I'm from the USA. While the First Amendment applies to this argument in the USA, I believe freedom of speech is a fundamental right for all people and benefits humanity. So any such arguments about free speech can apply anywhere. I do not believe that my argument conflicts fundamentally with the First Amendment's purpose. Some deepfakes are visually bad. I'm generally referring to good ones. Really bad and obvious deepfakes aren't really stealing the core identity. Good is rather arbitrary, but as deepfakes are getting better and better, arguing over whether we need a law right now or later doesn't really matter. View changed. Partial deepfakes are okay, even with perfect audio. There is a video series where famous movie characters are seen as swole. As those are clearly not the actual people, I am okay with them. Any partial deepfake where you can clearly tell the person in the media is not the real life person is okay to me. For the same reason memes are okay. The definition of partial makes this a bit arbitrary. Presidents playing COD is another example, as long as it is satire. CMV are memes deepfakes. Photoshopping Putin onto a bear is not a deepfake, but the end result is identical. However, the result was made from a real life picture. I don't know, my views on the legality and ethics of memes may conflict with my views on deepfakes. Earn a delta if you can expose this more. View changed. I'll allow audio with ridiculous video. The last post here is probably already illegal too. Uh, CMV, what about dead people? Dead famous people. Nobody is going to care if Hitler's identity is used in a documentary. But where do we draw the line? What if Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s identity is used in a documentary? What about a sitcom? What about a sitcom where he's roommates with Hitler? Oof. I'm going to say that they should still be illegal, and even more strongly so for dead people. Perhaps their estates or families could sue, and they should be taken down with minor fines as penalties. Frequently asked questions. What about clearly labeled stuff? It still steals the core identity of the person, and the media could be presented out of context at a future time, ruining the label. And if the label were applied in such a way that it was always visible no matter what you did, like a watermark, then why not just alter the deepfake to be only partial? What about deepfakes already out there? They would need to be removed to the best of the creator's ability. What about actors who died before the movie was done in the past? I'm giving these a pass for several reasons. The actor probably would have wanted the film to be finished. There is obvious benefit to the movie and those making it. The representation of the actor will generally be accurate to their persona. They were not being themselves but playing another character, but any movies coming out now would need explicit permission from the actor. The end result is the same, there is benefit to society, but there is one good use for deepfakes. I'm going to throw the baby out with the bathwater here. Edge cases aren't going to change my view on the overall legality of deepfakes. It has to be some bigger reason. How are you going to tell if it's a deepfake or not? This would have to be done in court, and perfect deepfakes will eventually be indistinguishable from reality, so it's not perfect. But it gives people an avenue to sue. Do you have a better solution? Change my view. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. I'm not gonna bother reading the comments here. You guys can just make up your own little thing, but I don't really feel like I want to. Oh, alright, I'm not gonna worry about this. It just seems like pointless. Um, it seems like the kind of thing that I'm not gonna bother reading the comments on. Why alcohol is legal? Okay, this next one is from r/ no stupid questions. Why is alcohol legal everywhere and weed isn't when we all know that the alcohol is worse for the body? I know, that's a question I've had for a long time, actually. Like, weed is illegal or was illegal up until like recently, but it's stupid because alcohol was deeply ingrained in Western cultures long before weed was, I guess. Deeply ingrained in culture, period. Nearly everywhere around the globe, you will find some sort of liquor made from varying ingredients. Often endemic to certain regions, it doesn't even have to be entirely made from plant matter either. The earliest known example of written language is a recipe for beer. Possibly, it's not certain if it's a recipe for beer or bread. Surprisingly, making beer and bread is a very similar process. We don't have 100% translation. Thought it was a receipt from an accountant. What about that guy complaining about the poor quality of the copper he received? Okay, I feel like we've gotten away. I don't know what's happening right now. I don't know what comment, like the comments changed and then I don't know where the comments are going. I don't understand what that means. So, anyway, what do you think should be illegal but isn't? This one's from r/ask Reddit. Um, and I think that something that should be illegal but isn't is bad pet care. Like, for example, what I was talking about earlier with the hamsters in Tiny Tales or Critter Trails, certain animals interacting, such as when you have cats or dogs interacting with your hamster or mice or rats or your bearded dragons. If you guys didn't know, cats and bearded dragons interacting is super dangerous because not only can the cat decide to make a snack out of the bearded dragon at any time, it's also incredibly stressful for the bearded dragon because they are cats are natural predator animals to the bearded dragons, and bearded dragons are natural prey animals for the cats. And also, cats have enough so cats have bacteria in their saliva that if they lick the bearded dragon, it can kill it. Same with if they scratch them. Like, cats have enough bacteria under their claws to kill a bearded dragon, and cat saliva is deadly to bearded dragons. So just don't even take the fucking chance. And I've gotten into fights with people on Facebook because they kept having because they were having their bearded dragons and cats interacting and then posting videos of it and thinking it was cute. And I got into this big fight, I think it was like last week or something, with this one lady who kept arguing back, saying that it was fine and nothing's happened yet. So, which is the stupidest argument I've ever heard for letting your animals interact that could literally kill each other. And she was like, it's been like 8 years or whatever it was that she said. I don't remember the actual number, but she would be like, it's been like 8 years and nothing's happened yet. Nothing's gone wrong. Everything's fine. That's the equivalent to like getting in a car and not putting your seatbelt on and then being like, well, I didn't get into an accident and I didn't die, so I guess I'm just gonna continue not wearing my seatbelt because nothing's happened yet. And it's only when something happens that the person actually fucking does something, and that part really pisses me off too. But I'm not gonna stop, and it's really disheartening because it makes me feel like it's not even worth. Like, it makes me feel like, is this even worth it? Because no one's listening to me and no one's hearing the danger here. Like, it's got no benefit to the animal and all of the risk. I'm like, it's got no benefit to the animal, but all of the risk. And I'm just like, why? Why don't people listen? Why don't people take. Why don't people not let these animals interact? Why don't people just have the animals away from each other? Like, isn't that better and safer than just putting two animals together that could very, very likely kill each other? And, like, if nothing's happened, you've just gotten fucking lucky. But if you continue doing it, something might happen, and then maybe you'll actually fucking listen. Like, if you if you don't want to listen, I can't stop you from having your animals interact. And that's the kind of thing that I'm talking about that should be illegal. But I can't stop you. But, because I'm not physically there, I can't like pull the cat away from the bearded dragon and push them away from each other and not have them interact. So, it's not like I can do anything about it except tell you about the dangers, and if you want to keep putting them together, then mean, I mean, do it, but hopefully nothing continues to happen. And you know what? If your bearded dragon gets killed by your cat, guess what? I'm not gonna have any fucking sympathy for you because you did that to yourself by having the cat and the bearded dragon interact, and it is so unsafe. And I just don't understand why people insist on doing this shit over and over again. So let's read some other answers from Ask Reddit. What do you think should be illegal but isn't? The hidden fees. Absolutely. Agreed. Harvesting people's data without paying them for it. Our data should cost something. Vehicle manufacturers making pickup trucks whose headlights are the exact same height and width as passenger vehicle rearview mirrors. That's a good way to blind someone. Most of what big corporations do. Springing an ad on me springing an ad on me without my consent. Mobile game. Would you like to watch an ad to double your coins? Me, no thanks. I'll just go to the next mobile game. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear you and play an ad anyways with no reward. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. The current cost of living. Oof. Ridiculous. The current cost of living. Wow. Yeah. Like, it's ridiculous. And why do we have to pay so much just for a fucking apartment? For the basic things like water, food, and shelter. And I made a post on my old Reddit account, like, I think 6 or 7 years ago at this point, that we should just abolish money and then no one should have to pay for anything, or that at least we shouldn't have to pay for our basic needs to be met. And people were bombarding me with all sorts of questions and being like, oh, well, we need to pay for stuff because otherwise nobody's gonna do anything, which is a fucking problem in and of itself. Like, it's I'm not gonna get into it. And like people were asking me all kinds of questions, and it's like, okay, this is r slash unpopular opinions, not r slash I have all the answers. So why are you expecting me to just answer all these questions? Okay, it's not like if we just abolish money, then everything will eventually figure itself out. Why do I need to answer your questions? Whatever. Anyway. Insurance companies dropping customers after making a claim. Oh, it's this person's cake day, which is the anniversary of when they joined Reddit, but also the comments are turned off, so I can't say happy cake day to them, which I would normally do. Lying or making false promises from politicians. That is good in theory, but politicians would simply stop making promises. Or they could, do something actually good for the world and find something that they could actually do to make the world a better place instead of just being assholes all the time. And there's some shit going on in the US right now, and Nathan mentioned it to me, but I don't know or really care what's going on, which maybe I should, but I don't live there, so whatever. Even if I lived there, I feel like I wouldn't care. I don't really give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't care about politics. I don't get involved in that shit, and I try to just stay the hell away from it because it's so stupid and it's so ridiculous. And, like, it doesn't matter who you vote for because it doesn't matter. Whoever is gonna win is gonna win. And whoever is gonna win is gonna make the world a worse place because they're both awful. It's like the South Park episode about voting. What they said was exactly right. You're voting between a douchebag and a shit sandwich. Like, there's no point. There's literally no point. So just don't bother lobbying. I don't know what that means. I don't know what's going on. Okay, insider trading and governors that are 65 and older. Wait, why are older governors bad? Okay, I don't know. Cops murdering people. That is normally illegal, at least in New Zealand, but they do enforce it here. The cops just don't enforce. If it's illegal and not enforced, it isn't illegal. Well, then I guess bullying isn't illegal here. Shit, didn't know it worked like that. Before you ask, there are mandates and laws against bullying in my country. To be fair, it's rare, but some do get prosecuted. Ugh. Yeah, I feel like the people who killed George Floyd should have been prosecuted. And I'm just gonna add another answer of my own, but everything that vegan teacher does and says on YouTube, that should be fucking illegal. Like the video that she made about the baby and the ribs, and if you know, you know. If you haven't seen it, well, you can't because YouTube took it down and put a strike against her channel. And hopefully she'll keep making stupid, shitty videos, having more children than you can support. Yeah, exactly. Killing another person's pet. And then someone replies, updoot for something I thought was already illegal. I don't understand how that's not illegal. Hmm. Having children, unless you have the money and the mental strength or ability to care for them well. Agreed. Same with pets, I feel like. And I say that as a chronically depressed person who my pets are the reason why I get up in the morning, and no matter what I do, I have to make sure I take care of my pets, and have had issues in the past with pets because of mental issues. but I'm doing a lot better now, and now I'm actually like taking care of them properly. I'm not saying I didn't take care of them properly in the past. I'm just saying, anyway. Church. Wait, what's wrong with church? Organized religion, not religion itself. Organized religion equals power equals corruption. I don't know what the difference is. What is organized religion? Okay, usury, USURY. The fuck is? I'm gonna look this up. I'm tired of just not understand. I don't understand. Okay, let's see. Usury. Seriously? The illegal action or practice of lending money at unreasonably high rates of interest. Wait a sec, it says illegal. It literally is fucking illegal. The illegal action or practice of lending money at unreasonably high rates of interest. It literally says illegal in the. Okay, I don't know. What the fuck ever. Um, I gotta go back to. Okay, I think we're done here. I'm going to just move on right down to this post from r slash unpopular opinion. You're a horrible and stupid person if you get a Munchkin cat. This was actually made 3 years ago, and people were talking about Munchkin cats when they were available. Like, people were making videos saying how horrible they are because it's disgusting. And selective breeding, things like selective breeding and backyard breeding and breeding mills, we just breed more animals without caring about the health problems that we're actually breeding into them. And that's why I decided against getting some Persian cat. That's why I decided against getting a Persian cat because I saw them at I think last year's expo and I thought they were really cute. But then I did some like research and found out that they actually come with a lot of health problems that we breed into them because we think they look cute, which they do. I'm not gonna say that isn't true, but we should care more about the health of the animal than having a cute animal than just having progressively cuter and cuter animals and just care about the risks that come with them. And I've blacklisted like an entire a whole bunch of cat breeds and also a couple of snake morphs from my list because I don't want to buy them because I don't want to support that kind of selective breeding. So there's a few cat breeds that I will not buy. And Munchkin cats are one of them. Persian cats. There's a few others. I don't remember them all, but there are certain cat breeds that I won't be buying, and I won't buy spider morphs of snakes either. Specifically, they're made of spider morphs of ball pythons, which come with a ton of health issues because the morph of that snake specifically has these health issues in it, and people just thought the morph looked cool and they didn't care that they were breeding these health issues into this snake. And so now there are just snakes out there that have health issues because people think the snake looks cool. Anyway, a munchkin cat is a selectively bred dwarf cat with extremely short legs. A lot of assholes on Reddit thinks they're cute and upvote them. It's absolutely disgusting. Cats jump, run, and use their legs way more than dogs do. A cat that can't jump is a cat that won't ever feel safe. Stop fucking getting these cats, you animal abusing assholes. Yeah, I think we should just allow some breeds to fucking die out and not exist anymore because it's bad for them. It's bad for the animal. And like I said, we don't really give a fuck because it looks cute and we want a cute animal and that's all that matters. We don't care if it has these health problems. And I will say, Dachshunds are one of the ones with health problems, but I was like 15 when we got the dog and I didn't know that at the time, first of all, or I might have said something. Second, even if I was gonna say something, I didn't even know they were coming home with the Dashin until they came home with Dashin. Because originally they were looking at a completely different dog, but when they went to get Dasher, the breeder was actually, or not the breeder, the rescue was actually saying to them, like, oh, we have this other dog that we think would fit your lifestyle better. Well, I mean, he was right about that, but I couldn't have said something even if I wanted to, even if I knew anything about that. And thirdly, he was a rescue, so it's not like they were getting it from a breeder or something. So I don't think that's as bad. I think we should just allow some breeds to die off, though. We don't really care. what happens to the animal. We don't really care that it's being bred with all these health problems because the animal just looks cute and that's all that we care about. It's kind of like when people buy those Tiny Tails cages and they think the cage looks really cool and that's why they want to get it, and they don't really care that putting the hamster in there is bad for them because they've got ones that are shaped like a castle and shaped like a dinosaur and shaped like a rocket ship, and then there's a race car and there's a bunch of stuff, and they're just like, oh wow, these cages are really cute. I'm just gonna buy them and make them, and and there's put a hamster in there and not really care about the hamster because the cage looks cute, so that's all that matters. And it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And then someone replied to that. The problem with this mindset, which is also common when discussing pugs, is that while the breeding of such cats should end, as well as pugs and all purebred dogs really, not loving the ones that are already in existence or finding them cute does nothing to stop the breeding of them. Munchkin cats look cute, and Munchkin cats have serious health problems and are bred selfishly, are statements that can coexist. I swear people with this mindset sound like they want existing Munchkin cat owners to get a shotgun and kill their cats. Obviously, you shouldn't buy them from breeders, but adopting Munchkin cats is a good thing. They're disabled, so they need a caretaker. Yeah, I think adopting any animal is a good thing. And I would probably not, if they had like a ton of ball pythons at the rescue and a couple were spider morphs, I probably wouldn't go and get the spider morph of ball python specifically. But if I was at a rescue and they only had one and it was a spider morph, then I might just get the spider morph and I was there for a ball python. Like, they have a point. You can love the ones that already exist, but realize that it's a bad situation and it shouldn't happen, but you shouldn't buy them directly from a breeder. And I'm not very, like, I'm not really pro adopt, don't shop. I think people are way too quick to judge people on where they get their animals and not really think about the situation in which they got the animal from, because there are some actually good pet stores out there like Cat's Pets, for example, that actually do well by their animals, and then they give you the correct information when caring for the animal and give you like what you need and tell you correct cage size and stuff like that. And I feel like people are just too quick to judge. Oh, oh, you got that hamster from a pet store? That's bad. You're a bad person. You shouldn't have got that hamster from a pet store. You should never buy hamsters from pet stores. You should only get hamsters from rescues. Which, okay, yeah, getting hamsters from rescues is better, but maybe the rescue doesn't have any hamsters. Maybe you don't have any hamster rescues in your area that would take in hamsters. Maybe the pet store is your only chance to have a hamster. Maybe you have money to pay for the medical care if the hamster comes with a lot of health problems because they were in a pet store first. Maybe you don't have any breeders in your area. Maybe you don't have a good place to get a hamster, and you have to get a hamster from a pet store because it's the only place you can get a hamster. Maybe you got it from a really good pet store that actually gives you correct care and information and stuff, and actually helps you take care of the animal the way you want to take care of the animal. People don't really think about this stuff. They're so quick to say adopt, don't shop. But and as long as I think if the place where you got the animal from is decent and does decent care, and or it's your only option because you don't have like a certain animal rescue in your area. Like I was talking earlier about how I have these reptile rescues in my area and they always have ball pythons that are needing homes. But if I didn't have that option and I wanted a ball python and I went to a breeder and people were climbing all over me on the internet and I already had the snake and they were saying, oh, you shouldn't have shopped for that. You should have adopted it. You shouldn't have got it from a breeder. And I would have been really pissed off and blocking people because first of all, I didn't have another option. There are no rescues near me, and there are rescues near me. But I'm just saying, if that wasn't the case, if there weren't rescues near me, how am I supposed to get an animal? If there aren't rescues, how am I supposed to? Am I supposed to just not get a ball python because you're telling me adopt, don't shop, even though I don't have rescues in my area where I can get the snake? Like, it's not really fair. And then the worst part, and then also you're saying it to someone who already has the animal. Like, do you want them to just, I don't know, give the animal to away to a rescue or something, and then go get an animal from a different rescue because, oh, I shouldn't have brought this from my pet store or whatever. So now I'm just gonna give it away to a rescue and then go and rescue another animal. Defeats the whole purpose. You know what I'm saying? It's not really fair to people who already have the animal. It sounds like you're saying that you want them to just give away the animal or kill the animal or something and like not have this animal because they bought it from a pet store. What? That's so stupid. Like, don't please don't come down on these people who got the animal and care about the animal, like and care about the animal and shit like that, like that kind of situation. Because it's so unfair to the person who owns the animal because they have so much love for this pet that they just got. And then you're coming on there saying that they shouldn't have the pet because they didn't get it from rescue, which is just so not the way to do things. That is not the way to go about things. I think I'm done today. Actually, we're gonna do one more. This is from r/bearded dragons. Having a pet isn't an aesthetic or hobby. Okay, I can, I'm just gonna, I'm gonna say it is called the reptile hobby. It's not like we're saying, oh, we're just gonna treat it like, painting or something, where we can just do it for a few months and then, just stop using the painting stuff when we decide we're done with it. Like, that's not how we're saying it, but it is called the reptile hobby. Like, that is what it's called technically because, and it is called the reptile hobby, and I'm in the reptile hobby, and I'm in the tarantula hobby, and these aren't called hobbies because of something like that, because we just do the reptiles for like until we get bored of them, and then we decide we're done, and that's not how it's done. It's just called that. That's how it's called. Hello, I have a few reptiles to rehome. This is like a Craigslist ad. I think it looks like a Craigslist ad. Hello, I have a few reptiles to rehome since I am no longer interested in the hobby. That's exactly not how you should treat your animals. You get an animal because you want to take care of it for its full life, and you should not just be like, well, I'm no longer interested in this animal, so I'm gonna get rid of it. Like, that's not how you do it. If bearded dragons, which is the first animal in this picture, there is a picture of a bearded dragon, that's the first picture that I see. Bearded dragons can live up to like 20 years or sometimes more if they can live up to about 15 to 20 years or more if you do your care correctly, and if you're caring for them really well, they can live a very long lifespan, and you should be prepared to take care of them for their entire life. You should also be prepared to have a gigantic tank for them because they need. Some people say 40 gallon is okay. I completely disagree with that. Other people say 75 gallons is the minimum. The minimum I would do is probably, I don't know, 95 to 120 gallons at the bare minimum. Like 95 would be the absolute minimum, but 120 would also be a good one. um would also be a much better one to have that I would have for my bearded dragon. And that's actually the reason that I said no to a bearded dragon at the time that I was wanting to get a reptile, because if you get a reptile, then if you get a reptile and you're not and it lives a long time and you're not prepared to take care of it for its entire life, then you're just gonna be getting bored of it, and then that's how a lot of reptiles end up at rescue, and it's really unfair. But like, the bearded dragon, the reason I didn't get one is because I was in my studio apartment, which I'm probably moving back to because it doesn't look like I'm getting subsidized housing anytime soon. Uh, unless, anyway, but it doesn't look like I'm getting subsidized housing anytime soon. So I'm probably going to end up moving back to my studio, and it is tiny. It's very small there. There's not a lot of space. Like, I did not have the quality of space or the amount of space to give a bearded dragon quality of life it deserves, and I'm not just gonna stick it in a smaller tank because I don't have the space for it. So I said no to the bearded dragon because I didn't know where I was going to be. Even if I get a baby, which I don't want to do, I kind of want to. There is a big reptile store, a really good reptile store in Toronto that has bearded dragons, and they have like older adoptable bearded dragons that come to them, and then they get these bearded dragons, and then they rehome them through the pet store. So I wanted to do that. I didn't want to just go get a baby. But even if I got a baby, I don't know how long it takes for them to grow to full size, but I don't know also where I'm going to be in, like, I don't know, 6 months, a year, 2 years, whenever it reaches the full grown size. And I might still be in my studio apartment where I'm going to have a much too small space to give that bearded dragon the tank that it should have and the quality of life that it deserves. And I just want to say that because that is why I said no to the bearded dragon. So the ad says, "Hello, I have a few reptiles to rehome since I am no longer interested in the hobby. No enclosures included, but can negotiate reasonable prices. All males. Motley Boa is $220. MBK, I have no idea what that stands for. $200. It looks like some kind of snake, though. Bearded Dragon, $50. Located in Williamsburg, VA. I think that's Virginia. I was going through Craigslist, and then this is the person who made the post, not the person who made the Craigslist ad. This is the person who made the post responding to the Craigslist ad. I was going through Craigslist because I need to put my mom's chicken up for adoption, and sometimes I get curious about beauty listings, since that's how I got my boy, who is now a little over a year old, and also on the lookout for some upgraded equipment. Saw these two posts, and I just don't understand. Having a pet, especially an exotic pet, which seems to have this problem more, is not a hobby that you have for a few months and then abandon it and just sell them off to whoever gives you the best asking price, and it isn't something that are allowed to just fit them into whatever works best for you. Animals have emotions and feelings. You are their lives. I understand rehoming animals, but when you just see it as an aesthetic or a hobby, maybe you shouldn't have pets. I wish there was a requirement before you got exotic animals that you need to meet certain requirements and field questions. Too much suffering. Wait, there's another picture. Okay, the second picture has the bearded dragon's enclosure. Wait, that looks like a 40-gallon. Oh shit. Okay, at least it looks like he has both the lights that he needs. He has both UVB and the heat lamp, it appears, and I can't tell what that is, but it looks like that's calcium powder and maybe some like prepackaged bearded dragon food. I can't entirely tell, so I'm not gonna say for sure. But it says Hyro Citrus Bearded Dragon, 2 years old in November. He was caged with another dragon and is missing part of his tail and toes. That's fucking depressing. He's sweet but can be spicy as well. He will come in enclosure, food lights, etc. $200. Okay, wait, he said they didn't come with enclosures, but then he's being like, the bearded dragon will come with his enclosure, food lights. I have no idea what food he comes with. But in the first picture, he's eating some kind of salad that looks like he has greens that are actually good for him, and then some kind of yellow fruit. I can't really tell what that is though, so I'm not going to say for sure. But the tank that he is in looks much too small for him in this picture. It looks like maybe a 40-gallon. I can't 100% tell, but it doesn't look all that great for him. Reptile keeping is a hobby though, but anyone with a soul and consciousness who loses interest in their reptiles wouldn't go about rehoming like this. Hell, depending on the age of the owner and reptile and their situation, I think some opt to let them live out their lives and just not replace them afterwards. These people either have a dire financial situation or bought the animals and the equipment on whims and never really cared anyway. And then someone replies, this is a great point. After my second lizard, I realized I don't really like keeping lizards as pets, so now I'm just loving the two I have, but don't plan on getting any more. That's a great way to look at it. I guess I mean hobby in an, oh, I like painting, so I'm gonna buy $300 in supplies and get bored of it in a few months kind of way. I know what you mean. Hobbies are interests, but the lack but the majority of hobbies don't involve disregarding a life because you lost interest in your hobby. I like making mosaics, but when I'm not doing that, I can put everything in its bin and in the closet until I feel like enjoying my hobby again. You can't and shouldn't do this with any living creature ever. Treating any life like it is a hobby is unbelievably awful. When people do this with human life, it's not considered a hobby. It's considered human trafficking. The blatant disregard for life is what makes me want to find this person and sell them on Craigslist for fuck's sakes. It's not a hobby, it is a responsibility. Would you call owning a dog or a cat a hobby? Would you call having a child a hobby? A hobby is this really low stakes kind of thing that you can drop at any time if you get bored of it. Reptile keeping should not be that. All right. Um, yeah, there's more comments, but I got this living creature, but I'm gonna get rid of it because I got bored of it. Yeah, that's basically exactly what they're saying. Makes me sad reading that. The poor animals. I know, right? I'm sorry, but the part that says he was homed with another, so he's missing tail and toes, that's infuriating. And there is also, I said that I liked, her, I said that I really enjoyed Munchie's series on Bad Case Reviews, and the other series that I really enjoy from her is the Craigslist pet ads, where she talks about these Craigslist ads of different pets, and she also has another series that is a rescue series where she talks about like how she got certain hamsters or gerbils or mice or whatever animal she's talking about. Mostly it's hamsters, but she talks about the hamsters, and in some cases the hamsters are housed together and they're like attacking each other, and their ear, and there was one where their ear was all bloodied up and hurt, and they were missing part of its ear, and bearded dragons are another one of those animals that should never ever be housed together. They're solitary creatures and they get very territorial. They get very territorial when another bearded dragon is in its space. So you should never get two bearded dragons and put them together. That is very disappointing and upsetting to hear. And on that note, I think I'm done with this video for tonight because it is 8:46 at night now, and I'm just tired. I'm just too tired to keep dealing with this. And it's been interesting time, and I've kind of just been taking today off because I've been out of the house 3 days in a row doing stuff. Thursday I was doing everything with my support worker. We were doing all our errands and stuff. And then the next Friday I also went out, and then Saturday I went out in the morning and a little for the early afternoon, and then I got back around 2:30, I think, like a little after 2, somewhere between 2:20 and 2:30. I went to the movies and then the Walmart and then the SPCA, and so that's what I did. And then I came home and took a shower and then just chilled for a few hours until we watched the movie at night. But I have been out of the house the past 3 days, so I just didn't go anywhere today, and I just stayed home and sat in front of the TV and just did whatever. And now I'm gonna go watch more King of the Hill because I'm really looking forward to it. And I'm done with this video for tonight. And hopefully I'll be able to finish it sometime in the next few days. It'd be nice if I could upload it on Thursday or Friday, but we'll have to see. I love each and every. Oh wait, I'm not doing the outro yet. Okay, bye. Hey guys, I'm back with the Reddit stuff with my birthday video, which is, well, mostly Reddit, but some other stuff because, we like to take a little detour every now and then. So, I already read some other stuff that I'm pretty sure wasn't Reddit. I don't remember everything because it was like a week ago when I was making that video, first of all. But like, anyway, we are now over on r/MITheX. Mm. We are now over on r/MITheX. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. So let's, okay. I think we read this entire post before, except for the update. If I missed, the posts for this, I'm pretty sure that we have read the other post for this, but if I didn't read the other post for this, please let me know and I will read them in my next Reddit video. But anyway, in the meantime, likely final update. Husband wants to divorce slash start over. He can't bond with his daughter. Update. This is probably going to be long and it isn't a happy update. My other posts can be seen in my post history, but the short of it is that I, 30 non-binary, gave birth to my daughter in September. My soon-to-be ex-husband, 29 male, did not see her birth. Things went very badly, and I needed emergency intervention. He was not in the room for the C-section. About a month and a half ago, he informed me that he cannot bond with her because he did not see her be born, and he wants to divorce so he can start over on his dreams of a close knit family. We have filed. I have taken my daughter and moved back in with my parents, who aren't very happy about the divorce, but are thrilled to have the chance to nanny my daughter. Their words, not mine. Life was in stasis for about a week after my last post until the father in law asked us to come over for dinner. He informed me that my soon to be ex had asked for his help paying for a lawyer. He had agreed with the requirement that we all sit down and have one last talk about the situation. He opened with saying that he thinks that getting this over with would be best for me and my daughter. Soon to be ex looked a little hurt at this, so he's willing to help, but he wanted to take one last shot at fixing it. The one last shot ended up being several hours of talking. Father in law bluntly demanded that soon to be ex explain his reasoning. Soon to be ex explained the can't bond thing. Father in law, soon to be ex repeated the can't bond thing. Father in law asked why. The employment contract analogy was brought up again. After much back and forth and what do you mean by this and why that, the father in law just said, I'm not buying this. What's the real reason, soon to be ex? Soon to be ex insisted that what he'd been saying all along was his reasoning. He did not see the daughter be born, so he can't bond. He tried and he insisted. The connection isn't there. He was supposed to connect when daughter was born. There was supposed to be a spark of connection between them, but that spark can only happen right at birth, I guess. In his mind, he can't get it now. Father in law asked if soon to be ex thought daughter wasn't his. Soon to be ex insists he has no doubts he is the daughter's biological father. Father in law asked if soon to be ex was seeing someone else. Was there a woman or another pregnancy somewhere? Soon to be ex did not react well to this. He threw his phone down on the table and said that we were free to search it. He's not a scumbag. After that, the conversation turned to post divorce life. I completely disagree. I think he is an absolute scumbag from how he's been acting during this post and the other posts. And yeah, I do in fact believe that I have read the updates on this before, like the original post and then the updates, and that this is the final update. I might have read this one too. I don't think so. Anyway, soon to be ex volunteered. Soon to be ex offered up that he'd been running the numbers and would volunteer $50 a month for alimony and $50 a month in child support. He doesn't have to do either, mind, because we're divorcing and he wants to cut all ties with the kid, but he wants to be fair. $50 in alimony, whatever. I have a job and a roof over our heads. $50, I don't need it. $50 in child support, that is a lot less, whatever. But I'm refusing to stress about it. The court will handle child support amounts. I'm making myself not be angry and let them deal with it. I admit I tuned out most of the rest of father in law's attempts to talk sense into his son after that comment. I think that was when the coffin finally nailed itself shut. I started packing when we got home and went to my parents' house the next day. I'm no longer talking to soon to be ex, his lawyer just talks to mine. We haven't spoken in almost 3 weeks. I don't think I need to tell you that he hasn't shown any concern for daughter, but here I am anyway. The day after I got there, my sister kidnapped me to her place. We got very drunk. The daughter was with parents, not us. Talked about everything, and I screamed a lot. I got most of it out of my system. After that, we had more drinks and watched terrible horror movies. I woke up the next day with the headache from hell, but otherwise feeling better than I had in a long time. My job can't transfer me, just my luck, but I've been promised a glowing reference, and I'm cashing out what little paid leave I have left to add to my savings. Father in law asked after the failed conversation if I would be cutting him off. I assured him that he might not see us as much because of how far away my parents live and not knowing where I'll end up, but he's not getting rid of me or my daughter that easily. He was very happy to hear that. So that's where I am. Papers have been filed, daughter and I have moved out of the house. I'm doing my best to ignore my soon to be ex's existence. Thank you all again for listening to me cry and complain over the past couple months. Mm-hmm. Uh, oh my god, what a toolbox. I'm so sorry you're going through this. Also, hard LOL too. I don't have to do anything because I'm divorcing you and cutting ties with my child, but out of the goodness of my heart, I'll give you $50 a month. I know you can support yourself and your child on your own, but your child deserves every penny the courts award. You are 100% correct to let the lawyers handle this from here and tell them to go get everything they can. Yeah, this guy is going to be in for a shock. when family court tells him that child support isn't reduced just because you really don't feel like being a dad anymore. Then again, might be best to have him sign away rights entirely so he can't come slinking back out at some point. Excuse me, Judge, but I did not see the child actually come out of the uterus, so I expect a discount on my child support. I'm sure that will work well from him. I cannot wait to see the awarded amounts. He's such a stale ham sandwich. You know this isn't about the yogurt. I have to admit that I'm a tiny bit impressed with him sticking to the story. I wonder how soon he'll have that new perfect family. It is so not about the yogurt. Dude has a side piece. What fucking yogurt? Is that some, like, this isn't about the yogurt. Am I missing something? What yogurt? What the fuck? Okay. When they asked that and he yelled that he's not a scumbag, excuse me, sir, yes you are. Men all over the world miss the birth of their kids for multiple reasons. They don't spout bullshit about some spark that apparently only happens if you watch the kid leave the mother's body. The whole spark thing makes me wonder what his excuse would have been if he had seen it and not felt it. Because after such a huge ordeal going through labor, there's not always a spark. Relief, happiness, lots of things, but not always this immediate spark of love and bonding. Actually, that's true because last month Shadow and Marceline just had the twins. They just had their baby girls. And Shadow is kind of he's going through postpartum depression, which can hit men just as hard as it can hit women. So he's dealing with some postpartum depression right now, and it could last a while. And I think part of that is due to the fact that one of the twins wasn't breathing properly when she came out of Marceline, and they had to hook her up to a machine for like a week. So everything was like going back and forth with the hospital and doing all that stuff and dealing with that. And so there was a lot of time spent in the hospital, and she was hooked up to the breathing machine. And then luckily she started breathing on her own, and they were able to take both of the girls home a little while later. So that was nice. All right. Yeah. All right. And then I'm gonna just and now we're on r slash MIDX. That was the original subreddit where I just wanted to look at the comments there, but now we're over same post but on r slash MIDX because I want to see the comments here too. He and okay, I just have to say this guy's flair is fuck your flair because I guess that's a flair you can have. But anyway, he's only offering $50 in alimony and $50 in child support monthly. Get the fuck out. That wouldn't cover diapers and wipes for the whole month. This guy is going to be very shocked when a judge rules on this and tells him how much he's going to be paying by statute. I'm willing to bet once he hears that number, he will want to try to bond with his daughter and mend his marriage. Too little, too late. That's exactly what happened with my friend's ex. He wanted nothing to do with his daughter until my friend was forced to go after him for child support. Then suddenly he was the doting father, got half custody on paper, so his child support amount went down, then proceeded to forget about his kid again. She should be documenting every time he doesn't take the kid and having it revisited again. She needs to focus a little less on divorce and ask him to sign over his parental rights right now since he's so sure he doesn't want this kid. No fighting. Courts are likely to still make him pay child support because the kid isn't being adopted, but that's just what I gathered from Google. Uh, then there's a deleted comment and someone responds to that. Come on now, you know the world is full of dumbasses who think they're special, and he'd never do that to them. And then this person replied, ISTG, which Instagram? ISTG. Every time I hear slash see shit like that, it just makes me want to give them the glow stick treatment. Like, wake the fuck up. No, you're not that special to him, and he'll do it to you too. Unfortunately, these are the types of people who never listen and will end up learning the hard way. Alright, let's see what else. Okay. Oh boy, am I the asshole? I refuse to pick up my girlfriend from her friend's birthday. Okay, my male 26 girlfriend, female 24, attended her friend's birthday party on Wednesday. Before she left for the party, I made her promise she wouldn't drink because her friends love getting her drunk and then leaving me to take care of her. Around 10 p.m., I called my girlfriend and asked her if the party was going to be over soon. She answered that they were yet to eat the cake, so it probably wouldn't be over until around 11:30 p.m. I could tell in her voice that she was a bit tipsy, but didn't say anything. It must have been an hour later when she called and asked me to come pick her up. I refused. I told her that I knew she was drunk and so I didn't want to pick her up. She said that she only drank 2 glasses of champagne, but I told her I didn't care, that she still got drunk even though she said she wouldn't, and I hung up. After the call, I went to sleep. When I got up the morning after, she was sleeping on the couch, still in the same clothes. I woke her up and asked her why she wasn't sleeping on her bed. She asked me if I was serious, that I literally left her to take an Uber at 11 p.m. I told her that it wasn't my responsibility to always take care of her when she was drunk, and if she couldn't stop herself from drinking during one party, then she shouldn't drink at all. She left for her sister's on Thursday and only texted me saying, I'm at my sister's, I don't know when I'll come back. Love you. I feel kind of bad, but am I really the asshole for refusing to pick her up? I feel like she's taking this issue further than she needs to. Reminder, I am not OOP and totally agree with all the you're the assholes. And then the comment says, and then in the comments, OP is fighting for his life so desperately in the comments that it's almost funny. Okay, I love posts where it starts out and they're kind of the asshole, and then as they go on and on in the comments or updates or whatever, they just make themselves look worse and worse. Kind of like that one PS4, the really long best of Reddit updates post of um the PS4 post where it started with this guy asking if he was the asshole with the PS4, and then the guy start and then the dude who was the kid's stepdad of the PS4, who was the stepdad of the kid with the PS4 from the original post, started making posts, and he was obviously the asshole, and he kept making posts, and it just made him look worse and worse and worse, and with every update, things got worse and worse and worse, and it just escalated. It reminds me of that. And by the way, I want to make this the longest Reddit video that I've done yet, and the last one was 6 hours. It's 8:30 right now. I'm gonna try and record for about another hour, and then I'm going to do a few hours of recording tomorrow and probably a few hours of recording on either Tuesday or Wednesday, and then upload it later in the week because I'm not going to be finished this, and I wasn't rushing to finish this video either because it's my birthday video and I'm going to keep doing what I want and keep on reading and doing whatever until I actually finish the video, until I'm at a point where I actually want to finish the video. But anyway, so now we're on the original post from r/am I the asshole because I want to see what OP is saying in the comments. Okay, you're the asshole. You are a controlling asshole. If you do not want to be with a girl who drinks, then break up with her and find a girl who does not drink. You are especially an asshole because she was doing it at a birthday party. That is a celebratory situation where it is totally normal to drink. It's not like she picked some random Tuesday night to go out and get shit-faced at the local dive bar because she's a major alcoholic or something. And then someone responds to that, OP information. Would you have picked her up if she wasn't drunk? When she's drunk, are there any problems such as her being sick, argumentative, etc.? These are good questions because honestly, I used to be the belligerent drunk girlfriend, and my partner at the time got understandably pretty fed up with my antics. I knew if I chose to go out and drink, I was responsible for my own way home. Wow, that's some awesome introspection that many aren't capable of. Same, lost a great guy for being a child. Got sober because of these types of sentiments. Me too, 4 years sober and happily married after almost self sabotaging with drunk antics. Congratulations on your sobriety. I'm also at 4 years. Congrats to anyone who finds this and overcame addiction. We did it! 5 years sober from heroin, cocaine, and benzos myself. 3 years off weed, nearly 2 years off of booze. Congratulations to all of us. That is so awesome. We're all gonna make it. Okay, I freaking love this. Someone else says 15 years. Someone else says 135 days. Let's see more replies. Way to go! Very nice. Keep up the good work. Good for you. Okay, so the comments are closed, but even if they weren't, I don't think you're allowed to comment on these types of posts, like on the original post in the original place, and you're only allowed to post on the Am I the X post because we don't want to get these types of subreddits deleted, do we? Okay, I think for now I'm going to leave off here, not the video. I'm going to leave off this subreddit here because there is another subreddit that I kind of want to explore that r slash has been reading quite a bit lately, and it looks freaking awesome, and it's called r/am I the devil. it's literally described as a place where it's obvious OP is the asshole. Okay, so let's see. All right. I may have read a post or two here in the past. I don't really remember. Like, I feel like I might have read a couple posts because I did do a couple of those, exploring different subreddits videos of subreddits I was gonna read in the future or just random subreddits. But either way, oh my gosh. Okay, r slash true off my chest. The original post was from r slash true off my chest, and we are going to see it. Oh my god. Okay, OOP broke up. Okay, I'm just gonna warn you, this story contains rape. So if you don't want to hear about that, then you should leave. And if you're under 18, you probably also shouldn't be listening to this post. OOP broke up with her boyfriend for being raped. What? Okay, and it's originally from True Off My Chest, and it says my 18 female boyfriend, 20 male, cheated on me with my friend, 18 female, which you can already tell how this is going to shake out. Okay, so, oh my gosh. Um, he came to me and confessed. He told me that at first he rejected her, but she threatened to accuse him of rape if he didn't have sex with her, so he did what she wanted. My boyfriend fucked my friend. I confronted her and she confirmed it. She admitted that when he said no, she threatened him into saying yes. I've already broken up with my boyfriend, but the betrayal from them still hurts so much. It hurts so bad and I don't know how to live with it. How do I get over this? Wow. Wow. This is awful. And these aren't just posts from r slash am I the asshole, by the way, in case it wasn't clear. But oh my god. I just want to say it is so just upsetting and disappointing that a girl can claim that a guy raped her and basically completely ruin his life. Like, that is so upsetting. And when a guy says that a girl raped him, they usually just get laughed off or whatever. Like, people don't see rape as a big problem when it comes to guys, or they think that it, like, doesn't happen. Same with mental health problems in men, or abuse, or whatever. Like, there needs to be more focus, like, there needs to be just as much focus on taking care of men as there is on taking care of women. Like, there's so much support for women who have been raped or for women who have been abused. We need that same kind of support for men who are in those kinds of situations. It's like so upsetting and just terrible. And that you can claim that someone raped you as a woman, that you can claim that someone raped you and basically destroy another person's life because the police are going to be more prone to believe the girl who's saying the guy raped her over the guy who's saying, no, I didn't rape that person. Anyway, I think I'm gonna have to do like a uh, put a timer down below so you guys can see where the story ended because it's over now. So if you decided to hop back into the video, thank you for returning. But I did put a timestamp. Just I am going to add a timestamp into that place because I do want to make sure that if you want to come back to this video, that you can come back to the video. But I am going to put a timestamp. But I'm going to go through some of the comments. So, this is the case where the breakup was better for the one receiving the message, really, rather than the breaker, because if this is her response to the situation, all the better she's out of his life. That's what I thought. Poor guy, but good for him that he got rid of her and didn't even have to do himself. The trash took itself out, as they say. Now he can find a partner that's actually supportive and less victim blaming. The only downside is that she's gonna run around telling everyone that he's a cheater when he got sexually assaulted. The fucking fuck, man. The boyfriend was basically raped by that hag. How's that betrayal of his part? Lots of stories on here of people dodging bullets, but this is the first time I've seen one from the bullet's perspective. What an asshole. I hope the ex-boyfriend is able to find healing for himself and people who will genuinely love him. What an awful experience. He was raped by her POS rapist friend and she breaks up with him? What the fuck? He didn't betray her, he was raped. She's horrible. He needs support and she deserves so much better for her. He deserves so much better than her. Didn't we do this same question a few days ago? We did? Not this post specifically, but I remember another where the girlfriend broke up with her boyfriend due to him cheating, and it was a coercion consent issue. If this was real, I'd feel sorry for the man. Wait, what? Why do you think it's not real? Okay, so I'm not going to be reading any more of the comments, so this is the place I'd recommend you jump back in because the story's over now and I'm done with the comments, and now we're going to be moving on to something hopefully better, but oh boy, okay. So this is kind of, it's definitely not what the last one was. It's but it kind of makes my blood boil, and you will see why in just a second. So, am I the asshole for not wanting my autistic son to use sign language anymore? Sorry, that was really important to include the autistic child part because, yeah. And now you'll understand why this makes me so frustrated. Okay, I know the title sounds weird, but please read the full thing before making any judgment. I mean, I'm gonna read the full thing, but I'm also gonna judge you because you sound like a dick. I, 37 female, have an autistic son, James, 6 male. When he was younger, about 1 to 2 years old, he didn't know how to communicate his needs well, so I decided to teach him ASL. I already knew sign language because my older brother was deaf. He has since passed, and my parents knew to teach me it. He caught on quickly and used sign language until he learned to speak and eventually started using both. He knows how to speak well and has a great vocabulary for his age, so it's not like he's mute. However, now he uses ASL more than verbally communicating, which was not my intention when I first started teaching him sign language. It was just something I wanted him to have knowledge on, so he could communicate when he was younger, and so he could communicate with people who need sign language. I tried to tell him that he needs to speak more instead of just signing, and that if he didn't, I would start not listening to him until he used his words. He cried and said that he feels happier signing than talking, and that talking often makes him feel tired and yucky. I said that he has to learn to adapt to the world around him, and a lot of people don't even know sign language, so he will have to speak more often when he's an adult. It also applies for any career he goes into. They're going to want someone who can talk. He cried some more and went to his dad. His dad told me that I should let him sign and that it's not hurting anyone, but he doesn't want to get entirely involved since this is between us. I want him to be able to adapt to the rest of the world, and honestly, I just don't want him to end up nonverbal. Am I the asshole? Ugh, okay. Please let your 6-year-old communicate how he wants to and feels most comfortable. He will naturally adapt as he moves more and more into the world outside your home as he gets older. Home and family should be the place where you are able to be yourself without judgments and demands to conform. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case in my house growing up when I was a child and and then a teenager. Like I only was able to start I only was able to start doing what I wanted to be able to do when I was about like first of all, when I was 17 and I actually got diagnosed with autism, but ever since then, yeah, pretty much. But at that point, he is using his words. As his mother, you need to encourage him to communicate how he feels comfortable, not you. As he gets older, has more interactions outside of the home, at school, playground, he will adapt and use vocal words. Until then, you should be advocating for him and his comfort. You're the asshole. My kids sign more than spoke until about 10. They are not on the spectrum, they just don't like to talk. And then and then OP tries to defend themselves, but it's not always about one's own comfort. He gets upset because I don't notice that he's signing and his teacher can't sign, so she never understands what he's saying. I just don't want him to grow up thinking the world will cater to him when in reality, most won't take him seriously if he's nonverbal and signing when he can actually talk. Edit to add, what if he regresses in terms of communication skills because he refuses to talk and would rather sign? Currently, you have a bilingual son who prefers to speak in his first language, sign language. Please stop making communicating more difficult for him than it already is. No, the world can't cater to him, but it can accommodate him. There is a difference. Just like deaf people have to use other options sometimes, written words, so too Willie has to use his voice. But let him converse comfortably with those who can understand sign. Explain to him that not everyone can sign, so he will still need his voice, but be a safe person for him to talk to. My boyfriend is autistic. The world never catered nor accommodated him, so now he has mental health struggles on top of his neurodiversity. Don't do that to your son. And then someone else says, he's 6, he's autistic. This makes it easier for him to be in a world that is set up for neurotypical people. If this helps him communicate, do it. The added stress and work of speech, feeling tired and yucky, likely makes him less communicative. You're going to miss out on so much of what he thinks and has to say if you force him to be verbal. I get your concern, I do, but this isn't a regression. Maybe set up some times where he can practice being verbal outside of social settings, so it's less stimulating, but he keeps the skills. And what if he regresses because you are forcing him to talk? Is he on an IEP, which is an individual education plan? It sounds like he should be. Ask for a speech language pathologist a couple times a week and a communication facilitator in the classroom. Hey, I think it is wonderful you taught him ASL. I'm sorry about your brother. Yeah, that part sucks. Like, it this is not a person that I would want to lose a family member. I don't know if I would wish that on anyone. You're you're the asshole. I'm autistic myself. I know the outside world is rough on us. The inside world doesn't have to be as well. Let your son communicate with you the way that works for him. Be the one place where he doesn't have to feel tired and yucky. Also, he's 6. Now is not the time to prepare him for a career. You're the asshole. The one place a child should feel safe and accommodated is their home. He will learn very quickly how much the world won't give a shit about him as a disabled person. He shouldn't have to force himself to speak to a parent. You can teach him ways to get your attention. If he's in school, then you need to work on getting accommodations for him, like an aide for the day, or see if his doctors would recommend speech therapy to teach him when he has to talk to people that aren't family. If he gets strong enough in ASL, that will be beneficial for him in the long run. People get paid a lot to be translators. That's so true. He could just be a sign language translator if that's something that he wants to do and that's something that he still is excited about when he's an adult and loves that. Yeah. You're the asshole in a huge way. For as long as your 6-year-old autistic son is communicating, using ASL is fine, should be condoned, and it would, in my humble opinion, be a majorly problematic at best move if you tried to make your son not use ASL anymore. And if you really will start to not listen to or respond to your son if he uses ASL, that would be hugely toxic and emotionally abusive on your part. How about respecting your son and accepting that speaking makes him feel overwhelmed and tired? Alright, there's a lot of stuff. Okay. Oh, I find this very sad. Please let your child communicate whatever way he feels comfortable. He said he's autistic. It seems to me you should be happy he communicates at all. He's told you that he's not comfortable when he has to talk out loud, and he's told you it makes him feel yucky, so let him sign. Yes, obviously the whole world doesn't sign back, but he'll learn that sometimes he has to use his words and sometimes he can sign. Don't be so hard-nosed about it. Ugh, you're the asshole. It's amazing that you accommodated your deaf sibling by learning ASL instead of refusing and demanding that they get an implant, but your own child needs to adapt. Way to tell your kid whose disabilities are more meaningful to you. Not only is that asshole behavior, it's absolutely abusive. Big, you're the asshole. He is 6. He has so many years before he is an adult. Let him sign if he prefers that, and let him use what he prefers with his family, who are where he learns to love himself. I have an Asperger's kid. He is now an adult and doing really well in life. I push mine hard, just push him to speak always as he signs. And this person also has negative karma, which makes sense. Yeah, he's getting downvoted for that, which he should be. I'm sorry, this is very upsetting. I've been trying to, but he will just give up entirely if I don't cater to him and let him sign. I've thought about ABA therapy for him, but there is nobody here who does it, and my husband thinks it wouldn't be healthy for him. Tell him he can sign but must also speak. It's non negotiable. He needs to understand that not everyone can do sign language. His voice is necessary as he grows older to avoid unnecessary drama in his life. He is testing the waters of defiance, super normal. At 8, mine once called me a murderer because I had to put down our 17-year-old dog. Linear thinking is a big issue for these kids, so think outside the box and explaining why his voice is so important. Okay, yeah. I don't know. It's all very upsetting. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so I'm about to go to the post, but the first comment under the r/ I'm the devil link says, no way this isn't a troll. Okay, let's see. Oh, okay, I have to go back now. Okay, yep. And okay, so it got removed from the Am I the Asshole subreddit. So the mods, luckily the mods on Am I the Devil repost everything in case the story gets deleted. So, am I the asshole for telling my brother he caused problems for me? 2 months ago, I, 30 female, started giving my son 10. KFC every night. Not because I'm too lazy to cook him dinner. I would love to give him home cooked dinners, but because I get so tired at the end of my workday and have no energy left. That's just not possible. Anyway, I had to leave on a 10-day trip for my friend's wedding and left my son with my brother, 28. When I came home, my son said he no longer wants KFC every night. He's constantly telling me my brother cooked dinner for him every day. He is demanding I saute broccoli for him. I told him the stuff is expensive and I don't have as much money as his uncle. Still he persisted, so I called my brother and told him he should have stuck to what the kid was used to and then he gave me problems to deal with. My brother just called me ungrateful and said I should try thinking about my son's health. Yeah, alright. I can see why. No way this isn't a troll. KFC every night would kill my bank account. Right? In what world is broccoli more expensive than KFC? She can't even keep her story straight. Is she too tired to look after her child's health or too poor? No way is KFC every day cheaper than a proper meal. And even a frozen meal is better than KFC on the daily. Also, she says not because she's too lazy or because she has no energy. So basically, she's too lazy. If the son is over, and then OP says, if the son is overweight, he could be bullied. It's not right, but that's unnecessary bullying. If he's a normal weight, excessive fast food consumption, in addition to contributing to being overweight, can lead to poor physical and mental health. Bad food affects the body negatively and could be why OOP is too tired to parent. I buy frozen broccoli for $2.74 at Walmart. It's way cheaper than pretty much any fast food place for the current year. I don't really eat fast food, so I am shocked the rare times I go and see those astronomical prices. It's $2.57 for a bag of fresh from Walmart. Throw it on an oven tray with olive oil and roast it while you shower. I like mine with garlic and salt and pepper and shredded parmesan, but you don't need all that. It is not cheaper to serve KFC than it is to buy broccoli. Hell, buy a frozen bag for $3. Surprise, surprise, it was a troll, and that's probably why it got removed. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay. So, oh, all right. So this is called Mommy Won't Let Me Spend Over $200 a Day, which is the title of the person who we posted this on r/mi the devil gave it. It wasn't the real title, obviously, but okay, the real title is My Mother Put a Spending Limit on My Card Without Telling Me. My mother set up my card for me a few months ago, and for the past few months it has randomly been declining in store and online, and I couldn't figure out why because even when I used my actual card in the store, it would decline even though I had enough in my account. I told my mother about it, and she acted like she didn't know what was wrong with it, so I thought my card was broken. It declined again today, and it pissed me off, so I went to the bank and asked someone why my card kept declining, and he told me that there was a $200 a day spending limit on it. So I went through like 3 months of my card randomly declining in public, which is humiliating, and me thinking my card was broken, and the whole time my mother knew why and didn't say. Yes, edit, I'm 18, and yes, I got the limit changed at the bank. It's deleted now, but it's advanced again, whatever the fuck that means. What are they buying that surpasses the $200 limit anyway? Also ironic that they posted to r/entitled people. It's almost like they're calling themselves out. Also, this is advanced. I should have figured. That's what I want to know. I work full time and I couldn't do that. Oh my god, it's advanced again. This explains so much. Given he also posts a lot about a mobile gacha game, that $200 a day limit is a goddamn good thing. Nobody needs to wail harder than that, not even if your name is Jeff Bezos. What is he buying for $200 a day? Okay, now I'm at the actual post, which is in r/entitled people, like they said. And I'm going to read the comments here. It's advanced again, and I can understand why his mom would put a limit on his daily spending, because he's the entitled whiny dude who wants his sister and her baby tossed out of the parents' house, wrecked 2 cars, wanted to swat his parents, gets fired from jobs for not showing up, and has a genuinely unreal view of life. The best thing about this comment is watching OP double down and trying to prove he is right, but is only proving the accuracy of this comment. So basically, we have an entitled person posting in r/entitled people. Entitleception. An entitled lasagna. Don't insult lasagna. Why a lasagna and not a legume? Entitled legume. Why not parfait? Everyone loves parfait. What about onions? Onions have layers, and just like that, it's Shrek. Ogres are like onions. Perfect reference. He also has complained that he doesn't know how to not spend his entire paycheck the moment he gets it. Alright. Including starting a GoFundMe for a new religion he can't describe, but assures everyone will go worldwide shortly. Oh boy. The fact that it's their card seems to fly right past you. Okay? And that person's getting down votes for obvious reasons. If he's an adult, she doesn't have the right to limit his pending of the money. You need to read his past posts under r/advanced before you make a judgment like this. He lives with his parents, has two cars they bought him, wants his sister and her baby tossed out of the home, spends the money he earns as soon as he gets it, wanted to swat his parents, and I could go on. He could try and go and get a credit card on his own as an adult, but I doubt he'd qualify. Yeah, but you know what adults do: pay rent, buy groceries, cook, clean, wipe their own asses. You think this Muppet does any of those things? Adult? Yeah, okay. Like, what do adults do? Yeah, okay. Look, I do all that shit. Even when I'm living with my mom, like, I'm paying her rent. I paid her rent for June, I paid her rent for July, I'm going to pay her rent for August. Like, yeah, I'm living here, but I pay for my own shit, and I handle my own shit, and I still, like, I have my pets that I take care of too. I mean, my mom did have to help me set the tank, so sorry, mom. But like, yeah, look, I'm making a point. I I like clean up stuff whenever I'm done in the kitchen. And I run the dishwasher and I wash my own dishes and I blah blah blah. Okay. Like, yeah. Okay. mm, all right. Hang on, I'm going back. Okay. This might be the guy, like the OP. Hang on. Oh, it's from a deleted account though. Okay. Alright. Anyway, someone says they have 379 downvotes, and they said, um, first of all, no, and secondly, gets fired from jobs for not showing up. Got fired from a job for being late a few times. FTFY. I have no idea what that means. Got fired from a job for being late a few times. That is called not showing up, and getting fired is the known consequence of it. But I did show up, just not on time. There's a difference between being late and not showing up at all. I didn't just not turn up for work. Oh, okay. I think this is the OP, maybe just on a different account. But anyway, I didn't just not turn up for work. No, you did not show up when they scheduled you. They scheduled you when they needed you. It does not matter if you walked in later. You didn't show up when they needed you. You didn't show up. Grow up. I started at 5 and the restaurant opened at 5. I showed up at maybe 5:15. The restaurant didn't start to get busy until around 5:30, 6 o'clock. So technically they didn't need me at 5. Okay. You don't get to decide when they need you. They were right to fire you. You a useless ass. I know I was in the wrong and they were right to fire me. I'm just explaining that was how I thought of it. I show up early to my current job. I know I was in the wrong. No, you don't, because you're still arguing about it. Then why are you still talking about this? I'm and another person says, I started at 5 and the restaurant opened at 5. I showed up at maybe 5:15. The restaurant didn't start to get busy around until around 5:30 to 6. So technically they didn't need me at 5. Dude, you lie so much that it's really hard to believe you. You were complaining about how your therapist, who you had seen only 2 times, was usually late, but couldn't even give an estimate of how late she was despite your appointments being less than a month old. Now you want to claim remember you were only 15 minutes late at a job you haven't had for many months, despite the fact you refused to answer exactly how late you were when asked about it previously, when you had to ask if it was normal to be fired for consistently not showing up on time. LOL, keep posting here because you genuinely belong here. The real world is gonna wreck you over the next few years. I'm genuinely looking forward to watching LMFAO. I can't wait for all of these posts. And someone replies he turns up in r/am I the devil a lot. Okay. I'm actually curious, so I'm gonna look at this person's profile and see what they've got because I'm genuinely curious. Okay, let's see. Advan Okay, this person says starting my own religion. And by the way, I have to mention this, one of the usernames, I don't usually share usernames, but one of the usernames that was in one of the comments was called Writing is Freedom, and I love that. Okay. Anyway, okay. Starting my own religion. My mother put a spending limit on my card without telling me. Oh my God, there's so much going on. How do you stay awake? Okay. I am super curious. Let's see. What the fuck? How can I experience something potentially traumatic? Dear Lord. Okay. R/morbid questions. So this is the guy. This is the same person who posted my mom put a $200 spending limit on my card, and I'm gonna just go through his profile and read some posts because that's another thing we love doing. We love finding some person and then just going through their amazing, insane posts. Does anyone else think about doing this? I'm not suicidal, but sometimes I want to do it just so my parents will feel bad for not taking me seriously. Or sometimes I think about writing a suicide note with certain names on it to make them feel guilty. And when I'm in work, I think about stabbing myself or cutting my arm open just to see how everyone would react. Like I just want to get into a car accident or something so people will feel bad for me. Mm, okay. On the one hand, I kind of feel for this person because, yeah, it feels like they've experienced some stuff, but on the other hand, like, I'm not entirely sure that that's the case. I'm not gonna, like, accuse anyone of, oh, well, you haven't experienced any actual abuse, but I don't know. It sounds like you've experienced some emotional neglect and you want to know, and you just want to know that someone cares about you. I can relate. Though when in this headspace, I tend to actually be suicidal, but I get it. I've written suicide notes addressing certain people specifically because I wanted to hurt them because they had hurt me so much. I'm fantasized about getting into some sort of accident, thinking about how people would react. I don't really have any advice, but just know you're not alone in this. I mean, I kind of have those thoughts sometimes too, but then I'm like, well, yeah, but that's super fucked up, and I'm not gonna do that. And I mean, I could mention my dad in my suicide note, but like, what's that gonna do? It's not like he's gonna care. Bleh. Oh my gosh. Okay, hang on. Let's see. I'm curious. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. This person made a post that and the title is This is Unacceptable. What are you, lemon crab? Okay, the message says nobody wants to be a part of your cult. You may just be the dumbest person I've ever had the displeasure of seeing on Reddit and Facebook. Blank. Take this GoFundMe down immediately, or it will be reported to the authorities for fraud. I'll also be letting your parents know of your attempt to scam innocent people of their money. I can't imagine they will appreciate this and will most likely kick you out of your home. End of message. Okay, so it looks like this person got a message. Is this message abusive? Please let us know. He's probably gonna say yes because, I mean, it's literally not abusive, but he'll probably say it is. You are receiving this email because you have a GoFundMe account. I woke up this morning to an email which I thought was going to be a nice message from someone saying how they support everything I'm doing and maybe a donation to my GoFundMe, and instead I get this abusive message which not only insults me but also threatens me. I'm pretty sure I know who sent it and they're probably on this subreddit and will see this, so I just want to tell that person that I will be reporting this, and to everyone reading this, do not send messages like this. Okay. Anyway, so one of the commenters from the other post that we already read is back, and he says, or they say, I woke up this morning to an email which I thought was going to be a nice message from someone saying blah 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 blah. Do not send messages like this. Why would you think someone would send you a nice message and a donation? You yourself refuse to spend your own money on your religion. You've not made any attempt to articulate what your religion is, what its belief system entails, what its core tenets are, etc. And given what you are likely to spend the proceeds on, it is indeed fraudulent. This is just okay. Reporting the message for what exactly? Pointing out a scam you're trying and failing to run. Why is this unacceptable? Because you are afraid that your terrible get rich quick scheme isn't going to pan out? And someone says, I'm still supporting. Okay. Okay, let's see this post. Tales from your server. How do you stay awake? I can barely keep my eyes open during some shifts. Like today, I could barely walk straight and was walking into shit and just stumbling around like an R word. I think it's something in the air about how do you stay awake. I'm not sober, but it shouldn't be that hard to stay awake. I feel dead. Less drugs and more sleep would probably help. I can barely keep my eyes open during some blah 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 blah. So if it was something in the air, you wouldn't be the only one affected. Maybe your lack of sobriety has something to do with your mental state. I remember my first day. I remember my first beer, and then someone says no, and then OP says no, I don't drink. You said I'm not sober. Whatever you took, don't take so much. It's affecting you. If you're smoking herb, it still took me a couple weeks to be able to smoke before work and still function properly. Your use of the R word that offends disabled people, that's why I didn't read it. It's not the best thing you could have said, but being drunk slash hungover is the answer as to why you can't stay awake. Look at the kid's post history. He's a train wreck. I bet I see a ton of posts like that each week, so it's not surprising to me. I'm not sober. Checks out. Maybe that's the answer to a mystery, dumb fuck. Step 1, don't go to work fucked up. That should solve most of your problems, and if that doesn't, step 2, quit staying up so late. 3, fuel yourself in the morning and have a coffee or something. 4, try not going to work anything but sober. Don't go to work on drugs. Yeah. Kid posted r/Minecraft builds. Probably why he can't keep a job because this is what he spends his time doing. And I'm not hating on anyone who plays Minecraft or like builds elaborate things, but you have to actually, show up to your job when you say you're gonna. My manager put me on a shift without telling me. And this one was also posted to r/entitled people. This guy has an opinion of himself, it seems. I got woken up this morning by a call from my coworker telling me that I was meant to be into work 45 minutes ago. So essentially, my manager is brain dead and didn't ask me if I was available or not, and just put me on a shift because she felt like it. I only work Friday, Saturday, Sunday for a reason, and I specifically told them that when I started, but no, they decided to schedule me in for some random Monday without asking beforehand. So I had to get out of bed, get ready in like 5 minutes, and get someone to leave me there, which is a 25-minute drive. So I was like 1.5 hours late, all because of my manager. Granted, I probably should have checked the schedule, but I just assume I'm on every Friday to Sunday at the same time, so I kind of stopped checking. So maybe it's 5% my fault, but what kind of dickhead doesn't even check if someone can work a day? They never normally work. Like, I have 4 managers, and I don't even know who my boss is, but not even one of them asked. Edit, another reason I was caught off guard was because they actually did ask me if I could work a Monday before, but they asked the night before and I said no, so I just assumed if they ever needed me during the week, they would at least ask first, but apparently not. Should have refused to go in, stating, I've made my availability clear. If you choose to ignore that, well, it's not my issue to fix. See you on Friday. Yeah. Yep, now you set a precedent, and now they will think they can call you in on Mondays from now on. I won't be surprised if they tried to call you in on other days now too. Agreed. Now OP needs to find another job. They violated the cardinal rule of not giving into the whims of management when it comes to schedules. They'll say you've done it before. Yeah, that's just unfortunate. Like, this is one of the situations where I can actually side with the person. I would have just not gone in. Just state that your availability is Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and since it is not any of those three, you would not be there. If they need coverage, they can get the person who stuffed up their roster to work it. There you go. It needs to become their problem. They need to work the shift. It's the only way to improve. My manager tried to do that to me once, only once because it was outside my availability for a reason, so I told her that no, I was not coming in, and I will not be checking the schedule constantly to see if she added me for some random shift on a day that's blacklisted for me. She gave me shit shifts the rest of the summer that year, but never tried to schedule me outside my availability again. My boss knows I'm not even answering the phone when I see a work number. My time off is my time off. If you've incorrectly rostered me for something, that's not my mistake. Literally me, I let all work calls go to voicemail when I'm not at work. I'll listen to their message and decide if it's worth responding to. Lack of planning on their part is not an emergency on your part. I told you I can't come in today. You should not have scheduled me. Restaurant and retail managers seem to always do this. It is absolutely maddening. Ask your availability and then schedule you regardless. When you point it out to them, you get the shoulder shrug and are told to post the shift and see if someone picks it up. When I was still in school, I had asked for the week of my finals off. I submitted the request 3 months in advance and continued to check to make sure it was still on the availability calendar. I was working the Saturday before the week I'd asked off for and saw that I had been scheduled to work 5 straight days. I asked the manager what gives. I asked for the week off months ago. She told me that there was no guarantee I would get those days off. It was just a request. I looked at her and took my apron, hat, and store shirt off, had a t-shirt underneath. Thanks for clarifying that. Told her goodbye and walked out the door. One of my coworkers said that she was in shock and repeatedly said she never thought I would quit. I was a crew chief, so she assumed that I would just make it work as I had done in the past. The senior manager and the regional manager both called me trying to get me to come back. I refused to take their calls or respond to messages. Disrespect me once, shame on you. Give you the opportunity to do it again, shame on me. She's got it backwards. It wasn't just a request, it was a notification. I'm not asking you if I can be off, I'm telling you I will be off. Yeah, this was the fabulous advice I was given when I needed a day off for a funeral. You're not asking, you're informing, because you're a goddamned adult. Polite but firm. Alright. And, restaurant and retail managers, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah. And then, OP responds to that, yeah, I work in a restaurant. You know that your Mondays are going to be scheduled all the time now that you went once. Oof. That is just so disappointing. Well, now that they've proven it works out for them, expect a lot more of it. And someone else says, looks like you work Friday to Monday now. And I just want to say one of the commenters is called Helpful Idiot. Thank you. Alright. Let's see. Hmm. Alright. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here. But let's see. R slash stoicism. My girlfriend broke up with me. Your life is not over. You are absolutely right that it's as good a time as ever to become a better person, especially if she left because of something you did wrong. What were you honest with her about? That is very loud. That is loud. Can you quiet down? Tucker, I'm recording, okay? What were you honest with her about? I told her I wasn't over my ex. Then it sounds like really it was pretty mutual. To apply stoicism, you should be aiming to control your feelings about your ex, reminding yourself that your time together was good but is now over. Similarly, Stoics would detest those thoughts that your life is now over because one bad thing happened to you. The goal is to become at peace with whatever may happen and not let yourself reach those emotional pits and peaks. You still have your tomorrow, and if that doesn't go well, then you still have the next day. It's going to be okay. Find some time today to meditate on things and decide where you will go from here. I can't win, my life is over. Stoicism teaches us to question thoughts like that. Is it true? Is it logical? Do people's lives end with their relationships? Does the end of a relationship really mean you can't win? I say I can't win because I thought I did a good thing by being honest, and it still ended badly, so maybe it would have been better to lie. Give yourself credit for not misleading her. Mm. That happened to me once. I tried to be honest, and the person just started, like, yelling at me, and, like, all of that. Like, and I was like, okay, do you want me to lie? And then they said no, and I was like, okay, well, I'm telling you the truth, and you're angry with me for some reason. I don't know. Anyway, let's see. R slash advanced freedom. R slash advanced freedom, and the title is GoFundMe, so hello. Oh, it's tagged as important. Of course it is. Hello, I have finally set up a GoFundMe and I am now accepting donations. Please feel free to donate and spread the word. I appreciate all the support. Here's the link. Let's see what this is. Faith is important. He has a $1,000 goal. Bro, I don't think that's gonna happen. And tagged is a video titled Faith is Important by someone named Joyce. Hello, this GoFundMe is help to help gain money to help our new religion grow and build a bigger community. I hope to eventually have churches built sometime in the future in Canada. Please stay away from us. France and the UK. Please, please don't. Please, please don't. Give $20 and be a founding donor. No fucking thanks. Okay. And yeah, he hasn't raised any money. Gee, I wonder why. Dude, fuck off with this cult shit. You're not nearly charismatic or smart enough to be a cult leader. Most rejected his message. What's the money being used for? I don't think you're going to get an answer for that. Silence is most definitely an answer, and the beautiful part is, he has no option but to provide it. Ryan is using the money to start his cult. This is not a joke. I disagree. The $0 raised is definitely a joke, and a hilarious one. I just checked, it's still at $0, and that was posted 1 day ago. Okay. To get it started. That's the only answer that he gives. What does that entail? Smoking weed. Okay, so he just wants $1,000 for a pot. That's it. Great. Um, Smoking weed. I sense that you're going to receive a ton of financial support. Very well thought out plan. Nah, dude, I was joking, but for real, I'm gonna be making information leaflets and a bunch of other shit that I've thought of. How about posting the information on a free forum, like, I don't know, a subreddit dedicated to your religion? I wasn't actually joking, but since my cult is turning against me, I am now officially joking. Ha ha ha, it's so funny, guys. Making informational information, ha ha ha. Still waiting on a single thing you need the money for that you cannot do right now for free. Like he said, smoking pot. Pot ain't free. Vanced, no one is going to donate to your cult. LMAO. Did you get Joyce Meyer's permission to use her video as advertising for your religion's GoFundMe? Religion is in quotations because, obviously. Dude, you gotta be honest with your FinDom, which is financial domination kink, before expecting folks to be your pay pigs. I am being honest. So you're going to use the money to smoke weed? Because that is what you said in another comment. There's still no indication on what word or information you're trying to spread. Just a whole lot of nonsense and excuses. Nobody is going to take this seriously. You know that, right? This is absolutely hilarious. Oh gosh. Okay, stupid questions. Wow, you certainly posted this in the right place. The question is, how much cocaine is a safe amount to do occasionally? What? Okay, first of all, none. But also, okay, yeah, none. None is a safe amount to do occasionally because man, you can easily become addicted. Okay, every time you do cocaine or any other type of drug, there is a risk of becoming addicted. Just like when you drink alcohol. Like when you drink alcohol, there is a risk of becoming addicted, and every time you drink it, there's yeah, okay. For everyone else, none. For you, all you can sniff. Okay. Zero. Yeah, exactly. None. Looks like no one in here does coke. I wouldn't do more than 1.5 grams in 2 hours. I guess that person's experienced with drugs and they're admitting it on a public forum on the internet where they can be tracked by the cops. I mean, I don't expect the cops to just go after random people, be like, "Oh, you posted on an internet forum that you did drugs. I'm gonna go arrest you now." But like, I mean, you're just gonna admit to that online. Okay, I don't know. I just find it interesting. Like, it all depends on you. I haven't partied in many years, but when I did, I'd go through quite a lot sometimes. I wouldn't suggest it because addiction is easy, exactly. And I've heard about fentanyl cut in. I mean, I'm not sure what that is, but I'm sure that's also a very dangerous drug. Non classic Vance question. Ugh. He's attempting to calm farm for sure. That's why he's only posting and not making comments. That's why he's only posting and not making comments out of fear of people downvoting all his nonsense. Edit their Vance edited it so you can understand better. The whole point of karma farming is to gain karma. How am I gaining karma from this post if it's downvoted? Think about that. And I gave him the only downvote on that comment because it's not downvoted. I'll take none for $500, Alex. That is perfect. Okay, we might just go through a couple. Okay, about a belly button full. That's an odd unit of measurement. What if they have an outie belly button? Okay, dear Lord. Sorry, that wasn't my nightly prayers. I'm just like, I had a popcorn kernel stuck in my teeth and I just got it out because I was at the movies today, earlier. Anyway, I think we're gonna go through a couple more of these posts because what the fuck is up with this guy? But I'm definitely gonna save his page. Send a message, add to custom feed, block report profile. No, okay. I mean, I can always come back to this guy's profile. Alright, well, I'm gonna go through a couple more. Mm, okay. Oh my gosh. Okay, r slash congrats like I'm five is the subreddit. I stopped myself from throwing my phone against a wall. Managed to cope with something difficult. Oh, this is actually subreddit looks fun. Like the subreddit looks cool. Um, it looks like the kind of thing that I could use when I'm like having a bad day and I managed to cope or whatever. But anyway, I lost in a game, which is why I broke my last phone. But this time, instead of smashing it against a wall, I held back and threw it onto my bed instead. So I still threw it, but it wasn't hard enough to cause any damage, so I saved money. I feel like, maybe instead of that, you could, not that this isn't good, but you could realize that it's a game, but a new cell phone is like $1,000. So, quid pro quo? Maybe, sorry, I don't know why I said that. But, maybe, okay. A plus for risk reduction. It can be so hard to get control of anger. Good job. Learning to redirect is the first step. I got my anger slash rage from my parents and growing up in an abusive home. People don't get it unless they've had it themselves. Plenty of people make it to adulthood without having emotional management being demonstrated in their home environment. Or with anger feeling like the only self protective method that is available to them. I started working on my anger bit by bit, but including figuring out how to hold it in and redirect later, channel it into activities and self talk slash breath work. I've found channeling my excess energy to be most effective long term, but the journey starts with redirecting and mindfulness when you feel ready or able to engage with it. Helps once you are practiced enough at redirecting. Do you work out or do any sports? That helped me a lot with channeling my energy and helps me feel calmer in general. I definitely need the other skills though. Phones are expensive. You can't let your emotions get the best of you. Exactly. Losing games is the only way to get better. Fix your mindset around gaming. Don't be toxic. Yeah. I've been there and I'm proud of you. It's very hard to stop yourself when you're that angry, and I'm proud of you for taking the step to realize that you were getting out of control. The more you do it, the easier it gets. Reminds me of when Bojack was really tired on the hill and in Bojack Horseman, and then the monkey goes by and he stops and he's like, it gets easier every day that you do it, but you got to do it every day. That's the thing. Yeah. So anyway, oh boy, and then the whole thing. R slash advanced freedom. So this is, I think, about his religion again. Does anyone want to become a moderator? And all these posts are marked as important because, it's important. Since Drew is gone, I'm looking for a new moderator. If you're interested, let me know. What happened to Drew? I thought you were his best man. Unfortunately, his account got banned. That's unfortunate. He was a true freedomite. He admitted to me that he is the reason Drew was banned. He deleted the comments within minutes of doing so, but you can find them elsewhere. Drew deserves better than that. I am not a Reddit admin. How can I be the reason he was banned? I am not a Reddit admin. How can I be the reason he was banned? You tell me. No one knew Drew was banned before you told me. And if you report someone enough, like if you're concerned for their mental well being, or pretending to be to get them off your subreddit because they are no longer speaking to you, then it's pretty easy for one person to ban another, Reddit admin or not. You tattle reported him so much that he was banned despite you being worse. That's what I think happened. I can show you my inbox messages. If you report someone, you get a notification about if they found anything or not. And I don't have any because I didn't report him. And even if I did, it wouldn't have gotten him banned, just like he didn't break. It wouldn't have gotten him banned because he didn't break any rules. Just like how Global has apparently reported me a million times and I'm still here because I haven't broken any rules. You clearly don't know how Reddit works, lol. They don't just ban people for no reason, just because someone reported them a few dozen times. You can literally get banned for abusing the report button. I can show you my inbox messages, blah 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 blah. One Googling showed me how someone can delete their Reddit messages, and you're apparently skilled enough at making fake screenshots that an ex of yours got harassed to the point of attempted suicide, so you could very well be making false reports using doctored screenshots. And if hilarious to hear you telling me I don't know how Reddit works, when you still haven't grasped the concept that just because you delete your comments and posts, that doesn't mean we can't still find and read them. Okay, then, do you want a video of me scrolling through it? Lol, I can't edit videos. And I'm not talking about chat, I mean where you can delete messages on that. I'm talking about this. I don't need a video. You already admitted in your deleted comments to me that he was banned and that was the thing you felt bad about. However it happened, you're saying that proves you're responsible for why it happened, whether you want to be honest and admit it here or not. Alright. I cannot permanently ban someone from Reddit because I am not a Reddit admin. Do you know how this works? Moderators cannot give out site-wide permanent bans. Okay. Yeah, I know I really liked him. It's a shame. Yet you manipulated him and gaslighted him into working with your cult. The man was in pain and you took advantage of it. Congratulations, you're a real asshole for that, Vance. Exactly. Yeah, this guy just seems crazy. Kind of reminds me of Nathaniel in a way because he's like doing drugs and acting crazy and what the fuck is going on and I don't know. Anyway, okay, let's see what we've got. Looks like this guy posted it to his to nothing. What? Okay, I don't know. There's no subreddit listed, so let's just read this. Don't do this. Don't make up stuff about me. It's damaging to my mental health because it makes me look bad, and it's ruining my life. So it would be great if everyone could maybe not do this, especially Global, who has made over 100 accounts in the past year to harass me with, which is far more concerning than anything I have ever done. So once again, I would greatly appreciate it if everyone could not do this. Blah blah blah. They've had to make over 100 accounts because you keep blocking them. And why do you block them when all they've ever done is tell others the truth about you and your actions? No one is making stuff up about you, Vance. We have proof of everything you've done, and people aren't going to forget or let you get away with lying to people who don't know better. This is all no one's fault but your own. And no, what telling people what you've done and holding you accountable is not stalking. You're an adult, Vance. Time to wake up and realize that your actions have consequences. You aren't above anyone, you aren't worth envying, and your cult is a joke. You're just a sad, inconsiderate young man with dreadfully low self esteem who is in the process of getting a swift kick in the pants from the universe. Edit, I never diagnose someone via the internet because that's not my style, but the next time you get a therapist, if you ever get a therapist that you actually put the work in with, I'd ask them about this. And he sends a article to sign what looks like a Signs of a Vulnerable Narcissist article, which makes sense because this guy reminds me a lot of my dad. Damn, you read him to filth. I poured all my disappointment into it, so I'm glad you think it came through okay. It won't do any good though, since Vance won't improve until he sees a reason to. And with his current mindset, that's not going to happen. Blah blah blah. Far more concerning than everything you have ever done. You once created fake screenshots to make it look like a girl had said racist things. Then you spread those screenshots and the girl tried to commit suicide. This is in stark contrast to the stuff supposedly being made up about you, most of which contains at least a kernel of truth in it. Advanced, nobody is making stuff up making stuff up about you, lol. Stop saying that kind of shit to feed your psychotic delusions. If you want your mental health to improve, then get the fuck off Reddit indefinitely and seek a therapist like a normal person would. Fucking hell. Vance, if you want to improve your mental health, get the hell off the internet. Okay, it'd help if you listed what the lies are so people can separate fact from fiction. Okay, let's see. No problem. One, I totaled two cars. I only crashed one. Two, I'm a pedophile who has been grooming my sister, who has been grooming my girlfriend since she was 13. A 15-year-old can't groom a 13-year-old. Yes, they can. And that doesn't make me a pedophile because teenagers can't be three. I hate women and go out of my way to get them banned and not men. I don't hate women and only got one person banned because they doxed me and it just happened to be a woman. I'm homophobic. I'm bi. I made a false CPS report about my sister. Didn't happen. I'm sure I could find more, but those are just a few I could think of off the top of my head. This is a comment Vance made to me after I asked him that same question on a different thread. He seems to only have totaled one car, though the other did have damage. The rest are pretty easy to prove, though the hating women thing might be a tad off, only because Vance seems to hate everyone who isn't him, regardless of gender. And while it seems he didn't go through with reporting his sister to CPS, he very much wanted to because he hates her and would like to cause her as much suffering as possible, it would seem. I honestly think one of the worst is accepting the honor of being best man to a mentally unwell person who isn't engaged, whose ex girlfriend dumped him upon proposal at 19. There is no engagement, there is no partnership. He's single. The delusion is outrageous. It's very clear in hindsight that someone else was someone who Vance was able to manipulate very well. He was immensely struggling with clear psychosis, and I genuinely feel that Vance took advantage of his instability to try and get him on board with this religion. And now the other person has been chased off. I spoke with him before he deleted his account. He definitely needed major help, but I didn't notice any malice to what he did or said. I hope that now that he's not here, with Vance whispering in his ear, he can maybe get some of the help he seriously needs. Vance and the other guy both seem to like Dick, so I'm sure there's more to their relationship than meets the eye. And then the OP responded saying, "If you're jealous, just say so." So very. Nobody's making things up about you. It's all on Reddit for all to see. All right. This is ridiculous. Okay. Let's see. All right. Let's see, r/casual conversation. How are toddlers real? My niece is one, and I was watching her play with a dollhouse, and she was actually speaking English and acting out stuff. And I just clocked that she's actually real. It's crazy. How does she even know English? She knows what things are called and stuff, but she's actually smart. I was just sitting there thinking about how she's an actual person, like she laughs and stuff. I just think it's insane. And then someone else sends the link to an article. You already posted this once, Vance. What good is reposting it again? It amazes me that they can't get really upset at something and then in a short time seem to totally forget about it, as opposed to adults that can't move on. It's obvious she isn't real. It's an alien cosplaying as a child to to trick your feeble human mind while it's on vacation. You should kill it immediately by feeding it chocolate chip cookies and other sweet things. Sugar is poison to them. Dude, don't say that. He might take it seriously. Okay. I don't know what's going on. Okay. How many hours before work should I call in sick? Uh, are you sick now? Why not call in now and give your manager the maximum possible amount of time to adjust for your absence? And then, because I haven't decided yet, if you're making this post, you already decided, lol. Just call in. So you're not actually sick then? If you're sick, it's your responsibility to not be passing anything on to your coworkers or guests. Therefore, you should be notifying your manager as soon as possible so they can find someone to cover you if needed, like the commenter said above. Every time I've been sick and called off of work, I've been told I have to come in anyways, unless I find someone to cover my shift. At every restaurant I've ever worked at, this has happened. I know this is a common thing too, because a lot of servers I know have gone through the same. Managers in restaurants usually want you to come in, even if you're sick, and they don't really care. It's 9:30, so of course he's running on his wheel because he's nocturnal. It is a little loud. Tucker, can you guys even hear that? Anyway, Managers at restaurants usually want you to come in even if they're sick, and they don't really care. Maybe OP is just trying to decide if they can push through to not have to deal with manager BS or feeling guilty for not coming in. Sick is sick. There was no discussion about it. You are merely informing them that you are not going to show up. Okay, but like I just said, sometimes it's not that simple because you have to be worried about how the manager will react. Well, no. I wouldn't worry about it because I would just be like, okay, well, too bad. It's not like I can just make myself feel better. Like, it's not like I can just magically make myself feel better and come into work. And there were actually a couple of hilarious stories on malicious compliance about people who, like, came into work and just ended up throwing up all over the place because the manager was insistent. And there was a hilarious story as well about someone who had a manager who they said they were super sick and they were like having terrible diarrhea. And their manager was like, well, you have to prove it. So then they took a picture of the diarrhea inside the toilet or like a video or something. And like also a picture of the toilet paper with the poop all over it. And it was hilarious. They didn't show the pictures, obviously, in the video, but like, it was fucking funny. Because, yeah, okay, you asked me to prove it, so here's my shit. Enjoy my poop. Anyway, and then the OP says, I think I'll go in. I just have a cold and a sore throat. Thanks for getting everyone else sick. Would you rather me get beat by my parents? What the fuck? Okay. I don't think that's real. I mean, if it is real, it fucking sucks. But if it is real, it's not real. Okay, look, I know it's kind of like you don't want to just say, "Oh, your parents aren't really beating you." That's a bunch of BS. You're obviously just lying. But oh my god. Okay, don't pull this guilt trip bullshit card. Well, now that somebody else said it, I actually feel safer saying it. I'm not guilt tripping. It's reality. Maybe after he's done beating you, you can beg for more money to get your religion off the ground. Hey, so you're saying we should call CPS and report your parents, like you desperately wanted to do about your sister slash niece? You literally quite are guilt tripping, my man. Guilt tripping. If your parents were going to beat you, they would beat you for starting a cult as an excuse to beg for money on the internet to buy drugs, or for crashing their car because you were driving under the influence. It's not reality, Ryan. It's lies. You haven't decided whether or not you're sick. Are you lying again, Ryan? Nope, 1 hour is not enough. Check out the employee handbook that everyone throws away. Okay. I don't know. Boop, 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 boop. Alright, I don't know. Okay, no, I'd fire you for that. Alright, I don't know. Whatever. I'm gonna go look for more stories from this guy because I want to. Oh gosh. Okay, more posts from Advanced Freedom. I have to keep reading these. This one is not marked as important for some reason. Okay, a message to everyone. Stop trying to ruin this. Spreading rumors is insanely childish and doesn't do anyone any good. People are trying to turn us against each other for whatever reason, but I'm just letting everyone know that this is something we are both passionate about. So no matter what BS people make up, we will just be ignoring it and continuing to grow our community. I doubt that because you don't have any money, you don't have any followers, you don't have anyone that cares, and people are telling the truth. For what feels like the thousandth time, no one is spreading rumors. People deserve to know the truth about you before they commit their time and money to your religion, especially when the rumors are factual things you've done. Stop trying to hide from the truth like a coward. None of us have forgotten what you've done, and we all have the proof. You banning people for telling the truth about you only makes you look guilty and scared. I need to repent. I just did something I feel really bad about. This entire religion was something really bad you did. What else could you possibly have done? And how is telling me going to let you repent? And then he says, guess what? You didn't repent and you no longer feel bad? Oh, Drew asked me to be his best man at his wedding. Okay. And then, don't care, not my business. Congratulations on manipulating someone in psychosis. Ugh. You aren't happy for me? No, I'm not. I'm ashamed of you and disgusted by what you've done to someone in a vulnerable state. Yeah. Are you going to fly in for his wedding? Yes. Are you going to pay for the ticket with stolen money? Congratulations, it's going to be expensive, but you'll have a great time. I can't tell if that is sarcastic or not. I really hope it is. Thanks. What do you want to repent and feel really bad about? Repent offline. King Nobody and his faithful followers. What the fuck is going on? Oh boy. Okay, how do I convince my parents to lend me money to fund a project I'm working on? I originally posted this to a different sub, but I feel like this is more fitting. I'm 18, and I've been working along with someone else to start a sort of community so that like-minded people can connect with each other. I'm from France, but I've been living in Toronto for most of my life. Oh no. Oh no, he's from my city. Oh no. Oh no. I have to move, you guys. I have to move. I have to. Tucker, we're moving far away. I originally posted this to a different sub, blah, blah, blah. I'm living in Toronto for most of my life, and eventually I do want this to go worldwide, but mainly in Canada, France, and the UK. And I obviously don't have enough money to fund the construction of churches, but I need some money to get everything started, so I was thinking of asking my dad for some, but he'll probably think it sounds insane or something, because it does sound like I want to start a cult, but that's the opposite of what I want to do. What the fuck? You're right, it does sound like you're trying to start a cult. You probably need to work on your pitch a little, because it sounds explicitly culty and definitely not the opposite of a cult. A project doesn't quite convey the fact that you want to build churches for a community that is definitely not a cult. Why would you realistically expect your father to want to fund this venture? Edit. But seriously though, why do you think your father or anyone else would actually want to fund you and your buddy's startup scheme? You must have reasons to think that they would, so what are they? You get that the name Advanced Freedom is the wankiest of names you could possibly think of, right? It sounds like an Always Sunny in Philadelphia bit where you would have congregants sip from the communal fight milk cup. Wait a second. And then someone sends a link and says, oh boy. Yeah, if you have to threaten people with the banhammer if they call it a cult, it's probably a cult. I hope Dad has the sense to walk away from this insanity. If it was a true religion, it would never be paid back. Religions only make money when when you're doing something wrong, like it's a cult. Okay. Let's see what this is. Welcome, this is a new religion founded. Oh my god, he made the subreddit. That's why. Okay. It makes sense. All right. Welcome. This is a new religion funded by myself and someone else, and our main goal is to spread our message along with enlightenment. I almost read that as entitlement, which is true. This is something I've always wanted to do, and I'm glad to have found someone who shares the same beliefs and values as me. Please read the rules before posting, and remember this is a religion, not a cult. Referring to this as a cult will result in a ban. Feel free to suggest any improvements we can make to the subreddit. Okay. Ah, so you have found a new way to lie, manipulate, and steal from others. How very advanced of you. And then the other person who was helping with this cult says, I would like to clarify that we're not trying to steal from anyone or manipulate, just trying to spread enlightenment and spirituality and human connection. Enlightenment is not something you can spread, it's also something you two clearly have not achieved for yourselves either. Do any amount of studying into Buddhism. Clearly, y'all need to work on your egos. Okay, I thought that said eggs for a second. Main goal, spread your message. Goes on to say nothing about this message. You have always wanted to start a religion? A few months ago, you were talking about how Christian you were and asking people to pray for you, and how finding $50 in your dresser proved God existed. I guess our message is one of positivity, of looking for signs, right? Finding the divine in the everyday. Everybody is inherently powerful and godlike, so everyone should be allowed to be happy, which is why true faith is collaboration. That we're open to people who believe all things, because what brings us together is belief. You guess that's your message? You're starting a religion and you have to guess what your message is. You are aware that your co founder is one of the least positive people in existence. And constantly complains about things that are ruining his life, and that he feels superior to other people whom he definitely doesn't consider godlike. Okay, I don't believe this is true. I'm leaving you a comment here because this subreddit is about the group and community and other people, and disagreement is good. Please substantiate your claims. So you decided to co-found a religion with someone you don't know at all and have done no background research on. Look at his fucking post history. Here's one. Yes, I do feel like I'm above certain people. My positivity incarnate. And there's a bunch of like, oh my goodness. Okay. There's a lot of shit. I was invited to start a religion because I've been open about my spiritual endeavors. I go off of faith and trust. I'm glad we're having an open discussion. Nobody is above anyone else. Everyone is equal. Everyone deserves to be happy. So you think it's a good idea to start a religion with someone who disagrees with your fundamental views, and the justification for this is your misplaced faith and trust. And that's in total opposition to what your co-founder believes. I've been assured we are entirely on the same page. There's going to be a post about it. I think perhaps people change. I know that I've made bad decisions in my life and I can be a better person. And I'm looking for my place in the universal design and becoming more so people can make strides to being someone better, I think. People can change, but some of the posts I highlight aren't even a week old and were presumably made after whatever assurances he made to you. On the other hand, your co founder is a confirmed liar who typically says whatever he thinks will make himself look good. I think people change, yet Vance is out here and acting as if he never changed. LMAO. Look at his fucking post history. And then OP actually replied to someone saying Happy Cake Day, and oh, it was his friend that he started the religion with. No shit. Oh wait, no, it wasn't. It was the person who was disagreeing. That is not what I expected. Okay. Wow, that was a rabbit hole I wasn't expecting. I don't really care what the name sounds like to you. That's like the least important part. Did you name it after yourself? Okay, him and the other person he was going to start it with, the other user, who is 19 and believes they're dying because they have parasites in them, but they won't get help for it, medical or psychiatrical. What? Okay, hang on. Now I have to check out this person's. Oh no! Wait. Are you kidding me? Oh no. Damn it. Oh man. Okay. Oh man. No. Ugh. When I try to go to their profile, it just says looks like Reddit is having some trouble. And I clicked retry like 5 times. It's not working. It doesn't say that his account has been deleted, but it's not working. Okay. I think I'm gonna have to come back to this later because oh boy, okay. One of their posts is titled Dropping a Therapist After 2 Sessions. Alright, being a sober is ruining my life. Uh, losing weight on Vyvanse? What? Okay. Will I get fired if I show up to work drunk? Probably. I mean, you probably should. A kid swore at me because our restaurant ran out of waffles. Blah blah blah. Oh, there's a lot. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna have to come back to this later because I need to I gotta go. I gotta go. I can't stay here. It's almost 10 o'clock and I haven't taken my meds yet because when I take my meds, I get fuzzy and can't talk properly and can't read properly and can't do my YouTube videos properly. So I'm just going to leave this here for now. I've been recording for literally an hour and a half. So I will be back tomorrow with more recording stuff and keep checking out this person's profile because they're insane and maybe I can figure out why the other profile isn't popping up because I would love to check out this person who thinks they have parasites inside of them and they're dying. Unless, they just died because of the parasites and then someone else deleted their profile or made it not work. But anyway, I'm gonna go. See you guys tomorrow and bye. I'm back again for another segment. I want to say a couple of things first before we get back into Reddit. First, I want to say, it's already almost 8 o'clock. It's been so late, and I woke up early and I was planning to record early, but then I just was spending the day relaxing and it was really nice, and I didn't want to just stop, so I decided to record for a little less time today. I'm probably going to record for about an hour, but it might be more than that depending on how it's going and stuff. You know me, sometimes I'm like, oh, I'm only going to record for a little bit, and then it's like a 3 hour video, so that could happen. Or it could be less, I don't know, it just depends. But mm, it's Wednesday right now, and the video was supposed to come out this week. I was gonna put it out either today or tomorrow, but now I'm not sure that that's gonna be the case. Um, I not guaranteeing it that it's going to be out this week. It could be out over the weekend or it could be out early next week. I really don't know. I have a lot going on, especially over the last week or so. I have some stuff that I haven't talked about yet. There's, well, one thing in particular, and there's also a lot of stuff going on with me having a new support worker and everything that's happening with my mom being on her trip and me just having my support worker twice a week again. That's been busy, and there's been a lot of other stuff going on that I don't really want to get into right now. I will do an updated video about the I'm a Parent to a Bunch of Stuffed Animal series because there are some huge updates for that, and I really need to give some updates for that. But I'm gonna do that when it's updated, like on my Reddit page and on the other pages and stuff. And I am gonna write about it first and then read it to you guys. Um, Secondly, I do just want to say, uh, I do just feel like I need to say this because, just in general, I'm not like saying any names or anything, but I do just want to say if y'all have a beef with another YouTuber, please don't bring it here onto this channel because if you dislike another YouTuber or if you have some kind of beef with another YouTuber, like it has nothing to do with me or my subscribers. So please don't bring it here and get into a big thing. And please don't say that you hate other YouTubers on my channel because that's not what we do here. We promote love and kindness, and if you're not willing to do that, then you can just not be on the channel. But like I'm just trying to promote a positive atmosphere here. So if you're not going to be positive, then you don't have to be here. But I'm not angry with anyone, and I wouldn't be angry with anyone if they did do that. But like, I don't know. I feel like I have to say that because some people are particularly sensitive. But anyway, I'm just saying, like, if you have a beef with another YouTuber, leave it with that other YouTuber. Don't bring it over here and say that you hate people and like yell at me about stuff. Like, I don't really care, and I don't really want to hear about it, and I don't want my subscribers to hear about it either. It doesn't really matter. Like, if you have a beef with another YouTuber, that's between you and them. It has nothing to do with me or my channel, and I'm doing positivity here, and it's not okay. So, just leave it where it belongs, or don't come here, but just don't bring that over here, because we don't need to know about it. Anyway, and I do want to give a quick update on the vegan teacher. Hang on, I have to find this post. So I wasn't doing anything. Okay. Anyway, and I wasn't doing anything about the vegan teacher, and I canceled the vegan teacher project because I just I'm done with the vegan teacher for a bunch of reasons. I'm not gonna get into anything right now. 3 point, I like r/ that vegan teacher sucks sub. 3.8K meat eaters and 4 at KFC. KFC sounds delicious. Oh, that vegan teacher's brain is non-existed. Wait, what? Okay, this happened 4 hours ago. I'm confused. Anyway, I do want to say that vegan teacher had an update. I did just end up not doing that project and I canceled it a couple of weeks ago. I decided to cancel it for a bunch of reasons because there were things like her um comparing suicide to an animal, comparing someone being suicidal to an animal being killed in the meat industry, and that just threw me, and that was the point where I decided I was done. And I decided I was done for a bunch of other reasons too. There was a bunch of stuff leading up to that, but that was ultimately the time where I decided I can't do this anymore. Like I actually can't do this anymore. And it was already taking a toll on my mental health. And it was also taking up a ton of time because I was spending several hours a day watching the vegan teacher videos and like putting together my thoughts and stuff, and they're not all out on paper yet. Like, I hadn't got a written script. Mostly, I was putting together my thoughts in my brain before I put it all down on paper, and then I was gonna rewatch everything and write down all my thoughts and write down some bullet points and then some notes, and then I was gonna compile it all together in a video where I played part of her video and then I talk about what I think about it and stuff. And honestly, it was getting to be so much work too. It was getting to be like a massive project. It was going to be one of those several hour things where I just talked and talked and talked. But, So anyway, I just stopped watching her videos and I stopped caring, and I also hid her from my channel, which I guess blocking is a thing you can't do now, which is really stupid. YouTube, please bring back blocking. And apparently, the update, which I'm not gonna watch the video for, but the one day ago, there was a post made titled, "So that vegan teacher almost died." And then there's a link to a video, but I don't really care. But if she lived, and then in the comments, if she lives, I hope she becomes a better person. If she dies soon, I hope she realizes her errors and somehow becomes a beloved creator before then. Edit, I doubt this will happen. What if the only food they have left in the hospital is meat, and then that vegan teacher protests so much that they kick her out? I don't think she should die. She's maximum asshole, but not really evil evil. Yeah, it's not like she's Hitler or something. Although she does compare the people in the meat industry to Hitler, because, that's bad. I don't know, whatever. However, hearing that she's forced to stay in the hospital for a while just made my day. Someone says the bed looks like a green screen. I don't know, maybe. And then this guy has minus 10 downvotes. Dang it, why did it have to be almost? Also, that's kind of random. Listen, as horrible of a person that vegan teacher is, I'd never go out of my way to wish death upon someone. This is going a tad too far. I don't know. There are a couple people I can think of off the top of my head that I would wish death on. I know Hitler's already dead, but Hitler, obviously. My dad, yeah. Look, like, it's not the kind of thing where I want to get completely into it because I just went into a whole thing about how I want to promote positivity. And wishing death upon someone isn't exactly promoting positivity, but I think if someone abuses his wife and kids for years, then he definitely should not be allowed to live anymore. It's just ridiculous. Yeah. Like, he's an absolute awful person. Okay, and then there's a post called "I Feel So Bad for Her Dog." Hang on. Thank you so much. Oh, there was a poll from that vegan teacher 4 hours ago. This was a couple days ago, though. This was posted 4 days ago. So thank you so much to the anonymous person who donated $200 to my PayPal. That was very extremely kind and generous of you. I will use the money for groceries and vegan kibble for Bella. Oh gosh. And then there's a bunch of vegan emojis because it's a poll, so you just click on the one you want. We got blueberries, a carrot, watermelon, broccoli, and a banana. Hmm. And let's see what hang on. Vegan kibble? Seriously? If she cared for animals, she'd understand that they need a certain lifestyle to not be sick. She won't even give her dog eggs? This really pisses me off. Dogs need meat to thrive, at least some sort of meat protein. This is ridiculous. So many people think dogs and cats can be vegan. I actually heard about a show recently. Well, I had heard about this show before, but I rewatched the videos for it recently, and then I found season one on YouTube. It's called The Good Family, and one of the running jokes is that they don't feed their dog meat because they're vegans, and they make their dog be vegan too, and the dog constantly wants meat. Like when it sees meat, it starts salivating and stuff, and there's also a running joke of all these pets going missing in the neighborhood because the implication is that the dog is killing them for meat because, it needs meat. Me too. Those vegan kibble brands have been known to cause heart problems in dogs and are 100% fillers and garbage that has zero nutritional value. And I made a post, I think a few days ago or like a week ago. I don't exactly remember the date, but I made a post on Reddit about how animal abuse should be illegal or certain types of animal care that isn't proper, like, a hamster being in a tiny tail's cage or something, and cats and dogs being fed a vegan diet. And this person in the comments disagreed with me and was like, no, no, it's actually okay. Dogs and cats can eat a vegan diet. I mean, I'm pretty sure they didn't say cats. I'm pretty sure they said dogs. I didn't get a comment that said cats. But no, dogs cannot eat a vegan diet. What the fuck? So, yeah, I don't know. I have some thoughts on that, obviously. Yeah, we need to get Bella taken away from that crazy bitch. Oh, this person's flair, I love it. This person's flair is plants do feel pain. I mean, they do. maybe not in the exact way that animals feel pain, but they do know when something bad is happening to them. Because you know that smell you get from cutting your grass that I love as a kid and I still love now because it smells really nice. That smell is actually the screams of hundreds of plants releasing chemicals to let you know that they don't like what's happening. So yeah, they do feel pain. I don't know, it's just ridiculous. And I actually posted a link to an article about how plants do feel pain and might even be able to see, and she fucking deleted it like 10 seconds later. So it really says a lot about who she is as a person, that she's just willing to delete these comments and not even have any kind of discussion about them. And I am going to, even though I'm not doing an entire video on her, I am going to give her a small segment in my video, in another one of my videos, when I talk about vegans and stuff like that. When I talk about vegans and like all the bad veganism that's going on right now. And I'm also going to talk about people like Tosh Peterson, Vegan Gains, a bunch of other vegans YouTubers that I found. Some aren't as bad as others. Some actually aren't as bad as others, but some are worse. And Vegan Teacher and Vegan Gains are two of the worst. And he used to fucking threaten to kill people. I don't know if you guys remember Leafius here from like years ago, but he did get banned off YouTube a few years back. But someone re-uploaded one of his videos, which was my favorite video, which was about Vegan Gains, where he talks about how Vegan Gains made a video about basically him saying he's going to be at the Toronto Veg Fest, which, by the way, isn't too far from where I live. It's probably like a 50 to it's probably about a 50-minute to an hour drive from where I live. Like, Toronto is maybe less than an hour away, depending on traffic and stuff. So, anyway, he basically was saying that people can come to the Toronto Veg Fest and try to fucking kill him if they don't like him. Like, I don't have the video footage right here, but he just was saying, but he said, if you're at the Toronto Veg Fest, it's a good opportunity to try and kill me if you don't like me, or something like that. And he also made a video. He also made a video entitled "My Vegan Dogs and Cat Are Still Alive." So I don't know. I don't like that. I really don't like that. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. This person's flair is deplatform that vegan teacher. I love that. Oh my god. This person's like title of their profile, this person's username is a person who exists. And it says, I honestly thought Bella was dead, that poor dog. Oh my gosh. I mean, yeah, she probably will die at some point. And then the vegan teacher will wonder why, and it'll be like, because you didn't feed it because you didn't feed it properly. Ugh. I don't know. This is really sad. Some of this shit should be considered a war crime. I mean, yeah. I'm so angry at that vegan bitch. She's crazy old ugly vegan who is built like a skeleton. This person's uh this person's flair is vegan phobe. Yes, everyone should be vegan phobic. Oh my god. That'd be like if you donated to a charity for unwanted orphans and the person responded, "Thank you. I'll be sure to use your donation to have these kids incinerated, dear lord." Okay, the most obvious rage bait ever, LMAO. How are y'all falling for this still? Okay, I'm not sure. I have never been able to figure out if this woman is a troll. She is the most committed troll on the internet. I swear, she has been literally going at this channel for years, not failing at all in any. There was a and and someone posted like this recent short. Someone posted this short like a year or two ago about how that vegan teacher eats meat. That vegan teacher isn't vegan. The short is called That Vegan Teacher Isn't Vegan. You can go look it up. And basically it's just her showing the inside of her fridge, and then someone points out there's a pepperoni stick right there, and I actually recognize the brand because it's my favorite brand of pepperoni stick that I always get at the dollar store, that I love so much, that I'm like really attached to. So yeah, the pepperoni stick, I immediately recognized it. I was like, "Oh my god, that's my favorite pepperoni stick. That I love that one," and stuff like that. So yeah. Okay. Anyway, it's just okay. Anyway, I don't know. It's just all kinds of crazy. All right, let's see what this is. That vegan teacher's brain is non-existed. She made a video about Kyrgyzstan, 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 I have no idea how to pronounce this person's name. Kogasad's video titles Is Meat Actually That Bad? Which explains the pros and cons of meat, mainly beef, and that the vegan teacher, instead of watching the video, skipped like half of the video. Note, I watched the video of Kogskigast, used her stupid songs and her useless commentary in mid-sentence, instead of actually watching the video. And then someone says, send me the link, please. I'm too lazy, lol. Yeah, can I get the link to that too? Because where is that video? Because I'd like to include that in my report of vegans being bad, like how they're doing bad for their cause and stuff. Anyway, I do want to say something else, and this is completely off Reddit, but I do just want to say but right before I came to this video, the last video I watched was a video by it's called Oz Media. He does these Reddit videos, kind of like I do. He doesn't go for nearly as long. You guys know I like to go for hours and hours and hours, but he did like a 28 video. He did like a 28-minute video um of r/ entitled people, and guess what? The one of the posts from the guy's profile that the last segment was all about, like that hour and a half segment where I basically was looking at this one guy's profile and it was complete insanity. And one of the posts was about how his manager put him to work on a Monday, even though he only works Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and she just put him on a Monday without telling him. And people were all like in the comments being, oh, well, since he went in on a Monday, now she's gonna know that you'll work every Monday because she'll know that you'll do it. I don't know. But in that case, if if I had the choice between leaving my fellow workers in a tight spot, I would just be like, okay, well, that's your problem, isn't it? Because you put me on the schedule without even asking me, and I already told you the days I could work when I moved in. Anyway, that was the very first story in Oz's video, so it was kind of fucking hilarious because I immediately recognized it and I was like, oh my god, that's the guy. That's the guy from the last segment of my video. I think I saved the post actually. I think I saved one of the posts. So I'm gonna actually look here and see if I can. Okay. Also, my snake's not eating. He hasn't eaten in a few weeks. I mean, I know I just got him back, so maybe he's just like freaked out because, he was out of his tank for a couple weeks. Anyway. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, uh, I don't know. See if, alright, I don't know where, I want to find this guy's profile. Alright, I also bookmarked a bunch of Am I the Devil posts. Oh, okay, here we go. I found it. Okay, I found it. I found alright, where'd the dude go? I'm just trying to find the, here we go. Okay. I found the post and I found the dude's profile again. Okay, yeah, this is all great. Okay, yeah, so this is him. He's back. Okay, anyway, what is this? R/Dusty Thunder. I'm sorry, what is Dusty Thunder? Okay, I don't know. But, anyway, will I be the asshole for showing a video of my sister shouting at her daughter while she was crying to my mother? This happened like last month, but basically I was in bed and got woken up by my niece pretty much screaming and crying, and my sister was shouting at her to stop, and it went on for like 40 minutes, but I got up and took an audio recording of it just to use against her at some point, and I really want to show it to my mother to prove how bad of a parent she actually is because they still live at home. She's 26 and her daughter is 2. Wait, the kid is 2? Oh, that's so sad. Edit. Sorry, I probably should have clarified the crying went on for 40 minutes, not the shouting. It lasted like 15 minutes. She's yelling at a 2-year-old for what? What did this kid do? This is a baby. You are yelling at a baby. Not the asshole for showing your mom because your poor niece is being abused. Otherwise, you're the asshole. Took a recording just to use it against you at some point, and for just filming and not intervening immediately. How about stepping in and stopping it? That's what I'm saying. They just filmed, but they didn't intervene. So I didn't see the last sentence. All good. I sometimes read things too fast as well, lol. Immediate immediate intervention could lead to a worse outcome for everyone involved. Sometimes the best thing that a person can do is to gather evidence and get the proper people to safely intervene. I agree with that. So, just so you know, this is the dude from the other segment, like who I was just talking about in the entitled people post. All of that. Okay, I disagree with the you're the asshole if OP was being strategic. The video would do far more in the long term to help get the kids away from mom than intervening at that moment. Though their to use against her at some point line does make it seem like they want the video for vindictive blackmail reasons. Everyone sucks here, but maybe OP will accidentally do some good. Exactly, because it sounds like this will benefit me later, not this will help me get my niece out of a bad situation. It takes an extra special person to claim concern, but only at some future point when there may be personal gain at stake. Someone yelling at someone is not abuse. Get the fuck over yourself. Oof. Well, that's just very upsetting. Screaming at a toddler who doesn't understand for 40 minutes is abuse. Yeah, even for 15 minutes if it was like what he said. That's so fucked up. I feel like I don't know. I wouldn't yell at my toddler for anything. I really try not to yell at my kids. Like I've been doing a new strategy of like the last year of not yelling at my kids, and I'm making it a point to like not yell at them. Like I'm trying really hard to not yell at the kids. How old are you? Your post seems aimed at tattling on your sister and mommy, not actually helping your poor niece. You need to reevaluate your motives and your response as to what is clearly abusive behavior. And your response to what is clearly abusive behavior. Look through his post history and comment history. This dude is a piece of work. And he said he's 18. Well, that explains the immaturity at least. Oh, for fuck's sake, it's Vanced. You're the asshole for recording it instead of stepping in. You don't record child abuse, you stop it. Or better yet, record the audio and possibly some video while he's stopping it in case it becomes a legal fight. You let her yell at a 2-year-old for that long? OP hates his sister and has a long history of posting asking for ways to call CPS or get her kicked out. I don't know. I feel like the kid should be taken away. Just from looking at this post, I feel like she should face some consequences for this. Maybe not have the child taken away, but to go to a parenting class or something. Like, I don't even yell at my older kids. Like I said, I make it a point not to yell at them. I'm trying to be much better about that. Like, I'm trying not to yell around them, let alone at them. I mean, it's not easy, and obviously, it's not just gonna it's not the kind of thing that's going to happen overnight, but we're working on it. So you kept filming instead of intervening to protect the child, and your motive for doing this was not to help the child, but to get something over on your sister? Wait, so instead of stepping in and defending your niece, you decided to stand by and record so you have something to use against your 26-year-old sister, who was shouting for 40 minutes at her 2-year-old. You're the asshole for that alone. You sound like a peach. You also sound petty. If you had a problem with your sister's parenting, you talk to your mom, not record her. So you have something to use against her. And then someone replies, of course it needs to be recorded for CPS. You don't scream at a 2-year-old for 40 minutes, but shame on OP for not stopping it. This could be an ongoing issue that they've tried to talk about before it was shut down. Also, if the sister is the golden child, the mom may not believe if they didn't have any proof. Yeah. Shouting at a 2-year-old for 40 minutes is messed up. She's abusive. This is what it took to get people to believe me about my ex, unfortunately. I'd say send it. I agree with that. I'm not sure if everything he's saying is the truth because it's been proven in the past that he's pretty crazy, and I don't want to accuse someone of lying about a child being abused, but like I don't know, it just everything's weird here. So rather than intervene to stop the abuse, you recorded it to took a recording of it just to use against her at some point instead of reporting it and your mother or to your mother or CPS. Just admit you hate your niece already. You're the asshole for allowing a child to be abused and using it for your own gain. Do better. Someone told me that it wouldn't be enough to report to CPS, but it is something I have considered. Okay, to be honest, that's fucking true, and it's very disappointing that so much has to be done before the kids can like get what they need. Like it seems like CPS, you have to do so much before the kids can get taken away, or or the situation can get dealt with by CPS. Whether that's about like making bringing something legal against the parents, or making them take a parenting class, or making them take some parenting classes and taking their child away in the meantime, or just taking the kids out of their care because they're abusing the kids. I got lucky. Me and my sister were pulled from our father's care, but it could have easily gone the other way. Like, thinking about it 15 years later, yeah, it could have easily gone the other way, and we could have easily not been removed because it wasn't enough. But when CPS came, yeah, I told them everything. So I think just from my testimonial alone, that this was enough to get them to I don't know what exactly how much exactly needs to be happening to be taken for the kids to be taken away. It's just pretty messed up all around. But I don't know. I feel like there shouldn't have to be so much abuse happening for CPS to step in. Anyway, you're the asshole for sitting on this for some kind of blackmail. You had so many options to protect the child, but you only care about having leverage. When I see a parent cussing out their kid, I firmly send them off to cool down, and I try to settle the child or just sit with them until the parent is calm enough to re-engage with their child in a better fashion. If I can't intervene, I call CPS or police. Depending on the severity, I talk to other adults around that parent who could be supports. Show your mom and do something about it now. And next time, remember that it's not just your daughter, she's also your niece, and you should give a damn about her well being. Okay. So you watched your sister abuse her child and did nothing but record it so you can use against her at some point. Poor child has awful family members. Everyone sucks here. Your sister shouldn't be treating her niece like that. Shouldn't be treating your niece like that, and you need to stand up for your niece instead of just recording it. What the fuck, man? Okay, I don't know. Okay, you recorded her for 40 minutes and watched her abuse her child the whole time? Not there or your battle. Yeah, I don't know. Like, sometimes the parent, sometimes that's just how it goes. The parent doesn't believe one of their children in favor of the other child, and it is unfortunate. But it does fucking happen. It's just sad. It does happen. I still don't know what r/Dusty Thunder is. You're automatically the asshole for recording it and not stepping in and stopping it. And then the OP replies, I was half asleep. Okay, not the asshole, show it. Agreed. Yeah, if they actually have the video and this isn't like a bullshit post or something, they should show the video to CPS and to their parent. Okay, Dusty Thunder. This is a place to post your stories and offer feedback on stories that other people post. Oh, okay. So it's just stories do not have to be Am I the asshole, but should be seeking advice or feedback on situations. Please don't try to sell it friendways through this community, and please don't be an astronaut to other people, whatever the hell that means. I don't know. So it's just a random another sub to post your stories in. Okay. Ooh, r/Tales from your server. And this is all from the one person that we're still stalking his profile because he has more posts that I want to look at and I just want to get deeper into this. We might just we might switch to something else tomorrow, but I have a lot of other stuff I want to check out right now, as of right now. So I'm just gonna keep going. Okay, so r/Tales from your server is the sub that this one is from. Steak and Chicken is the title. I got clowned on in my last post for accidentally calling chicken steak. But how do you know? But how do people who work in a restaurant not understand that if you're in a rush and one of the food runners walks out mid rush and you get called in as a server to run food and there are like 10 plates in front of you, it's kind of stressful. She handed me 2 plates and didn't tell me what they were, so I just started guessing what one of them was, and I called it meat by accident. I just felt the need to explain this because I basically got called retarded for this, but obviously I know the difference. It's just that under stress I wasn't thinking straight. I mean, regardless of if this guy's crazy or not, which he kind of is, let's be honest, I still don't think using that word I don't think you should use that word to describe another person. Like, come on. Unless it's a fake character in a game or something. And I say that as an autistic person, so I'm allowed to, make that. It's kind of like how black people are allowed to say the N word. Like, I'm allowed to say the R word. I mean, I hope that's not offensive to anyone because shouldn't that be the way it works? Anyway, because people who work in restaurants understand that you should know the menu and know what each dish is and what it looks like. You're getting clowned on by people who work in the industry and who know you deserve to be clowned on. Your coworker also knew you deserved it, and a server being expected to serve food, how unfair. Also, you still need to look up the definition of meat. There are two people who always run food. They don't take orders, all they do is run food. So as a server, I shouldn't be expected to run food unless they aren't there. And he has minus 39 downvotes. You wouldn't last long at my job with that attitude. What attitude? I'm saying that I do my part on the floor and they run food, and I'll occasionally help run food if they aren't there. Your part. If you don't see why that statement, along with I shouldn't have to run food unless, is an attitude, then you're probably going to continue to be confused by why people are so offended and critical of you. It's really difficult to teach. It's even more difficult to teach through a Reddit comment, but eventually I hope you have a situation that makes the little light bulb go off in your head and it will all make sense. You come off as very too good for criticism. It wasn't your fault. People should understand the way you mentioned you shouldn't have to over a basic staple of being a server. Even in the way you respond to comments, it's all lacking a receptiveness on your part. Teamwork makes the dream work. It's not my job. Good luck, you got this. Sorry, I'm autistic, but the food runners don't take orders, which is also a basic part of being a server. So it's like only certain people do certain things. I clear reset tables, take orders, and run drinks if I'm free. And it's a hotel, so I have other stuff to do as well. Okay, well, I'm autistic too. So I kind of get that. Anyway, hey, so am I. So it sets as even more solid advice. The way you perceive things is part of it. Being autistic, that fits. Take more cues from the people around you and try not to respond to everything, even though we really want to because we can justify and defend why we are correct. I super get it. 35 female and I'm still working on it. 30 non-binary and I'm still working on it. You have a great day. But the food runners don't take orders, which is also a basic part of being a server, and you don't take main orders and don't know the main menu. In your previous post, you said you didn't know the menu, and you've also stated that you consider breaking your arm to get out of work. Wait, what? Okay, now I have to go back to his previous post. Hang on. Okay, hang on. Let's see, r slash Reddit moment. And this is the post. Okay, alright. I'm not sorry for trying. Okay, an actual post that someone made after I blocked them. I'm not sorry for trying. If anyone notices I'm missing from a certain user's comment section, just know this. I wasn't blocked for attempting to educate them on their behaviors. At first because they were a young adult and I wanted to believe that that they just needed guidance. Then, once I saw the malicious intent behind their behavior, sharing the truth to prevent them from hurting others became the goal. I was constantly surprised by the fact I was able to hold them accountable, or try to for as long as I did, while others were banned. But it couldn't last forever, and their cowardice and inability to accept responsibility led them to wrongfully blocking me. But to those of you that know, I'm glad I was able to try and I don't regret it. I got to meet a lot of you, and you are also kind and brave, and I appreciate all the effort you've all put in as well. I guess I'll move on now, see what else I can find on this goofy website. Hopefully, something a lot more fun. And to the person who blocked me to try and silence me, I have one final message for you. You will never win, and the truth will catch up with you no matter how you try to hide or delete comments or block and ban people. I may be gone, but others will continue to expose your lies. So long, coward. I mean, this post is a Reddit moment, but OP being mentally insane should overshadow that. When two people who think they're the main characters collide. Oh, hi. Okay. Not sure why that's there. Your post history is a Reddit moment too, LMAO. Cult guy strikes again. I'm so addicted I can't stop reading his posts. Like I genuinely can't tell if it's satire because some of the people on the site genuinely act like this. Edit, I retract my statement. No way in hell you can't tell the difference between steak and chicken. What did you do? Check his post history. Oh my. Oh, it's you again. Dear God, he's French. ATP, both of y'all are made for each other. Unblock them and live happily ever after. OP wants to start a fucking cult, by the way. You need some help, man. This guy has his 5 minutes of fame, but as of July 23rd, when the first post I see when clicking on your profile is you going balls to the wall one way, I can't help but think that there might have been a reason this post happened in the first place. OP was ripped to shreds in one of the comment sections of their posts. Very interesting read and kinda sad. What a loser. Oh, it's Cult Guy. What did he try to educate you about? What an actual genuine loser, holy shit. Nah, OP is trying to start a cult to scam people out of money. My most recent comment got removed for some reason. I don't think I can put the words hate. Yeah, well. Uh, yeah, ew, you're weird. Okay. Um, where is the actual post? I'm trying to find the previous post that he was talking about calling chicken steak and this whole thing. Okay. Does anyone want to buy me an Xbox controller? Okay, let's see. Oh gosh, this should be interesting. Okay, he just posted it on. I guess he has his own sub. This, no, there's no sub. It just says his username. Okay, I don't know. I don't understand. Why is this not safe for work? Okay, anyway, does anyone want to buy me an Xbox controller? I guarantee you, no one does. I have one left, but I want to use a controller with my iPad and I don't want to connect it because if I do, then it'll automatically connect to my iPad. Okay, hang on. Wait. You want an extra Xbox controller even though you already have one that you could hook up to your iPad, but you don't want to connect it because okay, for some stupid reason, what the fuck is happening? Okay, then it'll automatically connect to my iPad when I want to use it with my Xbox. So to save hassle, I'm getting another one for but I have a grand total of $0 in my account right now because I owed someone like $100, so I'm not begging for money. But if anyone feels bad for me, feel free to buy me a new controller, DM, if you're interested. I mean, this was 1 day ago, so he might still want an Xbox controller, but I guarantee him no one's gonna buy him one, especially when he already has one, but he just doesn't want to hook it up to his iPad for some stupid reason, some bullshit. You should post this to entitled people or whatever subreddit you usually post yourself victimization to. No, bro, get a job, have one, then buy one yourself. Were you actually unable to see the clear implication of being told to get a job? And by the way, this is the same user who is in all the comments constantly, like, telling this guy, what the fuck is your problem? It's hilarious. Shut the actual fuck up, Vance. No one will buy you a controller. Vance trying not to beg challenge. Impossible. And someone says brokey. Yeah. No. I mean, yeah. Sometimes we forget that no is a complete sentence, but it is true. There's a post in French. Obviously, I cannot read that. Okay, hang on. I am going to. Oh, entitled people. He posted here again. Let's see what we've got. Okay, hang on. Alright. I was taking. Oh, customer tries to order something that isn't on the menu and demands that I go ask the kitchen if they can make it. Okay, interesting. I was taking dessert orders from a table of 20 people, and I get to this woman, and she asked for cheesecake, which isn't on the menu. I tell her that we don't have any, and she just looks at me in a sort of "Are you serious" way. Then she said, "You don't have any cheesecake left?" And I said again, "No, sorry, if it isn't on the menu, then we don't have it." And she says, "Can you go check if there's any left from upstairs that I can have?" Our hotel has 3 restaurants. And I told her no, that the restaurant upstairs has a separate menu from this one, so we can't serve desserts from upstairs downstairs. And even after I told her maybe 3 times that we don't have cheesecake, she said, "Can you go and ask in the kitchen if they have any?" I was trying not to lose it at her because I repeated myself like a million times, but I said okay and went and asked, and you'll never guess what he said. If it isn't on the menu, then we don't have it. So I went back and told her what I'd already told her over and over again, and she had the audacity to act surprised. And then someone from the same table tried to ask me if I could show her a picture of all the desserts because normally they were all on display. The desserts upstairs are on display, and they were sitting downstairs, so I couldn't show her pictures of the whole menu. And she proceeded to argue with me about it and complain that she can't see the desserts because she likes to see what she's ordering, even though all the desserts are pretty self explanatory. And it got to a point where her daughter, Cheesecake Woman, had to tell her to stop arguing. I swear some people just like to be difficult for no reason. Okay. That would have been the time to pull out a variation of my favorite joke. Silver, lady, how do you spell the van in vanilla? Lady, V-A-N. Silver, how do you spell the chalk in chocolate? Lady, C-H-O-K. C-H-O-C. Silver, and how do you spell the fuck in cheesecake? Lady, oh, there was no fuck in cheesecake. That's what I've been trying to tell you, lady. There was no fucking cheesecake. Original joke uses strawberry instead of cheesecake and has the lady repeatedly asking for increasing quantities of strawberry ice cream after being told that there was none. That reminds me of my daughter. She loves strawberry ice cream. Anyway. Do, 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 do. It's a common practice for some pieces of shit to create trouble at the end of the meal, to create a reason to not tip or leave a low tip. Google review. When they ran out of the dessert I wanted, the waitress got snippy with me and gave us bad service. 3 lies in 1 sentence. Sheesh, that's pretty messed up. Dude, every person should work both retail and restaurant jobs before joining society. I mean, I'm already halfway there because I've already worked a restaurant job. I don't know if you guys remember, but in my early 20s, I did work at Eastside Mario's for like, I think like 6 or 7 months, and then I had to quit because of my mental health was too bad. But I'm trying to get another job again, and I might just start applying for jobs again in the next few weeks because honestly, I don't know when I'm going to be back in my apartment. It might not happen for a while. The the landlord is pulling out every excuse to not have me back in my apartment, so I would be the type of manager that would be like, if you have anyone that is being overly stupid and borderline entitled like you, then you can grab me and I will have a chat with them. If they still can't get it through their skulls that we don't have it, then I will grab their current check and force them to pay it and leave. Okay, I don't. Yikes, I couldn't work food service again. Alright. Okay. There was and someone posts a link to a video and tags it got any grapes. Oh, I know the duck song. Okay, the duck song. The duck walked up to the lemonade stand and he said to the man running the stand, got any grapes? And then, the guy keeps saying, no, I don't have grapes. And the duck keeps coming back. And then the guy's like, no, we don't have any grapes. And duck is like, I don't know, it's fuck. It's hilarious. It's pretty hilarious. And the man keeps saying, "No, we don't have any grapes." Like, and then there's another like sequel song where he goes to a corner store and keeps asking if they have any grapes, and they don't. They keep saying they don't have any grapes. They have this and this and this, and then you know they don't have any grapes. And eventually, he brings the guy from the first song. And then there's a third song where the guy running the lemonade stand and the girl running the corner store like fall in love or something. Anyway, I don't know. It's fun. Okay. And then someone replies, "Can I get a box?" And then there's a YouTube link. Okay. I just don't understand what's wrong with asking for a box though. Anyway, yeah. Okay, so there's just a link to a video about someone asking for a box, and I don't understand what the deal is. Okay, or can I speak to a manager? And then there's a link to another YouTube short. I'm bookmarking this for later. Is there something wrong with asking for a box? Is there something wrong with asking for a box that I don't know about? My take is eating half of a kale salad and all the codes surrounding femininity, only eating salad or half a salad in public, the hints of orthorexia of eating kale, policing what they eat and what others eat, etc. The way of asking with all the fake charm, just twisting the knife in tipping culture, forcing servers to be your all singing, all dancing friends for the night, like an organ grinding monkey scampering about for tips, sapping all dignity, but I do enjoy overthinking every single thing. And I'm European, so I have no actual experience with tipping culture. Ha ha ha. What is wrong with eating half of a kale salad and all the codes surrounding femininity? It might just be because I'm non-binary, but I have no idea what the fuck that any of that means. I love this comment. Get some cake and just throw a slice of cheese onto it. I have a friend who always tries to order off menu or asks for loads of changes to one of the dishes on the menu every single time. It makes going for dinner with them absolutely painful, so I just don't get food with them anymore. It's exhausting. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, okay. I found the original story. My mother put a spending limit on my card without telling me. Okay, um, let's see. What is this? R/work. Would this get someone fired? If I quit my job and say it was because of another coworker, do you think the person would get fired? Or even if I said the reason was a manager? If you're having issues with somebody, talk to them or tell your boss. Or if you're going to quit, don't claim that it's due to somebody else. What's the point of taking somebody down if you're no longer going to be working with them? And then someone responds to that with a link to a Reddit post. He's not allowed to quit or else his parents will make him move out on his own. He also purposely gives people the wrong drink orders. He's trying to find a way to stop working without just quitting or getting fired so he can loophole his way into not getting kicked out. Also, his latest post says that he's upset because one of his coworkers got snippy with him because he couldn't tell the difference between chicken and steak by looking at it, which I suspect is the whole reason he's mad and hoping to use her to get out of working and also try to get her into trouble. Okay, I gotta go to this Reddit post. So we have another. Okay, so I just went to the other Reddit post. I pocket tips at work instead of splitting them with everyone else. My job tips pools, which I think is stupid. It's not really a huge deal because I'm not working to pay bills or anything, but it's just annoying to have to split money that I've earned. So I've started keeping most of my tips for myself. You didn't want to give up your tip money, but you also have no problem taking from the tip pool. It's not their money. Fuck the tip pool, respectively. Tip pooling shouldn't exist. Tips shouldn't exist. Uh, mm, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about that. Definitely, companies should just pay people fucking living wages, but are important because, that's not happening now. So, I don't know. I always just tip people decently. Well, companies should pay people livable wages, but that's now going to happen. Or, no, that's not going to happen. So, yes, tipping should exist in the economic climate we are screwed into. Nice try, though. Nope, tipping culture is ridiculous, and it shouldn't be on the customer to pay extra so the employer doesn't have to. They keep salaries below what they should be because people keep tipping. If your coworkers are following the rules and adding their tips to the pot, you're essentially stealing from them. If you don't like the rules in place, go work someplace else. There are lots of restaurants out there that don't pool tips. Edit typo, literally stealing from them. They are all owning it. You are supported and enabled to do your part by them doing theirs. That's why you pool. You aren't truly doing it all solo. The mindset is why families, marriage, work partnerships, etc. is dying. We've moved so hard to wanting to protect from being used by bad seeds, to never recognizing team benefit. This is the same reason why people who don't tip are scumbags. They're benefiting from a quality of food and service that is made possible by the fact that the vast majority of people tip. By not tipping, you're stealing from everyone else who made that experience possible by pitching in with their own tips. The quality of food and service is what sets up the price point. A tip is for exceptional service, not something that is entitled to. And the pay that employees receive is what helps ensure the quality of service, including the tips. Keep up. It's not hard if you're an honest person. Except service is never good anymore. Servers do the bare minimum and then just ask when the bill comes, "What are your plans tonight?" thinking that means they deserve a 30% tip. If servers want good tips, they need to bend over backwards and provide service that actually deserves 30%. Tipping culture is so whack now that servers think by simply showing up they should get 20%, even if they give shit service. Stop reading after the first paragraph. I don't want to argue with liars. If you don't want to tip, just admit you're a cheap piece of shit. You're a cheap piece of shit. Own it and get over it. Most people think you're trash. But you take from the pool? Of course he does. And then there's a deleted comment. Why do you enjoy being such a terrible person? So you're a bad person. Basically. Yeah. I wouldn't give a shit if I wouldn't give a shit if you're doing this if you weren't actually taking from the pool as well. Stealing from your coworkers is BSOP. You'd be pissed if they were doing the same thing to you. Eventually, it's going to be found out, and you're not only going to get fired, but everyone's going to despise you and think you're a piece of shit. Not a good look. You're a piece of shit. I mean, yeah. Anyways, it's like You'd be pissed if they were doing the same thing to you. That's true. I don't understand the double standard, but it's weird that it only works one way for these people. Like, oh, I'm allowed to keep my tips for myself, but then I'm gonna get pissed off if other people are doing the same thing. Like, okay, well, that's stupid then. Why do you do that? Like, why do you do something that you wouldn't want other people doing to you? Don't do that. That's shitty. Okay. Eventually, it's going to be found out and you're going to get fired. That's what he wants. That's exactly what he wants. Anyway, mild judgment. You're an asshole. You admitted you don't even have bills to pay, yet you're still being greedy and insatiable. Your coworkers most likely do have bills since they're not children living with their parents, and were depending on a fair wage that night to feed their children because they're probably parents. How is that worthy of a mild asshole judgment then? You know OP is taking his tips and still taking the pool split, because otherwise he'd have to explain why he's working for free. He's walking with bank while his coworkers are having bad nights. I have seen coworkers cry after bad shifts because they had bills to pay for sick kids or really needed a good night. OP is absolute trash. I mean, yeah, that's why I I do tips unless people does something that really isn't worthy of a tip, like they're super rude to me or something. Like if you're just not very good at your job, I'm not gonna not give you a bad tip. I'm not gonna give you a bad tip for that, or I'm not gonna give you no tip. Like I'm still gonna tip you fairly. Uh, anyway, mild judgment. My judgment is that OP is an asshole. Not like he's mildly an asshole. I'm saying I judged him a little and realized he's a bad person. I don't understand. I don't think that's how anyone is going to take that on Reddit. We aren't concerned with how invested you are, only the verdict. I mean, clearly people do care because he has 5 upvotes for that comment, so you can't really just state, oh, other people aren't going to be that interested or other people aren't going to care. You don't get to decide what other people will and won't care about. And they obviously do care, otherwise, the person would have negative downvotes because people get downvoted for the stupidest shit on Reddit. I don't think that's how anyone is going to take that on Reddit, blah, blah, blah. It's not that serious, though. You're the only one reading into my dialect and how I use it. Otherwise, would have gotten other responses about it or downvotes. That's what I'm saying, exactly. Nothing on Reddit is serious, and I'm just the only one that bothered to point out something so small. The fact that you think a brigade will come for you in is in the same way that you felt the need to say how invested you are, telling of your self-centric viewpoint. Okay, and then they start arguing and blah 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 and going on and all kinds of stuff. Honestly though, after reading both of your replies, I'd honestly be friends with the guy that um I don't say usernames, but the guy who said it's not that serious though, you're the only one reading into my dialect and how I use it. Otherwise, I would have gotten other responses about it or downvotes. That guy, I would have rather been friends with them than you. You sound like an annoying person to be around. Yeah, he does. Okay. Is that going to, okay, is that supposed to hurt my feelings? I don't use Reddit to make friends. I'm having a giggle at the fact that you were interjecting with your personal opinion in matters that don't concern your opinion, which is exactly what I'm talking to the other guy about. And then the guy corrects him on his username. And then it's ma'am to you, pal. And then he said it's blah blah blah. And then the guy corrected him on his username and said it's my username to you, sir. It's ma'am to you, pal. Edit, that made me laugh though. You literally did the same thing though. I'm just pulling a you on you, and you're mad, lol, stay mad. I don't know what part of giggle means that I'm mad. I'm honestly quite amused by all of this. It was boring until you showed up, lol. Wait, are you mad? I just realized you might be from the wording of your last comment. That makes things even more interesting. Okay, we're just going. How did only you earn it? The cook made the food, the cleaner made the place nice, and because you got the other waiters were serving other tables, you got to take the time and effort to give good service to your table. It's a team effort. You are an asshole. That's not OP is went down a rabbit hole in this dude's post history, starting on a different post altogether. This dude is legit a piece of work. It's fascinating. How about work somewhere else if you weren't happy with your compensation and not be shitty to your coworkers? I'd bitch slap you if I found you were pocketing my money in a tip pool situation. And then someone replies, you wouldn't do shit. LOL, sure thing. You're so manly, even your avatar needs a shitty neck beard. Fucking cuck. Okay, I'm not sure. I've never even edited my avatar. You're dumb. Cool. Pussy. LOL, thanks, Bane. What the fuck, bro? You thought you could straight up lie like that? LMAO, your Reddit avatar is edited to the gills. I'd ask if you've seen the default Reddit avatar, but you had to just edit yours. Literally edit it after dumbass commented. Now it's edited. No, you didn't, LMFAO. Why would someone mention your avatar is edited if it was the default? We all know what the default avatar looks like. You're right, I'm lying, slash S. It was a randomized avatar until I did actually edit it that day. Why even lie about it? Dumb. Okay, I don't know what the fuck is going on. So you're a thief? Good job, Vanced. I know you were just a spoiled brat. I thought you were just a spoiled brat, but now I know you're worse than that. That is the first time seeing something on here that pisses me off. You don't steal from your coworkers. Cooks, bartenders, dishwashers all make your tips for you. All you do is carry the stuff to the table and pretend to be nice. You honestly should be ashamed of yourself. Okay. I used to work at a bar in a pretty rough area where the policy was to pool tips. We had a coworker who they discovered was pocketing tips and taking a share from the pool. I wasn't there to witness it, and I don't condone I don't condone these actions. But when my coworkers who were there discovered it, they took him outside and gave him a beatdown and recovered the money. So yeah, just be aware of potential consequences. Okay. Yeah, there's that too. But I'm just confused as to how they haven't figured it out yet that he's pooling or that he's keeping the tips for himself when there's a tip pool. Like they all put theirs unless they all put theirs in like separately, like at different times. Like one guy puts his tip in and then goes away and then the next guy comes along and puts their tip and then, they don't see each other. Or do they all just like get together in a big huddle at the end and like put their tips on the table and here's what I made, here's what I made, here's what I made, here's what that guy made, here's what that woman made, here's what they made, here's what she made, blah blah blah, stuff like that. But like if they do it the second way, like they just all get together and then they pool their chips and they're basically seeing each other all pull out their money and put it on the table and add it to the thing. How do they know he's not taking the money then? Because or do they just assume that he's not getting any tips because, he does shit work or something? I mean, that would be somewhat believable with the shit work that he does since he can't even tell the difference between chicken and steak. But anyway, stop it, guys. He needs the extra tips because he constantly breaks tennis rackets after he gets beaten matches. He does? We truly don't understand the demons that Kyle is fighting. And then OP replies, I barely ever lose, and he's got -5 down votes. Probably because you barely ever play since your rackets are always broken. I'd stop now if you can, because trust me, either your managers or coworkers will find out eventually. You definitely don't want to be known as that person. Sure, it may suck, because you'll be taking less money than before, but like you said, you aren't working to pay bills, so it won't hurt. Okay, I just want to say regardless of him being the asshole in this situation, which I think he totally is, I think pooling tips is absolutely ridiculous. You should get to keep your tips. They're for your work as a server, and everyone else gets tips and blah blah blah. Like everyone gets their individual tips, and everyone should get to keep their individual tips. Imagine if they did that kind of thing for Uber, and so many people don't even tip for Uber, so that would fucking suck. That would be ridiculous. Like, imagine they did that in another place that had way more workers and then they all pool their tips. So, like, if you get $10 for one customer and then you get it broken up and you get less money, it's so unfair. I hope I'm making sense enough. Dang it. Okay, well, anyway, I just wanna. Hmm. Doing the right thing when no one is watching is important because it reflects someone's character and values. It may seem unfair, but remember it's what you agreed to when you accepted the job. I didn't know they tip pooled before I accepted the job. Then quit. You were so entitled it's embarrassing. Didn't your parents apply for the job on your behalf? Yes. I have two questions for you. One, if your parents are making you get a job, why not apply yourself? That way you can better vet employers. And two, why do you think it's okay to hoard your own tips while the rest of the employees pool theirs? If you're taking money from the pool, you are objectively stealing at that point. Now that you know, you definitely should be doing the right thing. As long as you are there, you should be honest and fair moving forward. You may not be worried about bills, but to the employees that do, you'd be surprised by how coming up a few dollars short can really affect them negatively. Ugh. If you accept tips your colleagues are splitting them, then I think this is morally questionable. Morally questionable. He's stealing from his coworkers. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I understand. Morally bankrupt. Okay. Uh, alright. I think I'm going back to. Let's see. Would this get someone fired? Okay. I'm trying to find the one where he mistakes chicken for steak, but okay, you know what? I might not be able to find it. Okay. Advanced freedom. Okay, no. Never mind. That's different. Okay. Tales from your server, blah blah blah. Some of my builds. My manager put me on a shift without telling me. This is the one that Oz read on his channel. My manager put me on a shift without telling me. I already read that one, so I'm not gonna read it again. At least I think I read that one. I read that one, right? Yeah, I read that one. I definitely read that one. Okay. Sorry, just hang on. I'm just dealing with my nose right now. I hate this. I have to keep going. Okay. Okay. I might have read this one already, but I'm just gonna read it again because I'm really curious. Hmm. Hang on a sec. Anyway, um, how can I experience something potentially traumatic? I really just want to experience a life or death situation or something just to see how I would react because so far in my life nothing that interesting has happened or nothing that I reacted to. I want to walk into a room to find someone dead or experience a SWAT raid or see someone die in front of me or just something that would make me have a reaction. From my personal experience, I would suggest being a nurse for elderly patients or the ICU. You'll see a fair share of deaths and you'll definitely get adrenaline rushes. Get into EMS, become a cop or firefighter, volunteer at hospice, join a search and rescue team, join the military. We do not need this guy to become a cop. LOL, good point. Dead body cleanup crew would be pretty good to be honest. Do way too much weed. You won't die, but you might feel like you will. Alright. I don't know. I also don't know where the thing is, where the thing is, the post about how he wants to break his arm to get out of work. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe I'll go looking for it another time. But I'm dealing with my nose. I'm gonna read a couple more stories. But I'm really looking for. Okay. What about that time you saved a woman from being carjacked by stabbing the carjacker, by stabbing the carjacker, or that time you survived a home invasion? Both of which you claim absolutely happened and were not dreams. Or on somewhat further ground, what about the time the police forcibly hospitalized you during a psychotic episode? Does he claim that? That that guy has his own subreddit for all this shit he does. Like, this seems like a deep rabbit hole I just found and then shares a link to a subreddit that is all about this guy. Yes. Wow. Okay, hang on. Because I am gonna subscribe to this subreddit, obviously. It's called Vance the Troll. That's hilarious. Oh, wait, this is always. Okay. Oh my god, it's got so much stuff. Oh my god, okay. It has the chicken versus steak story where he mistook chicken for steak, and I'm gonna read that in a second, but I just want to look through this and see how far back it actually goes because, okay, 21 days ago, this is from 1 month ago, 2 months ago. Okay, it seems to go back about 2 months. Okay, so this has been going on for about 2 months. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna go find this. Okay, I want to see this. All right, all right, yes. Okay, can't tell chicken from meat or steak.
Yeah.
And then, I was on the fence previously, but I can't see how this isn't a troll at this point. If you have eaten steak, it does not look like chicken.
Uh,
The post, Food Runner got mad at me for not being able to tell meat from chicken. Wait, what? Meat and steak are both chicken. Excuse me? I'm not a food runner, but one of the two that normally do. It it stormed out like an asshole mid-rush, so I got called in, even though I barely ever do it because I hate it. I don't know the menu, never mind what the dishes look like, so I was kind of guessing what some of them were, and using the process of elimination on the dockets, and the other girl was in a bad mood, so she was being a dick to me for no reason. I'm sure she wasn't being a dick to you for no reason. But I picked up a plate and asked her if it was a certain dish. I can't remember the name, but it has meat or steak, and she just looked at me and asked if I was being serious. I said yeah, and she just pointed to the chicken and said in the most condescending voice, "This is chicken," like she was talking to me as if I was brain dead. And then when I was walking out with it, I heard her say something else under her breath, probably talking shit. But how am I meant to know what's what if I never normally run food? Like she just expected me to know everything and was talking to me like I was a child the whole time. This guy also does well on sentences, so that's great. I was convinced with the cult. He said he's a server. How does he not know the menu? He doesn't need to have it memorized, but he should know enough that he can make an educated guess on what the dish looks like. I've worked in a restaurant. It's never been stressful enough to not know whether or not something looks like steak or chicken. Also, you take orders, and when you check on your table, you see their meals. Aside from that, you need a passing familiarity with the menu to answer questions. Any higher end place requires a familiarity with the menu and previous experience. And at a TGI Chili's, the menu is not that fancy or hard to learn. Side note, I want to take whatever Vance took that fucked him up enough to not be able to tell steak from chicken. And then the original guy who the subreddit is based off of, comes back and says, "Bruh, no shit, steak doesn't look like chicken. Obviously I can tell them apart normally. I just couldn't tell in this situation because first of all, I was under a lot of stress because I literally got called to run food out of nowhere. Secondly, she was being rude to me. Thirdly, I wasn't sober and I was basically just wasn't thinking because I had like 10 plates in front of me. If you don't work in a restaurant, you can't comment on it because you don't know how stressful it is." And then the response, "What's up, Trollholio?" Oh man. All right. Anyone else getting bored now because of his stalkers? Okay, yeah. And then someone made a post called "Holy shit, he wants to become a cult leader." Yeah. All right. Uh, wait. Okay, one more post, and then we're done with this. Okay, this was deleted, so I had to post a screenshot, but he wanted to SWAT his house. Okay, how can I have my house raided, but not because of something I've done? I had a dream last night where my house was raided because someone in my family had drugs and they came in with guns aimed at me, and I thought it was cool because of the adrenaline, probably because I knew I hadn't done anything wrong. But they searched my room and everything, and it sounds stupid, but I want to experience it in real life. What the fuck? This is absolute insanity. So I don't know where I would rate this guy on the scale of insanity. I would definitely rate him above the dad with the whole PS4 situation, the whole PS4 post. But I would rate him maybe around maybe a little under Nathaniel, like maybe like right under Nathaniel. I don't know if I would put him under Nathaniel or with Nathaniel or above Nathaniel a little bit. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm sure when I continue reading this subreddit that things will keep coming up and I'll find more and it'll become more clear because I did the entire Reddit reading on Nathaniel, like the entire 4 hour saga, and then I also did check out the subreddit at one point, so, before it got shut down. So I'm sure I'll figure it out. So something just popped up on my aw, someone got an emotional support auto on my on the r/plushie subreddit. It's just one of the ones that pops up on my homepage all the time. But There was something that popped up in my recommendations, and it's called "You Guys Saved My Cat's Life." Hang on. Oh no. The wait. Oh. It just took me to the page. It didn't take me to the actual post. Well, I'm gonna search for it then because it was there before. Okay, here we go. Yeah, you guys saved my cat's life. Okay, hang on. Okay, here's the original thread. UTI. Okay, so this is from r/askvet. UTI in our male cat can't get a vet appointment for 5 days. Can he have doxycycline slash cephalexin? Update. Thank you all so much. You were all correct in that he had an obstruction. We tried 8 clinics until we found one who did one exam on him and immediately took him back to surgery. He's back there right now getting all fixed up. Thank you so much for helping us see the severity here. You guys helped save his life. Species cat, age 3 or 4 years old. Sex neuter. Status male fixed. Okay. Sex sex/neuter status, male, fixed. Breed, a Norwegian forest cat. Body weight, 22 pounds. History, healthy for the last 2 years, unsure of his history prior to us rescuing him. Clinical signs, frequent trips to the litter box where anything barely comes out. Growls and compulsively cleans himself down there after every trip. Starting to squat over bathroom rugs, out of character for him, but usually nothing comes out. Edit, wife has since made it home from work and she says he's walking around the house squatting over everything and hisses and growls. He never hisses or growls. He's very docile. Duration, we're on day 3 as far as we can tell. Your general location, PNW/US, links to test results, x-rays, vet reports, etc. Not applicable. Details, as mentioned above, it sounds like our big boy has a UTI. It started on Friday, and we couldn't get a hold of the vet until today. They're saying the closest appointment is almost a week away, and since we haven't brought him in yet for this year's shots physical, they can't blindly call in a script without seeing him. All other vets are like 1 to 2 months out for new patients. Emergency vets are so full up here that people show up like 2 hours before they open, and oftentimes people leave without being seen. The vet situation up here sucks right now. We have 10 capsules of 250 milligrams cephalexin, and then we have 90 capsules of 15 milligrams doxycycline capsules. I feel so bad for him. He's struggling so much right now. Would giving him either of these meds alleviate his symptoms until we can get to the vet? He is the sweetest and most docile cat, and he's very food motivated. I know for a fact that he would have no problem taking some meds through a syringe if I mixed it with something to cut that sharp medicine-y taste. If we have 10 of 20 if we have 10 of 250 milligrams cephalexin, then at his weight, wouldn't that be enough for 2 times dosing for 5 days? And by then we will be at the vet and they can extend the RX to ensure he's had the full course. Or even though it's not the first option, would we be better off with the doxycycline simply because we have so much? If you guys think this is a bad idea, do you have any suggestions for how we can help him feel better until we make it to the vet? Are there any over-the-counter options? Food and dietary changes? We have a rescue Bengal who is on the same diet as him, and she's never had any issues. Anything at all we can try. And Ahmad responds, who is actually a veterinarian as well. You need to go to the ER and get seen. Wait in line, bring your laptop or a book. Get comfy, get your cat care. They could die without being able to urinate appropriately, and 99% of the time, male cats do not have bacterial UTI. I can't vote this enough. Emergency vet ASAP. Alright, this sounds like a truly emergency situation. If he cannot urinate, his bladder could rupture. Antibiotics will not help. He must go to the ER. And everyone keeps commenting the same thing. Don't give him antibiotics, take him to the vet, blah blah blah. All that kinds of stuff. And then, okay, and then the update, which is the one that just popped up. I originally posted thinking my cat had a UTI and was asking for advice on antibiotics while we waited to get a vet appointment. Multiple people commented to let us know just how dire the situation sounded. We tried about 8 to 10 vets until we found one who said to just bring him in ASAP and skip ahead of the line. All of you were right. He had a really bad blockage. They got the blockage cleared out, but due to a number of issues they've decided to do a perineal urethrostomy He should be waking up from that surgery any minute now. Edit, he has come out of surgery, he's awake, he's healthy, everything is going to be okay. I don't know how to say thank you enough. Every single person that replied played a role in saving his life. I am so glad your kitty is okay. Hi there, I've just joined this Reddit community today, and reading your post warms my heart. This looks to be an amazing and benevolent community. Also, make sure to give lots of hugs and kisses to your cat as he comes out of surgery. He will probably be a little groggy, but I'm sure he will appreciate all the love. And then the OP replies with two of those faces with hearts surrounding them. And absolutely, my husband and I have made sure neither of us needs to go into work for at least the next 5 to 7 days. He's going to be completely smothered with as much affection as his medicated body can handle from us. Oh my gosh, so cute. Great news. Awesome. Boop, 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 boop. Alright, well, the cat is okay. Thank you, this made my day. That's so nice to hear. That's so, so nice to hear. Oh, there's a lot of other stuff. Alright, I think I'm gonna end the video here for tonight because it's been already over an hour. I was gonna try and record for an hour and a half, but I think by now I'm just gonna stop. And I'll be back with another segment tomorrow, probably. Hopefully I'll be recording for longer too tomorrow. I want to make this at least an 8 to 10 hour video. Anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow, and I'll be right back with the video. Alright guys, I'm back, and hopefully for the last time, although this might have to be split into two parts. Not the video, but just me recording today, because at some point I'm gonna have to eat, and because I'm pre-diabetic, I have to listen to my body, whereas like a year ago, I was able to just continue working until I got super hungry and I needed to eat, and I absolutely needed to eat. Like, I would keep working, but now I have to listen when I feel hungry and I have to eat so that I have to like because if I don't I get sick. So that's fun. Anyway, so let's see. So I bookmarked a bunch of new posts. Anyway, um okay, this is from r/slash am I the devil, but it's originally from r/advice. Okay. And the title in r/advice is I inadvertently ruined my friendship with my best friend. Advice received. This post is marked as advice received. Okay.
Yeah.
And we're about to find out why he's actually the bad guy in this situation. Disclaimer, I know what I did sounds crazy, but I promise I had the best intentions. My friend was in a relationship for 2 years. He's a great dude, hits the gym, good job, money, etc. The last year I realized he was in an abusive relationship. His girlfriend would verbally abuse him in front of me, and he's not the type of guy you would expect to be abused. I can only imagine what went on behind the scenes. I was disgusted by the way she treated him and tried to get him to leave. He wouldn't, though, and got really defensive. I felt trapped and wanted to show him that he deserves better. Again, I know it sounds crazy, but I didn't know what to do. So I messaged her and started flirting, and we eventually started hooking up. I swear to God I didn't do this for my own pleasure, but only to show him the type of woman he was dealing with. He eventually found out, and the good news is he broke up with her, but he has cut me off completely. I'm blocked everywhere. Even when I explain why I did it, he still doesn't believe me, and I know it sounds ridiculous, but I had the best of intentions. I have no reason to lie on here anonymously, and just need advice on explaining the situation, and may send him this from my burner number. Stop sending him any messages. Just don't have any contact with him, because what you did is really screwed up. And we eventually started hooking up. I swear to God I didn't do this for my own pleasure, but only to show him the type of woman he was dealing with. So, dude, you had sex with her? If there was no pleasure for you, how did you manage that? You sure you ain't lying to yourself a little bit? Maybe you were envious of your friend, because he has the money, the looks, and the girl. Couldn't get the money and looks, but you got the girl. I can't judge your heart, so I'm not saying that's what happened. Your friend might not ever talk to you again. So what will you do about that? Are you going to sink deeper into darkness, or are you going to change yourself to become a better man? Okay. And then the original poster replies, "Definitely not. I felt this was the only way he would see the type of person she was. I can say for a fact that I did this with the best of intentions. I just want a chance to clear the air so he knows, and if he doesn't want to talk after that, fine. But I at least want him to know, and this has 130 downvotes." Dude, you did not have to sleep with her to show him she was awful. The second she responded to your advances, all you had to do was show him the texts. I find it seriously sad if you are actually this obtuse. You ruined your friendship because you had to stick your dick in it to prove a point. You do not help people by actively harming them. Said everything I wanted to say and worded perfectly. Her accepting the advances should have been plenty proof, but heavy on that last sentence. Definitely, definitely not. I feel this was the only way he would see the type of person she was. But it wasn't, was it? It was a horrible thing you did for many reasons, and it wasn't a one-time deal either. Recording or taking a screenshot of her flirting with you, that's one example you could have shown him. But you done laid with her, more than once. There's times when all you could do is tell the friend, hey, I think you're being abused, and if they don't listen to you, you just walk away and let them know that you're always there for them if they ever want to reach out. And even contacting their family sounds good too. I think you might need to talk to a professional, and I don't say this callously. Consider counseling and stuff because maybe you're not even being honest with yourself and you don't realize it. And you have to ask yourself, why did your mind go there? Maybe you'll be able to understand things better and how to better deal with things in the future if you speak to a counselor. I just want a chance to clear the air so he knows, and if he doesn't want to talk after that, fine, but I at least want him to know. He doesn't owe you anything, definitely not the time of day, so you can tell him shitty excuses about your fucked up behavior. You are lying. One shouldn't fuck one's best friend's girlfriend. Two, the texts were enough proof. Three, why didn't you tell your friend about your plans, as you're saying it was for his sake? Four, you hooked up with her several times. Once wasn't enough and four again for some reason. He eventually found out. When were you going to tell him? You suck, you were a bad friend, and posted expecting us to provide you with excuses to placate your friend. We didn't fall for it. Leave him alone. He deserves better than you. And this comment actually got the Take My Energy award. Dude, you did not have to sleep with her to show him. Okay, I've actually seen this. I've already read that comment. Not even a good troll post, LMAO. Dude, if you want to troll, you gotta make it so that you are subtle in your buffoonery. Going with "I slept with my friend's girlfriend to show him she's a 403" is so dumb, it could only be believed by a middle schooler.
Yeah.
You fucked his girlfriend multiple times, there was no air to clear. Au contraire, someone needs to open a window to get out the sex stink. I gave you an award, your response made me choke on water, lol. Sorry about that. Okay. You showed him the exact type of person you are. Well, he definitely knows what kind of person you are now. The kind who would fuck his best friend's girlfriend and think he was somehow justified. Well, you showed him the type of person you are. Thankfully, he wants none of you, so job well done. Yeah, and there's more comments that go on about this. Yeah, he's a terrible person, blah blah blah. You you showed him what kind of person you were, and he didn't want anything to do with you anymore. Now he knows what kind of person you are too. You had sex with this man's girlfriend, which he correctly saw as a betrayal, and now you're shocked he wants nothing to do with you? My brother in Christ, are you serious? Dude, the only way this would have worked without your friend cutting you off was if you spoke to your friend first and said, I think she's willing to cheat on you. Do you want a loyalty test? And then you respect whatever your friend says. And if your friend decides to do the loyalty test, then you have to make the friend aware of everything happening at every time in every instance. I fucked my best friend's girl with the best of intentions. Uh, what the fuck? And then he provides some examples of why this is stupid. My best friend bought a Ferrari. I told him it would get stolen in our neighborhood. I stole it with the best of intentions to show him it was a bad purchase. My best friend decided to adopt a shelter dog. I told him they could be unpredictable. I hit the dog with the stick with the best of intentions until it attacked me and he had to put it down. My best friend left his passport in the hotel room when we went on vacation. I told him it was a risky move. When he was taking a dump, I stole it and threw it in a dumpster with the best of intentions to show him you should never leave your passport unattended. Uh, I could do this all day. What a jackass. Tell me, if your friend is handcuffed to something with no key, do you cut the chain or cut off his hand to help him? I mean, unless it saw, you would cut the chain, obviously. Both set him free, one harms him in the process, though. What you did, cut off the hand instead of going for the chain. In no world did you need to sleep with her even once to prove a point, let alone multiple times. The moment she accepted your advances, you show the texts, and done. I can't fathom how you felt this was a good idea. If you just wanted to prove a point and didn't actually want to have sex with her, then I have three questions. One, once she said she wants to have sex with you, why not stop there? Her simply saying she wants to have sex with you would be enough to prove she's a cheater. You didn't have to also have sex with her. It says you didn't have to Adrian have sex with her, but I assume that means also because I don't know. Number two, once you had sex with her the first time, why would you have to do it again? Number three, if your goal was to prove to him that she's untrustworthy, why didn't he learn that she was a cheater from you? Why did you wait for him to learn from someone else before you stopped? If I was your friend, I wouldn't believe you either. Even if this plan made sense in your head, it doesn't make any sense unless you were getting joy out of having sex with her. And in the process, you showed him you are no better. My mother-in-law used to say, the road to hell is riddled with good intentions. This was not a surprising outcome from your actions. You made a poor decision, and the best you can do is learn from this. Leave this person alone. They deserve better friends, too. And then the OP replies, I should have thought of a different way to help him, but I at least want him to know the truth, and that I did it with the best of intentions. No. And then someone is like, he's a troll fishing for attention. Probably. Probably. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Impact outweighs intent. Don't fuck friends' partners. Need I go on? Nope, I think you said it all. But OP seems dense, so maybe throw one more on there. Oh, I'm shit. I was just being smug and don't really have a fourth snappy quote on hand. Don't poke the bear, no. Let the Wookiee win, no. That doesn't work. Bros before, I can't even finish that sentence. I feel gross. Oh, I got it, a classic. No, bad OP, no. Maybe play stupid games, win stupid prizes. A good one I like is hell is full of good intentions, heaven is full of good deeds. Dude, you're a piece of shit. No one fucks his boyfriends. No one fucks his best friend's girlfriend with the best intentions. You suck. No, your intentions were not the best at all. That's the lie you keep telling yourself. Because you're desperate to justify what you did. There is no justification for it. You are more abusive than she is. Like I said, you deliberately you deliberately hurt him to force him to do what you wanted. That's literally what abusers do. Yep. As someone who grew up with an abuser, I can say yes, that is. Alright. You know all you had to do was show him the text where you tricked her into flirting with you, but no. You slept with her more than once. What the actual fuck? Yeah, I really wish I had thought of that in the moment. My sister told me the same thing and I felt like such an idiot. My intentions were pure, but I should have done this instead. You know, you keep saying your intentions were pure, but they weren't. If they were, you'd have put this post up before you went through this enormous sacrifice of having friends with your best friend's girlfriend. If you want to become a better person, stop parroting on about how your intentions were pure, because frankly, it doesn't matter what your intentions were when your actions were this messed up. Unless you realize that you're not going to get very far with other people or yourself, stop deluding yourself into believing any amount of good intentions could legitimately result in or excuse what you did. I have zero reason to lie on my anonymous account, on my anonymous burner account. I genuinely just made a dumb decision, but my intentions were good. There's zero reason for me to lie about my intentions when I'm anonymous. I mean it, my intentions were pure and I just went about it a stupid way. Read my words and read them carefully. I don't care if you're lying about your intentions. I don't care if this is a real story or not. I don't care how many burners you made to write this story. You messed up. Your intentions mean nothing in the face of your actions. You act based on your intentions. Your actions were not that of a good friend or a good person, so therefore your intentions are not good either. You've told yourself your intentions are relevant here because you imagine that is a way to absolve yourself of your guilt. We will not give you that absolution. No amount of good intentions can excuse what you did. Do you understand the words I've written, or do I need to use smaller words for you to understand better? Can you explain why you slept with her multiple times then, instead of sleeping with her once and then telling your friend? Why did he have to find all of this out instead of you telling him? How many times did you selflessly fuck her? Intentions do matter. Pretending they don't is disingenuous. This is another comment from OP. That's why there's a difference between involuntary manslaughter and murder. Both are bad, but one has way more prison time. I accidentally bumped into someone and knocked them down. I helped them out and apologized. They said it's okay, no worries. It would have been a different interaction if I had purposely pushed them. You purposely slept with someone. You purposely slept with someone more than once. You purposely ruined his relationship. The inadvertent in your title is meaningless. You set out with premeditation to do this to someone you call a friend. So this little ridiculous analogy just proves your guilt. There is the difference between involuntary manslaughter and murder. Except what you did was voluntary. Your example is bullshit. In your case, you didn't accidentally bump into someone and knock them down. A better example is this. You saw a person walking and looking at their phone. You decided that this is wrong, so you run up at them and grab their phone and throw it on the ground. You tell them, hey, I did this for you. Now you can focus on looking ahead. That's what you did. Not answering how many times you fucked her, though, I notice, or what the girlfriend actually did to his friend. No real info. True. Like, what was he actually doing? So, what you're saying is that you betrayed and fucked your ex best friend's girlfriend for his own good? Yes, apparently. Do you realize you were the abuser in this whole situation? Of course you don't. Your smugness and sense of self satisfaction reek from your pathetic post. Advice: grow the F up. But I don't think anyone who reads this thinks you stand much of a chance to become a decent human being. Best of luck to your friend. I hope he finds quality people in his life. Okay, I have to get some food, so yeah, that was fucking quick. I know, right? But I have to get some actual food, so I will be back. Hey guys, I'm back after my break. And during the break, I got a little message on one of my posts of someone being upset that I was leaving. And I just want to let you guys know I'm not leaving you forever. I just have to leave you guys for a few weeks. Like, it's just going to be a temporary thing. But I am dropping an 8+ hour video before I leave. This video is going to be at least 8 hours long. At least that's what I'm planning. It might be closer to 7.5. We'll have to see, but it's gonna be a really long video. It's gonna be a really long video. And then I'm gonna try and finish the 6 chapter upload of A Guardian Angel this weekend. And if I can't finish it this weekend, then I'm going to try and finish it next weekend. Because my mom is literally coming home Monday morning, staying home for like I think 3 or 4 days, and then she's going right back out and leaving to go to Elmont for the weekend to visit my grandpa. So that's what's happening right now. Yeah. Because it's been like about by the time she goes to see him, it'll be about 7 weeks since she's seen him. Maybe closer to 8. But we saw him mid-June, like like the weekend right after the incident happened with my grandpa. My mom was away for that weekend visiting him in the hospital, making sure everything was okay. I mean, he almost died. Thankfully he didn't. And then like my mom came home that Sunday, I think, and then the weekend after that we went out to see him together, and we went for 2 days. We were able to go for Friday night and Saturday night. And then so we were there for a couple of days, and that is where I found my antique Barbie, and that's where I got to hang out with Grandpa for a little bit. It was fun. It was just really nice. Sorry, I keep yawning. But yeah. Sorry, something really cute just popped up on my homepage and funny about hamsters. Oh. Oh, that's cute. Alright. Anyway, I'm gonna just go to my profile and read more Reddit stories so that. Oh, nope, I have to go to my saved stories. But yeah, I'm not leaving you guys forever, but I have to leave just for a little while because my mom's gonna be home for basically the rest of August, except for the weekend that she's going to visit my grandpa. She's coming home the 5th. She's going out again that weekend to see my grandpa, and then she's coming back, and then she's staying home for basically the rest of August. And we're doing our 2 10-hour days, and we're probably going to be hanging out a lot during that time. And I love it. I'm going to be really happy about that, but that also means that she's going to be home at all times, pretty much, and recording is going to be pretty difficult because it's just difficult to record when she's around all the time. Even if I can record in my room, there's still background noise and it's kind of obnoxious. Anyway, I'm just gonna go into my saved posts here, and I have a few. I have some from r slash and the devil. I have some from best of Era updates. First, we're gonna read this one from r slash 2.5 men, which is a thing. Alan was the worst brother. When Alan comes into the show, he's Mr. Family Man, the good guy, the good brother, the good son. However, all the way through the series, as much as Alan talks down Charlie's decadent, dissolute bachelor lifestyle and criticizes Charlie for being a commitment phobe, Alan craves that lifestyle. He craves the money, the women, wants everything Charlie has. He can't hold on to any woman, screws every relationship up that he has by being an insecure basket case, and usually blames everybody except for himself. Melissa, Candy, Lindsay, etc. He's a crappy dad who constantly demeans his own son, and a crappy brother who regularly berates the man who's done so much for him. He thinks he's better than Charlie, but he isn't, eventually dabbling in every one of Charlie's vices. I'm just gonna say this. If you still think that Alan's the better brother, that Alan's actually the good guy and Charlie's the bad guy, there is an episode in I think season 11, where either season 10 or 11, where Alan fakes a heart attack just so he can continue living with Walden in the beach house. So, yeah, think about that when you think that Alan's actually the good guy in this. Absolutely can't forgive Alan for not exposing Rose's scam to Charlie about the Manny Quinn just to prevent his Ponzi scheme from getting exposed. He would literally sell his family for money. He is the reason why Charlie died. If he had exposed Rose, Charlie wouldn't have gone away with her. Gordon the pizza guy was more loyal to Charlie. I really want to know how they intended the next few episodes to roll out before they had to cut the season short. They must have planned a conclusion for the Ponzi scheme and the Manny Quinn scam, but it was just dropped. Okay, I don't they were going to do more episodes. That's super interesting. That's something I didn't know in the past. I hated how they turned him into a degenerative pervert. I think that was the worst part about the Kutcher era. Hated those last couple of seasons. Except for season 12. Season 12's pretty awesome. I actually love it. But I do love I I think that the Walden seasons gets way too much hate. Like I actually really like those last few seasons. I don't care. I love it all. Agreed, he hid his money so he wouldn't have to pay for anything. Alan screwed up every release he had, and when he's had chance to move, he always had an excuse why he didn't want. But we know the reason because if he didn't move, he would have to start paying for stuff. He did move out, but the only reason he did was because of Charlie kicking him out or his girlfriend wanting him to. I remember that he once said I remember that he once admitted that technically he could afford his own place, it just wouldn't be on the beach. I also want to point out that in the Walden seasons, there's one episode where he gets put on the bench for Walden's um organization or something, and he gets like a $50,000 stipend, which means he could afford his own place if he wanted to. Hang on, let me actually just do the math on that really quick. Because $50,000 a year stipend, isn't that more than like a minimum wage job divided by 12? Yeah, that's $4,166 roughly per year. It says 4,166.666666667. So yeah, roughly $4,160 a month, which he can definitely afford his own place with that because my place is I think like 12.50 a month or something. The first episode I watched, I was like, "Oh, poor Alan. He has such a bad brother. He deserves better." But now I see that Alan didn't deserve Charlie. Good doctor, good neighbor, good guy. Good God.
Uh,
Yeah, I don't like that. Yep. Charlie was a self centered, obnoxious cockblocker, but when it really came down to it, he was always there for Alan. I mean, he let Alan live in his beach house for like 8 years when he was divorced from his wife and having problems and stuff. And yeah, just love that. But for real. And yes, he does demean his own son, and I always hated that about the show. I know it's supposed to be a joke, but he's actually that can deep root trauma in kids really easily. Like if you continue saying to your kid how they're stupid and they're dull and they'll never accomplish anything, they're gonna take that to heart, and that's gonna put some deep rooted trauma into your kid. So it's kind of frustrating to think about that. Also, someone posted a picture on r slash tarantulas of their adult female rose hair, and I'm kind of jealous, not gonna lie. What is this? Alright, hang on. Am I the asshole? Okay, uh, am I the asshole? This next one is from r slash am I the asshole, which I love. Will I be the asshole if I only pay my dog sitter 1/6 of our agreed fee for not coming and taking care of my pets? And this one is marked as they're the asshole, so okay, so here's the deal. Wife and I were scheduled to leave town on Friday for a 6-day visit with family out of state. We asked our family friend Jenna, 15 female, to help out with our dog and two cats while we're away. We love Jenna. She's babysat our kids for us and taken care of our cats while out of town before. This was to be a bigger job, however, because we adopted a dog last year, and now in addition to the checking on our cats, she would need to walk the dog a couple times a day and ostensibly give her some love and affection. Jenna asked for $150 for the week, which we happily agreed to, compared to a professional service. I acknowledge this is a total steal. Also, I like paying kids in the neighborhood versus hiring out to a company. It just feels better in my opinion. Here's the issue. Our youngest daughter just tonight, Wednesday, claimed to be feeling ill, and when we checked her out, she had a temperature of 102 degrees. Oof, yikes. Our vacation plan was to visit my wife's family, which includes a whole clan of adults and their young kids, so bringing our sick kid would basically be a total dick move. As of right now, we have put the vacation on hold until we see how this illness shakes out. Regardless, we have to tell Jenna that we don't need a pet sitter anymore. I feel bad canceling on her, so I told my wife that we should still kick her $25, the equivalent of 1 day's work, for the burden of our cancellation as a way to let her know that we take her work seriously and value her time. My wife thinks that we should give Jenna $75, half her proposed pay, because Jenna likely has already made plans for the cash, and losing so much would be hard for a kid. While I acknowledge that it sucks to lose a job because of forces outside of your control, my take is that we are canceling in within a reasonable amount of time for a valid reason, and 1 day worth of pay is reasonable compensation. I might be showing my ass here a little bit, but oh well. When I was a young person, if I took a babysitting job or whatnot and it fell through, I could expect absolute jack shit from the canceling party. Getting anything as a means of saying sorry for your time would have blown my mind. That said, that was then and this is now. So I'm asking the good people of Reddit to tell me, is $25 for not doing a 150 job fair, or should I buck the fuck up and pitch Jenna $75 for the trouble? I'm not really invested in this emotionally. My wife and I just disagreed, and we thought that the internet would be an objective third party. Also, if you guys are going to come at me for only paying 150 for the pet sitting, a price that I fully recognize is very, very good, all I really have to say is that that was her price. She knows what pet sitters cost, and she is just kind of a cool kid who likes our animals. We're friends with her mom, who is a veterinarian, and odd jobs like this are a way for her to earn spending cash. Alright, I think that's it. You guys can let me know. Am I the asshole? And then OPS offered the following explanation for why they think they might be the asshole. I might be the asshole because I only want to give our pet sitter $25 as a cancellation fee when my wife thinks that she should get at least $75. I fully agree that canceling on the sitter merits some form of compensation. I just don't think that should equal half the original proposed fee. So the judgment should be based on, is $25 some cheap ass bullshit, or is that just how life goes sometimes? You have a good relationship with this girl who provides a very cheap and friendly service. It's Christmas. Your wife wants to pay half. You kind of don't care, not emotionally involved. You haven't suggested giving away $75 hurts you in any way. There is definitely more of a culture of cancellation fees these days. I'm not picking up why you need to object to your wife's idea. It's normal to give regular service, providers a little something something at this time of year. I wouldn't stand on principle if I were you. This is a kid who is never gonna know what she wasn't offered, so whatever, but I'm not picking up a reason not to roll with your wife's more generous instinct. And then the OP replies, $75 isn't going to break anything, and if the wind keeps blowing this way, she might end up with more because everyone keeps reminding me that it's Christmas, which, yeah, is a fair point. My main reason for posting in the first place was simply this. Is $25 for a canceled 150 job fair? There's a lot of context that changes the equation. Cancellation times, holidays, etc., all valid, but I was wondering about the idea in general. Anyways, thank you for your thoughts. Maybe my idea of fair isn't useful here. You were unsettled though in checking this sub. Are your instincts rubbing you the wrong way? If paying $75 makes your need to check the sub go away, pay the $75. My own position in general is be as generous as you can in the moment. And then the OP says, I promise I'm not unsettled. My wife and I thought posting this would be fun, which it has been, and I enjoy responding to people as honestly as I can. Be as generous as you can is a very good life philosophy. Always err on the side of generosity if you can. If you can't pay over $75 regardless, I would do it. The amount of goodwill it will generate is incalculable. Once word gets out what decent people you and your wife are, I would say that you are not going to struggle for dog sitters if you need one. This is a 15-year-old girl we're talking about. $75 would mean so much to her. Yeah, $75 would be a lot of money, even for me. Like, for someone like me. I just spent about half that on a playpen for my hamster, who I'm going to talk about properly in the next video because I realize I haven't actually mentioned the hamster yet. But anyway, but yeah, basically it would mean a lot of money to me personally, and I'm not even 15, so imagine how much it would mean to a teenage girl. Yes, it would be really good for her. Hmm. Anyway, why not just give her the $150? Okay, and then OP says, at this point, if I didn't agree to the $75, I'd be the biggest asshole on Reddit. I think that's a bit of an exaggeration. I've met some really awful people on Reddit. I'm actually trying to figure out how to hire her for a non-job to give her the full $150. Why not just give her the $150? When I'm trying to solve a problem, I always determine the amount of time it takes to solve the problem versus my hourly rate I get paid. Once it exceeds 1 hour of my time, I usually opt to throw money at it. You are definitely overthinking this. Give her the $150 with your good wishes, and the next time you're in a jam and need emergency dog sitting, you know who to call. This made me laugh. I'm not going to spend too much time on the problem. I'm trying to think of a fun way to give her the cash. She can still walk the dog if any of you get sick. My experience, there is never just one sick person. If she can walk the dog 2 or 3 times and you add a $150 in an envelope on the dog's leash, she'll be happy, the dog will be happy, and you will have some Santa feelings. Yeah, definitely. You could say that since you don't need a pet sitter, you could say that you don't need a pet sitter, but since you'll be taking care of your sick daughter, you'll still need her to walk the dog. Have her still walk the dog. Since it's a new dog for you, it will get them used to each other, so you will be set up for when you do go on vacation. I would let her walk the dog anyways. Christmas and sick young children, as a mom, I would love to check one more thing on the list. Yeah, exactly. People are saying just let her walk the dog for a few days and give her the extra money. I agree. Just give her the entire 150 and let her walk the dog for a few days if that makes you feel better about it. People are like, yeah, you should just give her the money, blah blah blah. But yeah, in my experience there is never one sick person. Completely agree with that. Usually when one of my kids gets the virus, it gets passed to another one of them and then another one of them and another one of them. And I can have a few sick kids at one time. Like, sometimes all my kids are sick at once. That's only happened maybe once or twice, but still. Alright. I'm trying to just scroll through. I have a lot of saved posts here, but sometimes I can't. Okay, so there's another subreddit called r slash am I the idiot. So we're gonna read a post from there that I saved. Am I the idiot for telling my parents that I have every right to take things from my sister for myself? I'm the youngest daughter in my family, and I have a sister 3 years older than me. It all started with my It all started when my father fell ill and had to go to the hospital by ambulance. My mother couldn't accompany him due to a colonoscopy prep, and being a minor, I couldn't go either. My sister, who was at the market, rushed back as the ambulance arrived. She needed a charger for the hospital trip, and as I had mine in hand, I gave it to her. The next day, my sister, on her last school day, went from the hospital to school. I stayed home caring for our parents. When she returned, exhausted, I asked for my charger. She promised to get it but took too long. After searching her bag, she claimed it was there. My father intervened, revealing she left it at a friend. He made her lend me her charger while she retrieved mine, which lasted a day. The following day, I asked for her charger again, but she refused. My father suggested I charge my phone with my computer and leave her charger. Annoyed, I complied, anticipating it could get worse. The breaking point came when, on a school night, I took her charger to charge my phone. Later, in the kitchen, my sister and mother argued about virginity. What? My sister mocked a friend's religious beliefs, claiming only her world valued abstinence until marriage. I defended the friend, calling my sister hypocritical. After this, my mother found out that I took my sister's charger, and she said I had no right to take anything from my sister, and that I was even worse than her because of what I said to her earlier, and that I was grounded. She said I had every right. I said I had every right because she had lost my charger, and they wouldn't do this if it were the other way around. She got very upset and told me I was grounded from everything, and if she wanted, she would destroy everything that was mine, that she could step on my phone, break my things because she was my mother. That is so abusive and manipulative. She took everything away from me, and now I can only go to school, can't use my phone, can't even read on my Kindle. Feeling unjustly treated, I overheard her misrepresenting the situation to my father. Now I'm writing this secretly, questioning if I'm the antagonist, and if my mother always aims to harm me. Am I the idiot? It says, am I the asshole? But that should say, am I the idiot? Anyway, um, this is so fucked up. Definitely a golden child scapegoat relationship happening here. The first comment is, this is the fakest shit okay. Uh, the first comment said, this is fakest shit I've ever read. You are not in the wrong, and your mother's response is insane to the point of abusive. You need to join a toxic parent group. Girl, just buy a new charger for $2 on Amazon. And everyone sucks here. People getting way too righteous about worthless borrowed objects and virginity on a Seinfeld level of stupidity. Okay, I can't believe they're saying that to an abuser. They're basically victim blaming. And another person says, yes, you are an entitled brat and your mother is abusive. Like another commenter said, just buy a damn $2 charger. Everyone sucks here. Okay, first of all, they're not $2. And also, way to victim blame. Thanks a lot for that, you buttholes. But, okay. Oh boy. Here's another. Okay, here's another one I saved. Am I the idiot for forgiving my wife after she cheated on me? Hi everyone. I, male 32, found out 7 months ago that my wife, female 30, cheated on me with a coworker. I pieced everything together myself. It all started when her coworker asked to help with our allotment, which had a lot of roof issues. I agreed, thinking nothing of it. Then one of my friends said, 100% he's banging her. Why else would he offer his help to her? I laughed as it was an absurd thought and just waved it away, because I knew my wife well enough to know she would never do something like that to me. At that point, we had been together for 11 years and married 6 of those years. I began to notice she's more secretive, hiding her phone face down and even went as far as to change the password. I try and prove to her that I'm the man she deserves and I can change how I am, and I do this for nearly a month. The 1st of April, she took a final decision and told me she wanted a divorce. I don't remember much, but I cried like I've never cried in my life. I hoped and wished it was an April Fool's prank, but no such luck. She meant it and concluded it was because she didn't love me anymore. That last one hit harder. Okay. I just want to say, if it was an April Fool's prank, that would have been good grounds to divorce you because that is just so incredibly fucked up. The 18th of April, I finally put the pieces together due to all her lying and inconsistency. She made her mom, her sister, and her friend lie to me while they knew what was up. I remember I had access to her Facebook and Snapchat at that moment. She sent a message to her best friend telling her to check her Snap. I immediately opened it up to find her telling her friend that she had a visitor that day. She had her period, so there was no sex involved, but they laid in our bed and cuddled, and she was having the time of our life. She was out grabbing some leftovers from a local Chinese place. I took a screenshot to her friend's downright horror. She hurried to send a message to my wife, which didn't get in time. She came home and I was pacing the floor like a madman. I was furious. She came in through the door and placed the food on the table. At that moment, I slapped her across the face. She stood there speechless for a moment, but soon enough she became angry with me. Me! I told her that I knew what she was doing, and I showed her the screenshot I had taken, and she raged almost harder than I did. One thing led to another, and soon enough we wrestled. She tried to get to the door to leave, and I held her back, because I feared what would happen if she left in that state of mind. At some point I talked her down enough for her to sit down. She wouldn't talk to me or anything. She just had her phone. I knew she would get defensive if I came near her, but I did, slowly and cunningly, with aim like a charmelin, or however that is spelled. I think he means chameleon. I snatched her phone out of her hands before she was able to lock her phone. She stood and just left. I won. I had her phone unlocked for the first time in months, and what I saw made me so angry. Well, first of all, I knew she was having company on that fateful day because she had told me. She lied about who it was, though. She told me it was a political friend from the same political party, and he had strawberry cream pie with him, which she ate although she was lactose intolerant. On the phone, there was a text from her coworker that day saying he would go to a bakery first. I put two and two together and called the guy from her phone so he would think I was her answering it. He did pick it up, and I just gave him hell, and he knows that if I ever see him, he should call an ambulance for himself. Afterwards, he told my wife, and they are no longer together. I told my wife that he told his wife that he was just using my wife and nothing more. She was quiet for about 5 minutes, then asked if it was true. It was not. And I said yes. Then she just started to cry and told me how sorry she was, and how much she is ashamed of her actions, and that if I was willing to do so, she would love to have me back. I told her that was all I wanted to begin with, and I gave her a second chance. To this day, we're communicating much better, and we listen to each other. We love each other, and we have great sex where everyone gets satisfied, and we are willing to work together better than we've ever did. Did I mention we have two kids, oldest being 7, the youngest 3.6 and 2 at the youngest 3.6 and 2 at that time. 8 months has passed, and I recently told my wife that I forgive her. Am I the idiot for doing that? And then someone says, yes, you should be in counseling. And OP says, why? Well, for one, it doesn't seem like she exactly felt that until she got caught. You didn't give her any explanation or talk to you about her feelings. She didn't give you any explanation or talk to you about her feelings on any of it. So it seems like she just had a convenient time to go cheat, which means you might be a serial cheater, might, and you should be careful. I'm not saying she is, but you should definitely be in counseling after dealing with this. You seem to have some self respect and self confidence issues, and I understand you have kids and it's really hard to leave somebody when you have kids, which is why I really suggest the counseling. And then OP says, to be honest, it felt a lot like she was only sorry because she couldn't have a coworker. Like, I felt like the biggest losing winner, having to deal with the participation prize, but we're actually doing very well and have been doing great since. We've been doing great ever since. I just felt like asking if I'm the stupid one for forgiving her. There's so much to the story which I haven't mentioned and all that because it would be too long. Mm. But it's only been 8 months. That might seem like a long time, but in a relationship world, it's not. Relationships need maintenance and communication from both sides. That's not something you can just put on the back burner. You slapped and physically fought with your wife. You have bigger problems. And then this comment is really long. You're the idiot, unfortunately. You say that she divorced you first, so why were you still living together? I guess it was still not a lot of time. I think you're probably the idiot, though. You clearly care that she did cheat on you. Not only that she attempted to leave while still hiding it ever happened. So it's not even a case of her trying to have her cake and eating it too. You were angry enough to be violent and then wrestled her phone out of her to get definitive proof admitting it on confrontation rather than her admitting it on confrontation. Then you felt the need to have her mistaken about your affair partner's true intentions to convince her to go back. To me, an affair is potentially forgivable if they still like you, but it sounds like your wife no longer even does, or at least way less than the guy she fucked with. If there's a line to draw, being treated and thought of by your partner with contempt certainly should be, in my opinion. Your partner shouldn't be someone you want to hit, and your partner shouldn't care more. And your partner shouldn't care more about the feelings of an affair partner than their own husband. The kids are not really a factor either. Divorce sucks for kids, for sure, but so does an unstable household, and your wife was clearly ready to do the separation before. Now it's your wife, and this is you know yourself and her better than a stranger on the internet, if this is real. If you still want to try and mend it as a couple, you would likely be more happy to prove me wrong, but in your shoes, I likely couldn't or even want to. And then OP says, I am willing to give her that second chance. Also, I wish this wasn't real. Thank you for your thoughts. We should we forgive people because we are in love, but love yourself and get the fuck out. It'll happen again. Yep. Am I the idiot for dropping my situationship because I miss him now? What is a situationship? Anyway, this one's pending. Am I the idiot for ending things? I, 20 female, met D, 19 male, on Hinge in November 2023. We had some good conversation over text and set up a date for after Thanksgiving. At the time, I was looking for something kind of serious, as I had been used for my body a lot in the past. He was looking for the same. After this conversation, told he was he told me he still has his V card and asked what my body count, which was 8 at the time. Eventually, we got into a fight because he thought that I dressed too provocatively, and ended in him saying I would never meet a guy who would put up with me dressing like a slut, so I blocked him before we even went on a date. After a bottle of Stella Rosa, I matched with him again on Bumble and he apologized. This was late February 2024. I made it very clear I did not want to be exclusive for the following reasons. 1, I didn't trust him after the slut shaming thing. 2, I was moving out of state in April and I didn't want to be in a long distance relationship. 3, I wanted to be in my sleep around phase a little longer. He told me he said he was okay with that, and I told him he didn't have to be loyal to me. We went on an ice cream date and I took his V card. We hung out 5 more times after that at his place to watch movies and hook up. I enjoyed spending time with him and the sex was amazing. He made me really happy and I wanted to be his girlfriend when I moved back. During this time, he made it clear he only wanted to be with me and that when I was ready, he would be waiting. He told me he didn't have to do that. I told him he didn't have to do that, but he insisted. He said he really liked being with me. I told him that I would want to reevaluate whether or not I wanted to be his girlfriend when I moved back and we went on dates. After I moved away, I got more attached to him, but he seemed to be pulling away, picking fights, ignoring me, etc. He said he was trying not to get too attached to me just in case I didn't want to be his girlfriend. I assured him that I wanted to try and be in a relationship, but he continued to pull away and we got into a big fight. He said he was happy that we weren't exclusive and he didn't like that I was still on dating apps. During the argument, he made me choose how I wanted to continue our relationship. I wanted to keep going as we were. He did not. I told him to ask me to be his girlfriend then, and he said that I have to stop talking to other guys and delete the dating app on my phone. I said that I obviously wouldn't cheat on him, and he said he needed to think about it. The next morning, I ended things because I was not okay with the way he was talking to me, and I didn't think he was ever going to get over the fact that he thought I was a slut. That was about a month ago, and now I miss him like crazy. I tried to reach out, and he does not want to try to make it work. So I'm wondering if I'm the idiot for ending things with the only guy who has ever wanted to be my boyfriend. And then someone says in the comments something that is so real. Don't confuse loneliness for love slash like. Yes, I made that. I made that mistake. I made that mistake in both of my relationships. Well, both of my actual relationships. Yeah, both of my relationships, I made that mistake. Okay, this next one's from r slash unpopular opinion. And it says basically what I think. Hank Hill was a crappy father. Sure, compared to Homer Simpson and Peter Griffin, he's a saint, but he's not exactly perfect. He's never supportive of Bobby for any career he wants that doesn't involve propane, and he loses his shit whenever Bobby takes up a harmless hobby that doesn't suit his standards. He's usually shown to be right about Bobby's interests in the end, but in the episodes where he does accept that Bobby isn't his perfect clone, it's immediately forgotten about in the next episode. There was also an episode where he made Bobby live in a doghouse when he started developing signs of dog allergies and didn't want to get rid of Ladybird. And then someone says, sounds like it's written as some sort of comedy or something. And then there's some deleted comments and there's stuff. Anyway, as I recall, Bobby wanted to move out into the doghouse once Hank set up lighting and air conditioning. He was a crappy parent for letting Bobby do it, but Bobby wanted to move into the doghouse. Dale Gribble is probably the better father as far as how he treats Joseph. Dale and Joseph is a whole other can of worms. Wait, what are you talking about? Because Joseph isn't his son? Hank Hill isn't meant to be perfect. He's meant to be an angry white man who wants everything to be like it was back when he was a kid, with traditional family values. while also having a bit of a liberal side in the sense that he dislikes some of his father's ways. Whenever Hank disapproves of something Bobby does, it's typically because he wants him to be like himself, hence why he expects Bobby to live up to male stereotypes and why he wants him to work with propane. To be fair, in the doghouse episode, Bobby comes to enjoy living in the doghouse, and the episode is about Bobby meeting his parents halfway about taking the allergy medication. I think Hank means well. Nobody is perfect, and everyone, including parents, have things they need to work on. For Hank, it means accepting lifestyles different than his, but he comes around and really does love his family. I think that's what makes him a good parent. Congrats, that's one of the major plot points of the show. Yeah, exactly. He's never supportive of Bobby for any career he wants that doesn't involve propane. He'd be supportive of a career that involved propane accessories. Oh boy. Alright. Love that. Alright, r slash character rant. Basically saying the same thing. Hank Hill isn't that great a dad. A few years ago, all the time you saw these people saying Hank Hill was an amazing dad by contrasting him against Homer Simpson and Peter Griffin. And, like, okay, it's not hard to be better than someone who chokes their kids, but looking at him in a vacuum, he really isn't that amazing. He constantly tells Bobby he is disappointed in them, often for things that don't really matter, and if he's not saying it, he is giving a negative glance. He also is shown punishing him for random stuff like suggesting they can buy non American goods, and routinely instills pretty dubious values. Values like that he was a bit racist in early seasons, albeit to a degree that probably wasn't on the deeper end for that place and time, and he acted super aggressive to Bobby when he wanted to look into other religions, so Bobby understands constantly that there's a thin line he is supposed to walk. I don't need to list every single example, because you probably remember some if you watch the show, but it's enough that it's not any one thing. He is consistently showed as a fairly flawed person. None of this is to say he is the worst person ever. Real people have a lot of flaws, and so there is nuance to judgment. But if flaws go beyond a few affable ones, Bobby is likely to have long term feelings of inadequacy due to being constantly judged by arbitrary standards that weren't designed for kids like him. Hank doesn't even pretend not to be disappointed, and even the times he acts excited for Bobby, often fairly often believe that this is treated as shock and awe that Bobby has any qualities that Hank actually approves of. Hank has positive aspects too. Sometimes he tries to reach out, but when he does, it's usually on his own terms, and is often tied to whenever Bobby just so happens to like something Hank does. Sure, Hank will keep him safe from physical violence at times, but that's not really enough to cancel out the flaws. Even openly abusive people often don't want you harmed by outsiders. Maybe some people grew up with a dad who was just straight up openly abusive, and so one who is more indirectly, passively, emotionally neglectful at times seems lenient. But just because he is better than terrible doesn't mean he isn't heavily dubious. He is trying, but he is irrevocably held back by the flaws of his own worldview. I don't really have that much to say on the topic. It's just a little strange how so many people idolized him for a while. He might seem matter of fact and no nonsense, but his idea of facts and nonsense are often heavily wonky, down to the fact that he worships his sleazy boss and makes excuses for him for seemingly no reason other than that he is his boss. Strict hierarchy down to being hypocritical to pretend you think it makes sense. I think what make I think what boosts Hank up for some, even in a vacuum, is that he is frequently shown throughout the series a willingness to learn and reevaluate even his own beliefs and values, even if it usually takes until the end of the episode to do so. To basically turn around what you said, Hank is held back by the flaws of his own worldviews, but he does at least try and frequently will actually change, even if it's a bit at a time. Certainly doesn't hurt that despite his incompatibility with Bobby, Hank does make it clear that he loves him and wants to do right by him, even outright saying, even if this country ran only on propane and made me its vice president, I would still be a dad first, down to the fact that he worships his sleazy boss and makes excuses for him for seemingly no reason other than that he is his boss. Actually, there is a reason. Hank has basically latched onto Buck as a surrogate father figure, and thus makes excuses for and blinds himself to a lot of Buck's faults, because he still gets a lot of the positive reinforcement his own father never showed him. It's still a toxic relationship, but it's significantly better than the one he had with Cotton. As a longtime fan, I agree, but I will say it doesn't help that Hank almost always comes out on top in conflicts and disagreements with others. He usually both wins the argument and is portrayed as morally in the right. There are times when it feels like the show wants you to agree with Hank and consider him perfect, but the show is at its best when Hank is portrayed as an ultimately good, yet very flawed person. That boy ain't right. Yep, exactly. Buck framed him for murder. Truth. How many times does that personal growth stick, though? There shouldn't have to be like 15 plus episodes where the moral is, Jesus fucking Christ, stop being such a sack of shit to your son. Long-running episodic comedy cartoons aren't the right place to go if you're looking for long-term character growth. Heck, Bart and Lisa don't even know what a VHS tape is anymore, despite the fact that they personally use them all the time in early episodes. I'm aware, but that also means that no, Hank doesn't really grow as a character. He is a shitty dad who becomes a slightly less shitty dad over the course of an episode and then resets back to shitty dad. I mean, yeah. Even Homer and Peter learn over episodes, though. Like, yeah, there's often a willingness to improve, but at the same time, the status quo of the shows tends to prevent much in the way of overall change, because they need to tell a similar story next week. So a vibe is created that while they may have to wrestle with being wrong about one thing, we don't really see it make a lasting difference in the character. And sure, some of the characters never age, so it opens the question of how much of this is just continuity. But at the very least, we are implied to see connections across time. Like I said, he isn't the worst person ever, but his good qualities aren't so rare that they totally override the bad ones. This is probably related to that people struggle to admit that nuance can exist in parents in general, though. Many in real life assume you have to call them good until they are actively terrible beyond denial, so it may carry over to how they see fictional ones. Well, yeah. Yeah, true. True. I don't know why this has 11 down votes. That is true also. That's one of the reasons why I prefer one of the reasons why I prefer serialized shows rather than episodic shows. I think people put Hank up above most TV dads is that while very flawed, when faced with a choice that was him against his values or Bobby, he chooses Bobby every single time. His main concern is Bobby's well-being and trying to be there for him, and that's really what the show is about. Times are changing, and if he wants to do right by his son, he needs to grow, even though that makes him very uncomfortable. He might do that at the end of the episodes, but the implied baseline is not him doing it overall, so it's a series of small benefits that don't actually add up to a story of a serious attempt at change. Yeah, I hope that in the reboot or like continuation or whatever the fuck you want to call it, that there's some kind of understanding between Bobby and his father, and like Bobby's a comedian and Hank is happy with that, and Hank appreciates whatever Bobby's doing as a career, no matter what it is, because we all know it isn't going to be propane, because he's already made it clear how much he doesn't want to do that and how he wants to be a comedian. That's what he wants. So I hope that when the reboot comes around, that he is a comedian and that his dad can be happy with that. As long as their kid is happy, I don't see what the problem is. As long as Bobby is happy and able to support himself and any family that he might have, because I don't know what's going to happen in the reboot. I mean, I haven't even gotten through the entire show yet. I think I'm on like season 10. I think yeah, I just finished the episode. I think I just got through the episode where Luann found out she was gonna have a baby, and I think I might have watched like one or two more episodes past that. The last one I really remember strongly that I watched like maybe 2 days ago was the one where Luann was gonna have a baby, where she found out she was gonna have a baby, and the one where Peggy deliberately gives Lucky all the wrong answers on his GED because she finds out that he wants to marry Luann. That's why he wants to get his GED. Hank's parenting is pretty bad. I don't think the show ever pretended otherwise. The fans just forget the details because it's a comedy above all. Part of Hank's set of flaws is his inability to understand other people who aren't like him. So children of the next generations are completely beyond him. People say it's because Hank seems to be both able and willing to quite slowly change. He's trying to be better than Cotton and it's working. We see him come around to enough things over the course of the series. Someone on YouTube breaks it all pretty well. Bobby is going to have problems as an adult, but Hank's doing what he can to dig himself out of generational abuse. I don't really agree. Sure, Hank does better himself, and his apple is far from Cotton's tree by the end of the series, but Hank doesn't try to change. It's a situational comedy show with feel good moments, and he only changes when things happen to him that basically force him. He fundamentally looks down on people who parent differently. You say he's able and willing, but he's not that able and not that willing. But he is still willing. You have to remember that Hank is pretty fucked as a person. Cotton's parenting and abuse have created a man who is intensely uncomfortable with emotions and anything that strays from Cotton's stringent views on gender roles. In the real world, yeah, he'd be not great. But as a cartoon father, the ability to try and be better can't be discounted. And this is why I don't write for comedy, because I want to write actual character growth and character struggles and all kinds of stuff. And I feel like I can't really do that when it's marred with just trying to be funny and make jokes. Also, the fact that I'm just not good at it. Like, I'm good at when someone says something and I come up with a joke for it. I'm pretty good when I'm around the situation, but like, not when I'm out of a situation and I'm actually thinking about like what to write, like when I'm thinking about funny jokes to write or how to translate this on paper, I really can't do it. And I don't even want to write comedy. I want to write actual all kinds of stuff that has nothing to do with comedy, and I want to write all that stuff, and I maybe I'll have a joke here and there sprinkled throughout the books, but it's not mainly about comedy. It's mainly to promote like character growth and character struggles, and I want to write flawed characters who then grow over the course of the series and blah 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 and all that stuff. So, yeah, that's what I want to do. That's what I want to get into. But I do agree, Hank is trying to do his best, from the shithole that he came out of because of his father. Because his father is such an asshole, and I hate Cotton. I hate him. Oh my god, throughout the series, he is the worst. I heard that there was an episode where Cotton fucking dies, and I'm looking forward to it because I want him out of the show. He is my least favorite character in everything. Yes, he is worse than Nancy. Nancy, who cheated on her husband for 13 years. And this is different because Hank, because Cotton did that to a child. His child that he was supposed to be raising and looking at, and like, Hank looked up to him and he completely screwed that up and he completely pissed away the opportunity to be a good dad and to make his son. He still loves him for some reason. Somehow, Hank still loves Cotton and wants his approval. But oh my god, generational trauma is so fucking complicated. I find it funny how Dale is a more caring father than Hank. Yeah, same. I don't know, it's definitely upsetting. I thought it was the joke of the show was that he was a bad dad. Well, how have I gotten it wrong this whole time? He can't say I love you to his own kid. Always says to Bobby, ain't right. Always says that Bobby ain't right and is embarrassed by Bobby, despite Bobby being good at literally everything he tried except sports. I had no idea people thought he was a good dad. I mean, sure, he has redeeming qualities. But the whole joke is how uptight and old school he is. Some people seem to have such low standards for what makes a good dad. He isn't meant to be pure evil so much as a semi indicative depiction of someone who is trying, but has major flaws they don't move far past easily. Yeah, okay. The whole first episode, by the way, was about how he couldn't say I love you to Bobby. Like, the entire first episode is basically about how the CPS thinks that they're beating their kid, or rather this one incompetent CPS worker that's later fired when thinks that he's abusing his kid because he gets hit by a baseball in the he gets hit by a baseball during a baseball game. So then they think his dad is beating him, so they open up a case and there's a whole thing about how no matter what he does he has to love his son, and Bobby just continues on pretending that CPS is like looking this over even when they're not, because the case is closed by this point. But Bobby continues pretending that they're looking this over and just lies to his parents about it because, this way no matter what he does, his dad has to love him. So anyway, then there's a whole thing about how his dad actually loves him and blah blah blah, and yeah, it was really hard for him to say. He danced around it for a good while before he actually said it, but he does actually say it, and it's a pretty cute moment. But then the following episodes, he's always like, that boy ain't right, and really upsetting and dismissing all of Bobby's interests. And in one of the most recent episodes, he dismissed Bobby's interest of cooking, and Bill Dauterive actually came along and nurtured that interest. And Bill Dauterive gets a lot of hate for being a good face of depression, because I think he shows off what depression actually looks like, and people will shit on him for that, and I think that's really unfair. Being a depressed person myself, but I think it's really unfair how Bill Dauterive gets treated by the characters in the show and also by people outside the show who are criticizing the show or whatever. People don't tend to like him. But anyway, he comes along and he nurtures this talent of Bobby's, and he's so nice about it, and then he wants him to carry on the family recipe even though he's not a Dauterive, and Bill says that he would be honored to have Bobby cook the family recipe, and it just shows how much of a better dad Bill is than Hank, like even just through that one episode. There are a lot of episodes like that where Hank's friends actually kind of come along and raise Bobby or take on some part of that, because it takes a village. It really does. All right. Boop. Hmm. Mm. All right. There's also a complete garbage post about how someone's hamster bit them, so they hit the hamster as a reflex, which is just awful. Let's see. Yeah, I'm trying to look for more stuff. Oh, so cute. Sorry, there's just a lot of different stuff here. I'm looking for a lot. I'm looking for something. Okay, you know what? I think I'm gonna just search best of weather updates and see what comes up, because I want to read some of that. I might have to leave again. Okay. Final update 1 year later. Am I the asshole for telling my wife that pregnancy isn't an excuse? Oh boy. Okay, a final update 1 year later. Am I the asshole for telling my wife that pregnancy isn't an excuse? Not the original poster, blah blah blah. Do not comment on original posts. The latest update is several months old, so it will be obvious if you comment lol. Okay, trigger warning, mental illness, and verbal abuse. Alright. Original post, February 24th, 2023. I, 36, and my wife, 28, have been trying hard for a baby and finally got lucky with one. Although now that she is pregnant, it seems like she is using it to her advantage. She recently adopted a cat, which I'm allergic to, and said, think of the baby, or the baby needs a buddy. I gave in, but kept my distance around the cat. Whenever I asked her to help with some chores around the house, she always said she can't because of the baby. I tried communicating to her that I don't want the baby to be an excuse for everything. She began to yell at me, screaming, saying I have no idea what it's like to be pregnant and to get over it. It hurt me, I admit. I stayed quiet and did everything she asked. I needed a break, no doubt. I had cleaned the house every day, went to work, took care of the cat she wanted while she quit her job, and stayed home doing nothing but watching TV and eating. I did her makeup for her like she asked, rubbed her feet, massaged her, but it never seemed to be enough. One day I asked her if I could just go out with my friends for a bit, and she got mad and started screaming at me, saying that she needed me to be here. What about the baby? I was so tired and fed up that I told her to stop using her pregnancy as an excuse to get away with things. I cared about the baby, but I will not stand for this. She called, she called, um, She called me an asshole when I walked out. Am I the asshole? Relevant comments. OOP had 183, so I narrowed down as much as possible. 183? 183 what? Oh, I guess relevant comments. Important comment. Before the pregnancy, we always shared chores, and I did everything equally or what we considered equal. We never had any problems with communication or anything, but after she got pregnant, things changed slowly but surely at first. It was simple things, as she couldn't bend over and tie her shoes, or she couldn't bend over to a certain extent, which I understood, and I did everything completely for her, no questions asked. But as time passed, it gradually got worse. She couldn't do laundry, she couldn't cook a meal, she couldn't vacuum. Hell, she couldn't even check the mail. Everything was practically on top of me. I didn't even have time to visit friends or do anything for myself outside of getting money and providing for the baby slash wife and cleaning the household. I felt the odds were mostly on top of me. She never contributed anymore. She kept using the baby as an excuse or her pregnancy as an excuse. And I understand if she had complications with her pregnancy or if it was a high risk, but the doctors never said anything about her pregnancy causing any complications. Then it got to the point where I had to do massages for her and makeup and nails and buy her expensive maternity clothing because she still wanted to look pretty. And I understand wanting to be pretty because she might have insecurities. But again, I was taking money out to buy her all of these things that she wanted to look pretty, and they were pretty expensive. She wanted a very pretty robe she saw on TikTok. It cost $160, not to mention that we didn't spend as much money on the baby as much as I would like. We only got the baby a week's worth of clothes, while your wife got a lot more. She's been doing things out of impulses, such as buying a cat that she knows I am allergic to. I tried brushing everything off as pregnancy hormones, but it just doesn't seem to be the case anymore. More about his plans for the cat. OP, I just wish I could actually love cats the way people without allergies can, but sadly I can't. I want to give an animal. I genuinely want all the love and affection and support I can offer, but sadly I'm very limited because of the cat, not to mention I barely have time for this cat. I want someone who can love the cat much more than I ever could to adopt him. Aw. He is a sweet guy, but just not for me, which is okay too. To a different commenter, shelters, yes, but I want good quality shelters. I don't want a no-kill shelter to be horrible breeding grounds or anything else. I've never owned or adopted an animal, but want them to be loved and cared for. If people have suggestions to actual good animal shelters, I would love to hear. To a third, and while my allergies may be minor, doesn't mean I still want to be cautious around my own house or take other measurements. Personally, I don't see any problems with me not wanting my house because I'm allergic, even though it's minor, it's still an allergy. I hope you see where I'm coming from. I love cats, don't get me wrong, they're adorable. They can be loving and kind, but it's just not for me, especially with an allergy, so no caution. No more caution. So more caution. Sorry, I can't read that properly. And I totally get it. I think unfortunately after my hamster passes that's just going to be it for me for small rodent pets because I was allergic to my rats and I think I might be allergic to my hamster too. I haven't interacted with him enough to like gauge that properly, but once I start interacting with him more, I'll see if I'm allergic or not and then I'll decide from there what I'm going to do, like if I'm going to get another hamster because I do have the bin cage already set up and ready to go. And I just ordered the last thing I needed on Amazon, and I'm gonna get like one or two things that I need at the pet store tomorrow, and then I'm probably gonna be done with hamster stuff, except for like the monthly costs, like bedding and food and stuff, which are just regular stuff that I need to buy, obviously, because I don't want my hamster to frickin' starve. And you have to clean the enclosure every month, so I have to put new bedding also. But anyway, I'm just saying, like, there is the monthly cost, but then after that, I'm gonna see like if I'm allergic or not, and then I'm gonna gauge that, and then I'm gonna figure out if I'm gonna like buy more hamsters or if I'm going to just not get any more rodent pets. But I think as far as rats go, I'm probably done with rats. Even though they make really amazing pets and I love my boys so much, I am a bit allergic. I'm not like super allergic or anything because obviously I mean, my allergies are sort of minor. I just get kind of stuffed up. But I'm already having an itchy throat. Like my throat is a little sore and scratchy, so that might already be a symptom of my allergies. I'm not really sure, but Hopefully my allergies remain minor with this hamster because if I end up being like super allergic to it, I'm gonna have to rehome him and I really don't want to do that, especially since just got him from the shelter. Like he's a rescue. I don't want to have to rehome him again. I really love him and I would like to keep him for his lifespan. Sadly, their lifespan isn't long because they have the same amount of lifespan as rats, which is like 1.5 to 2 years. And he's already a year and 8 months old, so he's a senior hamster, and he is a very sweet little boy. I love him so much. Anyway, the next video is going to be 24 hours with my hamster. Because this is the first hamster. It's not the first hamster technically, it's the second hamster. It's the first hamster I'm going to have any remembrance of. I do not remember. The only thing I remembered about my hamster that I had when I was 5 is that his name was Blueberry. And my mom, and even just thinking about how I had to give him up because we moved to Taiwan for my mom's job, like less than a year after I got him. But that was because my mom told me about it. Like, she told me that I had to rehome the hamster. But yeah, we didn't know at the time that my mom's job was going to take us to Taiwan, so I ended up unfortunately having to give the hamster away. His name was Blueberry, and that's literally all I remember. I don't remember anything, but he was probably in one of those shitty pet store cages that are garbage. But luckily, my little guy has a bin cage with 840 inches of square space. 840 square inches of floor space. With like a little sand bath. He's got a food dish. He's got a water dish. He's got the stuff that he needs. He's got chew sticks. He's got all kinds of stuff. Commenter, bro, she's pregnant, not disabled. Now, if she was 8 to 9 months, that is a different story in regards to pampering and house chores. But makeup, get ready for a long ride, my dude. OOP. The only thing about it was she acts like it's a high risk pregnancy that she can't do anything. She isn't though, and she is 6 months pregnant. Not to mention that our finances have been going more to her than the actual baby. Commenter, going to her how? At 6 months, the only extra money she needs are maybe maternity clothes, good prenatal vitamins, and some money for fast food cravings, or little extras like that. We're currently 5 months and spending a ton, but it's all going to the nursery like it should. OOP. Well, for example, on TikTok, she saw this cute maternity robe. It cost $160, which is expensive as hell. And yes, we spent money on a crib and a week worth of clothes for the babies. Well, we got much more than a week of maternity clothing. Commenter, that hurts my heart. I love fancy things, but I never imagine asking my husband for something outside of our budget when we're prepping for a baby. You're spoiling her, which is maybe a way of trying to show her you care, but look at what it's doing. She needs a reality check. Sorry, I heard a noise come from the hamster cage. OOP. I plan on discussing budgeting with her, definitely going to couples therapy, getting personal therapy, and giving the cat to a no-kill shelter. If there's any other suggestions, please do tell. This is my first time during a pregnancy, and I wasn't able to read the book or anything because of the fact that I have to do so much to provide for her and the baby. What do you mean by you walked out? OOP. By walked out, I mean left the house and went to hang out with my friend, but sadly the hanging out turned more into me talking about all the problems I had with my wife. Commenter. Not the asshole. As others have said, unless she's medically at risk in some way, there is no reason to suddenly cease all normal activities. Did you both discuss this beforehand? Did you tell her it was fine to quit working and you would take care of everything? OOP. She also did not discuss her quitting her job. She kind of just told me in the middle of dinner one day. It's hard to provide for both the baby, me, and her alone, so I had to get multiple jobs. Oh, that's garbage. The makeup thing. OOP. For the makeup part, I figured it was the right thing to do. She told me she was exhausted and tired, so I just did those things for her, thinking that she needed it, or she would appreciate it. Commenter. Is your post even real, dude? Why did she quit her job? Why would you need to do anything? I can't believe you did her makeup and all that after it too. This can't be real. OOP. I'm not sure why she quit her job, but I can assure you that the post is real. If you don't believe me, that's fine too, but the reason why I feel I need to do all of this stuff is because she's pregnant. All I ever wanted to do really was to make her happy and make her comfortable during this time. I don't know what it's like to be pregnant, nor have I ever really been around people who was pregnant. It's a completely new area for me. Since she was the one who was going through all of this, I just went by what she said. I trusted her and what she told me, but over time it became more difficult and more demanding, and overall couldn't be happy. I am luckily seeking a personal therapist now, and I have an appointment in a week. Update and comments later that night. I recently talked to my wife about couples marriage and personal therapy. She agreed that personal therapy was a must, as I apparently have been having all the issues in this relationship since she got pregnant. Although she said that couples therapy was not something she wanted to do, when I asked her reasoning for this, she simply replied by saying, "Too much stress for me and the baby. Why are you making this such a big deal?" When I simply tried explaining how other moms suggested it being good and healthy, she blew up on me again, saying, "Why are you talking to other girls? Do you not trust me?" I am not sure how the conversation went immediately to that. I was adamant about the couples therapy as I wanted to see our child grow up together and didn't want our relationship to fail. To this, she responded, "I'm afraid our relationship is too far from saving." I'm completely devastated about how the conversation played out. I'm not sure what to do, but she barricaded the bedroom door and I'm forced to sleep on the couch. I called my friend to stay the night at his place, and hopefully things will change in the morning. I'm sorry this didn't go the way we all hoped for. Relevant comments. Commenter. When speaking to the divorce lawyer, ask about custody arrangements and the house. Sort it out before the baby is born, or it will be impossible to get anything house-wise fairly while there is a newborn there. You get on top of this and speak to friends and family about how you weren't allowed to do XYZ and do all chores and housework. Tell them you are being abused and ask for their support. OOP. I'll definitely consult into adult divorce lawyers, but honestly, I do feel very guilty for what I did. I felt as though I was gaslighted. She kept trying to turn the whole subject around, basically blaming me that this was my fault, that I didn't do enough or I should behave better. I don't know what it's like to be pregnant. I've never been around pregnancy, and I hate using an excuse. Uh, but I honestly have no idea what I'm doing or what I could do better. All of this is the first time, and I figured since she was going through it, she would be the most helpful person, although it turns out it was the complete opposite. Commenter, in about 3 months, you're going to learn the meaning of unconditional love. It truly blindsides you, and there's no way to prepare yourself. Just know that it will happen. Her behavior will look even worse in light of that feeling, because everything will be gauged by how it affects your child and their health, happiness, and overall well being. OOP. Thank you, really. Everyone has been such a help. They really opened my eyes about what's really going on. I just need to take some time to grieve. Definitely talk to a therapist. It seems that my relationship has sunk. All I need to focus on now is the baby and getting my mental state back in place. Update post 1, February 25th, 2023, the next day. My wife's sister went to talk to her and she got back to me. Apparently, my wife wasn't acting like her normal self. The way she described my wife was paranoid, upset easily, and speaking nonsense. I'm just gonna say this might just be prepartum depression. Is that a thing? Hang on. I'm actually gonna see. I'm gonna look this up real quick and see if that's a thing. Because if it's prepartum depression, I don't know if that. I know postpartum depression is a thing, but is there such a thing as prepartum depression? Okay. Prepartum depression. Antenatal depression, also known as prenatal depression, is a form of clinical depression that can affect a woman during pregnancy and can be a precursor to postpartum depression if not properly treated. Okay, that might be what's going on then, because I have no explanation for this behavior. Or your wife's just a fucking psychopath. Wait, I have to go all the way back down now. What the fuck? Okay. Sorry, I have to. It just scored me all the way back up to the top, so now I have to find my freaking place.
Duh.
The way she described my wife was paranoid, upset easily, and speaking nonsense. I don't quite understand, but her sister told me that we should definitely speak to the doctor about it. I'm afraid and fear the worst. I asked if I should come over. She said that might not be the best plan, and she would take a week off of work to help take care of her sister if anything was to happen. That she doesn't seem to be able to that she doesn't seem to be able to take care of herself. I agreed it would be the best course of action for right now. I'm not sure what to do now. I've never been through this before. Any help? Any help? update post 2, March 18th, 2023, 3 weeks later. So I will keep this straight but to the point. Short but straight to the point. My wife went to the doctors and she has something called postpartum psychosis. I got the information from my sister in law. I was right. I was fucking right. I've been doing my research about it as I know little about this diagnosis. I came to ask for reliable sources and what to do. How can I help her? Any help is appreciated. Whether you've been through it, have experience, or just know anything about it. I thought postpartum happened after pregnancy. But this is a whole new concept. Okay, I knew she was sick. I knew something was going on. Commenter, you need to get in contact with the doctor before she becomes a risk to herself or the baby. Call the damn paramedics if you need to before she becomes completely resistant to speaking with medical professionals. In DMS, I mentioned how she might be suffering from a prenatal form of PPD/PPA, and I know you can't get in contact with her OB, but any doctor you speak to will be able to contact them for you if you know their name. There's nothing more you can do but get her help. OOP, I'll definitely see if her sister can help me get in contact. Since she is there, I'll ask her to to send me contact information, and I'll call them immediately. Guys, I hate doing this, but my throat is really scratchy right now. I have to log off for now, and probably for the rest of the night. I'll try and do the rest of this tomorrow, though. Um, I'm gonna try and record for 2 or 3 more hours tomorrow if I'm feeling like I can do it. It depends on how my throat is feeling, but it's scratchy right now. I can tell I'm not getting sick or anything. I'm just having issues from talking so long, and also maybe slightly allergic to my hamster. Anyway, I'll see you guys later. This is all gonna be in one take anyway, so you're about to see the rest of the story. Hey guys, I'm back and I'm going to be recording a little today, and then if I need to record anything else, I'll be recording it tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to the movies, and then I have a movie in the morning, and then I'm going to
there.
excuse me, and then I'm going to the other second thing. The other the thing, the shelter. I'm going to the shelter. I went to the shelter today to drop off a donation. Luckily, the door was unlocked and I was let in, but like they said I couldn't stay. I was wanting to give, I bought a whole bunch of stuff and I wanted to give some of the toys to the dogs and cats for like personally, so I asked them to just hold on to the stuff and I'd be back tomorrow to give stuff to hand stuff out to the dogs and cats, and then I'm gonna do that in person tomorrow. So I'm going back tomorrow because they were closed early for some kind of training something, and anyway, so I'm gonna be doing that tomorrow. Sorry, I'm gonna go try and find the thing I was already working on today. The thing, story. Like, I'm gonna try and find that story. So, let's see if I can find the story. I'm just trying to trying to find the story right now that I was working on yesterday. I should have done that before, but I did not. Um, anyway, so for that, I'm looking for the story. Sorry about that, but I mean, it's still going to be way faster than if I'd split this into two parts and just done a different, part like the next day. So I'm looking for Okay, I don't know. Maybe I'm looking in the wrong place. Maybe I scrolled too far. I don't really know. I feel like I didn't scroll too far. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I forgot. There's this really cute post. You guys can look this up because I am not gonna or can't post the video here, but this is so adorable. The internet. So this is from r/crested gecko, which I'm going to be getting a crested gecko sometime next year. Probably, it could be as soon as February. I don't know. I'm gonna have to see. Uh, yeah. The internet told me to buy my Krusty a hamster wheel, and this is one of the cutest things I've ever seen. He is using it much more slowly than my hamster, but he is still using it, and it's so cute. He's walking on it, and he's flicking his little tongue, and it's so cute. I'm actually, if hopefully I'll remember to post the link down below, but I'm gonna just I'm gonna hopefully leave that there. Like, hopefully, I'm going to be leaving because it's so freaking cute. But I did give you guys the title, so if you guys want, you can look that up. I just scrolled back up and I'm looking from the top right now. I'm trying to find the whole thing, but I feel like I've scrolled too far at this point. I'm just trying to find the thing. I'm just trying to find the post. There's stuff about hamsters, there's stuff about bearded dragons, there's all kinds of shit. There's a lot going on here. Like, there's a lot. I just can't see what should be illegal but isn't. What is something that should 100% be illegal but isn't. Blah blah blah. Mm-hmm. Alright. This is all upsetting. Okay, there's some stuff. There's good stuff, there's bad stuff. That's a freaking interesting lizard. Okay. Okay, I didn't scroll too far up. I mean, I didn't scroll too far down, so. Anyway, but yeah, I'm planning to get a crested gecko sometime next year, and possibly as soon as February. I would like it to be in February. It kind of depends, one, when I'm still living with my mom, because the thing is, it could be like, I could still be living with my mom. I don't know if she's going to let me start buying the stuff for a crested gecko. The soonest I can do that is starting next. I feel like the soonest I could do that would be starting next month if I wanted to start buying everything that I needed for my crested gecko, but it could be as soon as February. I don't know. There is a small chance it could be sooner. I seriously doubt it though. And the expo that me and my mom always go to is in February/March. Like this year, it was in March. It was in like I think early March because it was in like early March because of the way that things were. Because that was just the date. There was nothing in February this year. So like it just depends. It just depends all the time. It depends though. But like it does depend um when the expo is, but generally that's the one that me and my mom always go to was in February/March. It was in February/March. Okay. But yeah, I was looking at that and oh, they're so cute. But anyway, yeah, it's like a whole thing. It is a whole thing. Anyway, there's like a lot. Sorry, I'm just trying to focus on like finding this story and also talking to you guys about the expo and my crested gecko that I'm gonna get all at once, and I can't. But anyway, I'm trying to like figure it all out. Sorry, I'm just dealing with a little situation on Reddit too, because people on the internet can be assholes for whatever reason. Like, some people are just dicks for no reason. Some people will just come at anyone for literally any reason, and I don't understand it. Like, why? Why would you attack someone for no reason? For nothing that affects you? It's not a problem with you. I don't know. Some people are just crazy and weird, and I don't understand why people can be like that. Why people are just so rude no matter what. Like, anything you do, it's just not good enough for them. They just want to be an asshole because they want to be an asshole. I don't know. It's all stupid. So I have not seen my snake in a couple of days in the tank, and now I'm kind of freaking out because I just feel like every time I can't see him because he does like to bury himself under the aspen 99% of the time, but I feel like anytime I don't see him now, I'm gonna be so worried that he's just like not in the tank, that he's escaped, which it's only been like 2 days, so I'm still gonna like I've been checking on him and stuff, but he was out like a couple of days ago, so I don't know. Hopefully he didn't escape, but I mean, he knows he can escape, and he knows a way that he can escape. And I got some clips for the tank. So hopefully that should be okay, but I am having a little trouble putting them on though, even properly. Anyway, so I was saying about my crested gecko. So basically what I was talking about was my mom is my the expo that me and my mom always go to is in February or March. So that's when I'm planning to take my crested gecko home if I'm able, because the thing is, it's much easier to get my pet home with my mom's help than like taking it home in an Uber. Although I feel like taking a tarantula home or taking an insect home is way more of a problem, would be way more of a problem in an Uber than taking home a crested gecko, because in case you guys haven't seen a picture of them, they're really freaking cute, and I don't think anyone's going to be afraid of them or not want you to take them home. Like, I just don't want to have to worry about getting an animal home and, like, paying the fees for one thing, or, like, having to, like, try and get them home in the Uber and then having an Uber say no. Like, I feel like it's more likely to happen with a tarantula or a snake than it is with a crested gecko because of how cute they are, but I don't know. I don't know what people are afraid of or what people would and wouldn't allow in their Ubers. Like, it's just always a chance that they could say no, because even if you call a pet Uber, which I would obviously do, they can still say no to an animal unless it's like a service animal. But, they could always say no, and then, I have to cancel the ride, which means I have to pay a $5 charge because they already came to pick me up. So then that's $5 out of my passport, and it's just really annoying. Also, there's the chance that Passport isn't going to pay for every canceled Uber. So if I get like 3 or 4 Ubers that I have to cancel because they refuse to take me home with this animal, then I don't know if they're going to pay for every single one because, kind of my problem at that point. Because there's been stuff in the past where they haven't paid the other thing. Like, if I want to sit in the movie theater and I want both the seats on sides of me bought, like, usually on Saturdays is when I do this, but I buy the seats on both sides of me so I don't have to worry about people sitting right next to me. And yeah, it's like, well, that's on you, which it's on me because and the tickets on Saturdays are only $3. Well, not on Saturdays. I shouldn't say on Saturdays, but on Saturdays when I go to like my Saturday morning movies. Um, okay, I feel like maybe there's a chance I didn't save the story and I just like searched it up. I think that's what happened. I think I just searched it up. So I'm gonna now have to search up Best of Reddit updates again and like go looking for it. But in the meantime, while I'm looking for it, I'm just saying, like, I'm going to get a crested gecko, hopefully soon. That was always the plan. The plan was to get another pet next year, and I just decided I wasn't going to get any more pets this year. I mean, until the hamster, obviously, because that happened. Like, I'm not sure why. Um, I just decided to get the hamster, and it's been really nice. He is lovely. He is a great little guy. He is such a sweetheart. He is wonderful. Like, I'm so happy that I have him. Okay, I found it. I was right. It wasn't saved in my posts because I felt like I was scrolling way too far back when I just was reading it yesterday. This is so weird. Okay. Anyway, update. Um, okay. So I'm gonna start reading from where I think I left off. This is definitely farther. It's definitely not too far, but it might be like one that I've read before. Anyway, update post 3, March 25th, 2023. 1 week later, 1 month from the original post. And this is, um, I don't remember this. I'm not gonna bother with the title. Actually, hang on. Okay, am I the asshole for telling my wife that pregnancy isn't an excuse? And it's the entire thing. So we're gonna read that starting here. Okay, so update post 3, March 25th, 2023. According to a lot of comments and chat messages I received, it's actually called prepartum psychosis, which I am very grateful for the correct term. As I was never really in the doctor's office when this was spoken, I was just referring to everything that my sister in law told me. Thankfully, I have the correct term, which I'm going to be doing even more studying about this diagnosis. Thank you all for your support, help sources, etc., etc. I also realize that I have a lot of typos, which makes my story seem a little unbelievable, which is true, I don't blame you. In all honesty, I never proofread, so I'm going to have a lot of typos.
Mhm.
Are you trying to fix the typos as much as I can to make my story seem a little bit more sense? But the typos haven't all been caught.
Mhm.
If you all, if you also see some lettering spaced together, that's because I was trying to save as much space as possible to write, as I am only limited to a certain amount. Not to mention because some of them are spaced together and create a new word, so I do apologize in advance, and I do thank everybody who has been helping me. And then an update post 4, which is 11 months. Okay, update post for February 28th, 2024. 11 months later, 1 month, 1 year from the original post. Dang, okay. It's over, officially over. We got a divorce, and I would like to say how incredibly grateful I am for everything. The divorce and custody was a huge pain, but we got through it. I so desperately wanted everything to work out for the best. But there was too much damage and wreckage, lots of stress and fighting. I will do whatever I can as a father to protect and raise my baby. Thank you, everyone who has been with me throughout this journey, and I'm grateful to say I'm in a happier place. Editor's note, I saw a Discord on this the other day about the tag new update being confusing. It technically means that there is a new update to this specific sub that has not been posted before, not that the update itself is new. This update is 5 months old but is new to the sub. That said, I can change the tag to concluded if people would prefer. Okay, so I would just like to say it's very interesting because all of the stuff that's posted on Reddit or on Best of Reddit updates seems to be posted from the same few seems to be posted from the same few accounts. Like it's the same few accounts that seem to be posting a lot of these Best of Reddit updates. I could be wrong, but I feel like anyone can post on Best of Reddit updates. You just can't post your own story, but it seems to be, for the most part, the same few people who are the ones who are posting these stories. Anyway, so now that that's concluded, I feel like I just want to mention the whole Crested Gecko thing because I had the Crested Gecko post. So I have been looking at the Crested Gecko subreddit and trying to figure all that out. And I'm going to start figuring out what the Crested Gecko needs and buying that stuff and everything. And again, it matters, of course, if I'm living with my mom or not, because if I'm living with my mom next month, I don't know if she's going to allow me to start buying the things that I need for my Crested Gecko. Like, I'm not sure how realistic that is as far as bringing more stuff to her house, if she's gonna be okay with that or not. There's already the chance that I could still be living with her during the expo, which is coming up the 14th and 15th of September, I think. So we're going on the Saturday. That was the plan. Um, but yeah, I was planning to bring a new pet home because I thought by this point I would be moved back to my apartment. But it seems like the landlord is just making up any excuse to keep me out. He said he's sick. I don't know if that's the truth or not. I feel like it could be, but probably not. And he's just making up excuses until either get a new place or my subsidized housing comes through or something. Or he finds a reason to kick me out, which I'm like 99% sure I haven't done anything that he can kick me out for, but he's looking. I know for a fact he is looking, and hopefully he doesn't find anything. But if he does, well, I don't know. But until then, I am just like here. As far as I know, I'm here temporarily, but again, I still might be here during the expo. I asked my mom if I could bring a little animal home because she said yes to the hamster, and the she said the reasons that she said yes was because he's little and he's in a cage and stuff, which which whatever insect I bring home is also going to be little and in a cage and less inoffensive less offensive than my hamster because my hamster actually has a smell, but any animal that I bring home probably won't have a smell from the expo. And I one of the ones that I really want is another beetle, and she loved George, and she used to say how cute George was. And then I ended up saying she doesn't have to decide right now if she can think about it if she wants to. Again, there's still a chance that I might not be here. I don't know if I'm going to be here or not. Like, if I'm going, because if I'm going to be here, that changes things, and if I'm not going to be here, that also changes things. But I did send her a picture of the jumping spider, which I either want to get a jumping spider or I want to get another beetle. And the the I think it's called Live Beetles Canada has both of those animals. Anyway, I sent her a picture of the jumping spider and I was like, "Here's the jumping spider. As you can see, it's very adorable and small and not at all like my tarantulas, like not at all big and scary like my tarantulas." Because my mom is not a fan of tarantulas. I mean, she's not like gonna make me get rid of the tarantulas, obviously, which I really appreciate. And I couldn't board them. I thought I was going to be here for like a few days, so that was when I was planning to board them. But the fact that I've been here for 2 months at this point, well, more like 2.5 months, they didn't actually start the construction until June. I just ended up moving early, but my mom was like really nice about it and helped me move in early, and it's just a frustrating process. So, it's been nice, but I also just want my own place again. Like, I didn't realize how awesome living alone would be until I actually went and did it. And now I don't want to live with anyone else ever again. And it's just frustrating because I'm stuck here and I don't know when I'm going to be able to move back. And if the landlord keeps making shit up so I just end up staying out of the house, I don't know. I'm trying to also get the subsidized housing thing squared away. And it's really frustrating because my mom keeps calling and talking to this lady, and the lady keeps saying, "We can't tell you where they are on the list," even though my even though someone who was working at Carrie's place told me that's not true, that they can tell me why I'm on the list. So I just think that this woman who was talking to my mom is either terribly misinformed or she's just being an asshole for no reason. I just heard a noise. Anyway, there's like a lot going on right now. I'm sorry. Anyway, so I do want to get the crested gecko in February, and I do want to get a little animal in September. I don't know. I seriously doubt I'm going to be here by February. I really hope I'm not still here in February, but I don't know as far as getting the equipment and tank for my crested gecko. I don't know if my mom's going to be okay with that or not. Like, I don't know. I don't know what the deal is if my mom doesn't want me bringing more stuff into her house or if she doesn't want me bringing just another animal into the house. If she doesn't want me bringing another animal, that's understandable. And if she doesn't want me bringing the equipment, that's understandable too. Like, I get why she wouldn't want me invading her space with more stuff because I've already got my snake tank over there and my hamster cage over there. And then in the bedroom, I've got all my shit basically. Like, I've got all my pets and then my stuffed animals and the rest of my stuff, and my stuff is just all over the place. And I get why my mom wouldn't want me bringing more stuff. I mean, it's gonna be kind of a bummer if my mom doesn't let me go ahead and get the equipment for my crested gecko. It's understandable, but it's still gonna suck. But as long if she lets me get the equipment for my crested gecko, but she doesn't let me get the crested gecko, I feel like that's a better deal. But I don't know. I don't know. Like, I don't know what's gonna happen. I mean, she's coming home on Monday, and basically, I don't know what anything that's gonna happen. So, you know what? I'm gonna try and find another story though. So let's see, like, what we've got here. Okay. I'm kind of like just. Sorry, hold on. Alright. Like, I'm just trying to figure it out right now. Hmm, okay. I don't know. I'm trying to figure. I'm just dealing with some stuff right now. I'm just got a situation. There's like a lot going on right now. I don't, it's just frustrating. Anyway. But like, I don't know. Okay. Well, in the meantime, I'm gonna try and find more Redditor. I'm just everything is stressful right now and everything seems like it's never gonna end. Like, I have been here for 2.5 months. I don't want to be here anymore. And my mom's about to come home, and then I'm gonna be dealing with her being here. And I'm not gonna be able to fucking record either because I can't record when she's here. And she's gonna be around all the fucking time until she goes back to work. I don't know. This is so stressful. I wish it would end. I don't know why. Anyway, okay, there's another Best Redder update story. We're just gonna read this. Will I be the asshole for asking my husband if he's cheating after he secretly bought lingerie that was too small for me? Trigger warnings. Kink. Okay. Anyway, I'm trying to figure out if there's a reasonable explanation behind this because I can't believe he would cheat on me. My husband and I have been married for years and raised two beautiful children. He's always been a loving, romantic, affectionate, perfect husband. I never had any doubts about him. I have an athletic body. I'm very healthy, but I am not small. We have joint finances, and I noticed an unusual purchase. My husband had bought expensive lingerie arriving today. I looked into it. On one hand, it's too small for me and built for a petite, skinny woman with no muscles, and I've never worn lingerie. I don't even know if I would be confident in lingerie, and he knows my size. He's bought clothes for me before, including underwear, and has never been wrong. This is so clearly the wrong size, way too small for me. The brand has undercarriage, waist, and hip sizes. My husband is handsome and has women throwing themselves at him. I have no doubt that if he wanted to, he could easily get an affair partner. On the other hand, it could conceivably be an insanely tight fit on me, and he's shipping it to a home address instead of his office. He didn't have anything incriminating on his phone, but we show phones, so it could mean nothing. Will I be the asshole for confronting him about the lingerie? I don't want my husband to feel that I don't trust him, but I don't have any other explanations. And then OOP comments, I noticed a large credit card charge to what turned out to be a lingerie store. I looked at his personal email and found the order form. That's how I know the size and when it will arrive. And then there was an update. The lingerie arrived this morning. I wasn't home. I do errands in the morning on weekends. I have a routine. I read a lot of comments, although I couldn't read all of them. I got a lot of creepy DMs, but a few supportive ones. Why do people feel the need to be fucking creepy on Reddit or pretty much anywhere online? I will never understand. I still emphatically believe in my heart that my husband wouldn't cheat on me, so I gathered up my courage and came home earlier than I usually do. Mm. Um, I tried to talk to my husband, but he told me to go get ready for dinner. On the nightstand was a box with the lingerie. He gives me gifts like that sometimes on the nightstand or on the bed. I can't explain how much relief I felt. It was honestly so beautiful and delicate with lace and straps and a floral design. But then I tried it on, and it was way too small for me and incredibly tight. I'm toned and in great shape, especially for my age, but it just made me feel lumpy and ugly. I'm insecure about my looks and age. I'm not as beautiful as I once was. My husband knocked a few minutes later as I was crying and asked if I needed help putting it on. I told him no, but he still came in and I felt uglier and an emotional mess. He looked excited and told me I looked beautiful. I told him it was too small, and he asked me where and how it felt, and I eventually broke down and told him that it gave me rolls and extra lumps and how I saw the transaction, and I was afraid he didn't want me anymore because the lingerie was too small and frilly for me, and we hadn't been intimate in weeks, and a bunch of other emotional stuff. He coaxed me into calming down and being intimate, and getting all of that stuff off my chest helped me calm down. And then we talked some more. I apologized for ever thinking he could betray me, and my husband forgave me. He apologized for being distant and making me feel needy. I told him I couldn't believe that I freaked out over him making a mistake in sizing for the first time. He told me he didn't make a mistake. He bought it too small on purpose because he liked the idea of me uncomfortable and squirming in too small lingerie. It made sense. The top and bottom wasn't the absolute smallest size, but just large enough that I could squeeze in and be incredibly uncomfortable. Some of the accessories were the right size for me. He said he thought I would be uncomfortable, but didn't think I would cry or be desperate for his affection, and he liked it a lot and wants to continue exploring this. I told him we had to do it with cheaper lingerie. It's odd, but whatever floats his boat. I'm glad he was honest about what he likes, because he could have just went along with my assumption that he made a mistake in sizing and didn't double check. I don't think we're going to make it to dinner. We're probably going to have takeout, which the kids love. Edit, there was no dinner reservation planned either, it was just a ruse. And for other stuff, I didn't want too much information about my kids out there, but I still got a few creepy DMs, so I definitely want to warn people out that. Additional comments made by OOP in an unrelated makeup subreddit. Okay, I don't know if that means makeup like her and her husband making up, or makeup like the stuff you put on your face and whatnot. Anyway, it's summer break and my kids have been driving me crazy because they sleep till the afternoon and stay up past midnight. They're not even close to teenagers yet, lol. I've given them a pass since it's summer break, but they'll have summer camp next week, and that means they'll go back to a more regular schedule, and I don't know if I should ease them into it. Feeling physically down right now, too. Also, side note, I do not recommend wearing tight underwear or tight anything. Just got a cyst down there, and the gynecologist suggested it was because of my underwear choices. My husband has been mortified. If anyone has any remedies for making the cyst go away, it would be very welcome because it keeps coming back. I just got my redacted mystery bundle, and it's delightful, even if it does remind me how much I shop, given I had all the fragrances already. It got me thinking, what house has the prettiest bottles? My money is on redacted. Okay. Wait, so he has her wearing too small underwear all the time as a kink so much she has a cyst? What in the fucking what? They probably didn't know it could cause problems. Some people don't mind pain or discomfort during sex, hence the popularity of BDSM. Yeah. Well, there's that. That's a thing too. There's just so much going on right now. Ooh, what's on Best of the Internet? I'm kind of curious, actually. Mealworms versus maggots, tomato fight time lapse.
Mm.
It's who can eat it faster, I guess, the mealworms or the maggots. I kind of watch that channel. This channel, I actually love those videos, like mealworms versus food and blah blah blah, because they speed it up and it's super interesting watching the time lapse happening. Fucking nuts. Alright. Kind of curious. Alright, let's see what else we've got. I'm kind of, ooh, what's this? R slash best of legal advice. Is it okay for me to drop my kids off at their dad's place if he's about to get evicted? Why is he getting evicted? He keeps setting stuff on fire. Okay. So, r slash legal advice. Church says no kids in their house, but I share custody. Custody, divorce, and family. I live in SC, which I think is South Carolina. My ex-husband and his wife live in a house provided by a local church. My ex-husband is on hospice, and there have been numerous complaints about activities going on at the house, with the most recent being him smoking while oxygen is going, catching the mask in bed on fire while the kids are there. The deacons have requested and stated that our children are not to spend the night. Our court order states that he is to have the kids every other weekend, Friday to Tuesday. I cannot just go against the court order. I am unsure of what I or the church slash deacons should do. They are working now to get an eviction order, but they are worried about repercussions on evicting a man on hospice care. But where does that leave me with sending our children over there and fearing for their safety? You should file for an emergency hearing to amend the court order. He already set the house on fire once. It's not safe. Alright. You get in writing from the church their housing requirements and file an emergency request with the judge to amend the original order of custody. This is not your problem. You can deliver the kids, and if your husband gets in trouble, then he does. If they ask you not to bring the kids, then you can grant that request. And then LP said, "Thank you for your response. I'm assuming you mean if my ex husband requested me not bring them. Just want to clarify what you mean." Correct. He has the right to custody or visitation, and if you deny him the ability to have the kids, you could be violating the court order. But if he asks you not to bring them due to his circumstances, you are allowed to honor his request, and you can even offer to let him make up the time some other day if you're so inclined. Okay. There's a lot. All right. That's pretty screwed up, but anyway, I'm kind of curious. All right. What's the rest? I'm kind of what's in my save posts actually. Alright. Yeah, there's so much going on Reddit like all the time. Oops, accidentally. Uh, I accidentally went to my profile, not my save posts. Oh, there we go. Alright. Okay. R slash am I the asshole? This girl, 18 female, got pregnant, and she and her parents want me, 19 male, to step up and help her raise the baby. I am not the dad, but I want to go into the corps, which is like army stuff, I think. I told her no. I feel bad though, and this is tagged as advice needed. Basically, this girl I always had a crush on got knocked up by some random loser, and now while she is pregnant, she has been wanting to date me. Her parents want me to step up and be a man, so they don't have to help her take care of the baby for like the next 18 years and have her stay with them. She is not a piece of cake, by the way.
Mhm.
But the thing is, I am not the dad. She said she wants me to be her boyfriend and for me to get a job and a place for her and me to live to help raise our kid. My dad told me to tell her to go F herself and not to put my dreams to the side and that I am so young and just a kid myself and to never ever in my entire life get involved with her. He said her baby is not my responsibility, and he will be heartbroken if I voluntarily take on this burden. He fully supports me going into the Army Corps. I told her I do not want to get involved with her. Her dad told me I'm not a real man. Not the asshole. She knows you're going into the service. Gonna try and get her and the baby on benefits. You'll be away. Baby daddy's still around. Tale as old as time, or at least as old as the corpse. He's not even in the corpse yet, and he's almost got himself a dependopotamus. That's next level. Get a Dodge Charger on a 30% interest rate before going to basic training and really speedrun this shit fully. If he's going for the high score, might as well head to the check cashing store for the down payment. He'll be a sergeant major in first time, and he'll be a sergeant major in no time. My first thought was, dude considered it. He's definitely corpse material. All right, nice. All right, so I shared some I saved something from Pet Free that I find really interesting. As you guys know, I just got a hamster. So this is from r slash pet free. Anyway, so this is about so pet free is basically people who hate pets, just like child free is people who hate children. So yeah, I hate hamsters. Okay, to preface, I joined Pet Free not because I hate pets, I just have a taste in animals most don't agree with, and almost all mainstream pets are annoying to me. That being said, I despise hamsters. I will never understand how people have managed to convince themselves these ugly, useless, disgusting, and downright atrocious beasts are somehow cute. It's the same with all rodents. The most disgusting appearance an animal can take, as if how they look is their fault. The way they eat their young, the way their mouth looks, the way they move, all grotesque. Chr- Chrysitinae, Chrysitinae, I don't know how to pronounce that, is a mockery of the entire animal kingdom and its beauty and diversity. Our planet, ever changing and ever beautiful, has been plagued with these stupid fucks since the Miocene, I think that's how you say it. The very sight of hamsters makes me want to launch them into space. In the wild, they're only a step above insects or plants. That is where they should stay. They have done nothing to deserve the high class treatment we give them. Our planet is gorgeous, hamsters are not. Aw, I love my hamster. Mm, he's so sweet. I love him. I don't know why people don't like them. But the thing is, a lot of people like just look down on pets that aren't a dog or a cat because they don't consider them as worthy as a dog or a cat, which I think is absolutely ridiculous. But yeah. I had a hamster as a child. They're literally one of the most annoying pets ever. Imagine having a companion animal that you can't play with, sleeps most of the day, keeps you up at night, and most of your time with it is spent cleaning its nasty cage. That's what having a hamster was. NOP says, thank goodness I've never had one. There's no benefit. I actually think hamsters, guinea pigs, etc. are all super cute. I got one for my little brother when he was a kid, but I would absolutely never have one again because one, the terrarium makes your whole house stink, and two, way too much work for such little enjoyment. I hate their nonstop pooping. I mean, that's the thing. I read that often eating their babies is due to stress from being moved to a new environment. And if you touch their babies, yeah, alright. So glad not to be alone in this lol. Okay, whatever. I owned a series of hamsters when I was around 9 to 10 years old. I walked into my bedroom one day to discover that one of them tore the other one's throat out. They were both sisters. We never got more after that. Okay, okay, yeah, and then someone responds to that. Hamsters are solitary creatures and are territorial. They do not like having a hamster buddy in their space. Yeah, exactly. That that's why they tore each other's throat out. It has nothing to do with them just being little assholes. People like hamsters because hamsters are easy to care for and it's a good starter pet to get you ready for a cat or a dog, which is BS. I wish people would stop perpetuating this nonsense that hamsters are such easy pets. They're actually fucking not. Like, if you take care of them properly, they're not. If you take care of them the way that pet stores recommend, then they are, but you're also not taking care of them correctly and you're kind of being a shit hamster owner. Regardless of whether or not you like if you just don't know any better and you got some bad information from the pet store, that's one thing. But if people are like, hey, you're doing a bad, hey, you should really change the way you're taking care of this hamster, and you don't want to listen to them, then that's pretty garbage. Like, anyway, I have another Best of Reddit update story, which is one that I saved. Am I the asshole for asking to be paid for 6 months of constant dog sitting? Okay. Wait, wait, did I already do that? Did I already read this? Okay, I might have already read this. Hopefully I didn't already read this, but I feel like I haven't read this. There's a mood spoiler, but I'm obviously not going to keep. Anyway, am I the asshole for asking to be paid for 6 months of constant dog sitting? My sister Alice owns a flat with her husband and they have two dogs. Alice got a job abroad, so they are moving there. They don't know what to do with the two dogs yet, so their current plan is to move abroad and wait a few months, up to 6 months, to decide if they even like it there or if they want to come back home. If they like it there, they will try to find a way to move the dogs there with them, but if it's not possible, they will rehome them in our country. I'm 21 years old, still attending university, and I live with my mom. I really want to move out and live alone, but I can't afford it. Alice made me an offer. I can live in their flat for free for 6 months. No rent, no utilities, but I have to take care of their dogs. I'll have to walk them for hours every day, take them to the vet, etc. She said they will pay for anything dog related and will pay for doggy daycare for a few days during my exam periods or if I want to go on a vacation. I like her offer. Her flat is much closer to my university, but taking care of two dogs is a lot of work. I think it's reasonable to want to be paid for the work I do. If I didn't have to take care of the dogs, I couldn't get a part time job if I wanted to, so I feel like I should be reimbursed for that. Alice and our mom says that being allowed to live in her flat for free in her flat for free is already enough, and I'm being unreasonable and money hungry. When they told me this, I laughed at them and told my sister she could try to find another dog sitter then, and I know I'm her best option. Now they are mad at me. Am I the asshole? Yes. Yes, OP, you are the asshole. They made you an extremely generous offer, and you're stupid. You're stupid to be quite honest. This should be an r/ am I the idiot? And the general consensus would be you're the idiot. Anyway, general verdict, you're the asshole. Yeah, fucking obviously. Uh, sorry, anyway, comment info who's paying for food, how long is walking them for hours every day. Pretty sure you're the asshole, but if you can't afford food, I can imagine the situation's not doable for you. Still doesn't entitle you to a lot of money, but it does change the situation a bit if you're in college. Need to study and care for the dogs. OOP's answer, my mom would be continuing to pay for my food. Okay, wow. Just wow. She would pay for your food. Which grocery bills for me are like maybe between 400 to 500 bucks a month, which is a lot, I know. But anyway, my mom will be continuing to pay for my food. So you don't even have to pay for food then. They want me to do at least 20 minutes in the morning, in the afternoon, walk and spend at least 30 minutes with them in the dog park. Then in the evening, walk for at least an hour with them, or the other way around. Alice says this is the absolute minimum, and they would preferably want more but if I'm having a busy day, this will do. By the way, Alice doesn't want to rent out the flat yet anyway, in order to have a place to come back to if things don't work out for them in the other country. And then there's an update hours after posting. I'm assuming it's going to be OP either doubling down and being even more of a piece of shit, or just admitting he was wrong. Okay, I fucked up. I really thought Alice didn't have any other options. Yeah, so you tried to manipulate her into getting more. Okay, whatever. My brother just told me she is now talking to a cousin who lives 2 hours away but wants to move to our city. They were even talking about possibly making it a long-term thing. And cousin is being allowed to stay after the free and cousin being allowed to stay after the free 6 months is up for reduced rent, only having to pay an equal amount to their mortgage, which would normally only rent him a room. It's considered concluded because it looks like the apartment and dog care will go to OP's cousin, and OP is left with nothing due to not seeing the long term benefits, besides there being no more updates since then. I'm not OOP, just a humble visitor enjoying Reddit post updates. Really thought Alice didn't have any other options. So OOP admits it's not that they're dumb and legitimately thought the deal was unfair. OOP was greedy and selfish, assuming the sister had no other choice so OOP could extort her. I'm glad sister immediately found another option. Edit fixed because I assumed OOP was a woman, but there was no gender indication. I've had something similar happen to me, and it's so satisfying showing somebody how easy it is to get a better offer. To get a better offer. Okay, yeah. Like, why would you give up such a great deal? Why would you give up such a great deal? But you see, they have to walk them for like 20 minutes. That's like half a day or something. To be honest, that's 2 hours a day if she didn't lie, which is quite a lot. Let's say very conservatively that rent on that flat is 1500 US a month and utilities are another 150. So divide that by 60 hours a month and you get $27.50 an hour. OOP is a greedy idiot. Well, I don't disagree that OOP is a greedy idiot. A good standard rate for walks, in my opinion, is 0.50 cents per is 50 cents per minute per dog. So for 2 dogs, that would be $60 an hour, disregarding any nuance like COL of the area and common discounts for multiple dogs at once. Edit, I want to make clear that's a standard rate for the actual walk part. For a professional dog walker, generally for 20 to 30-minute walks. The time preparing and traveling to customers is not included in that, as well as the costs for supplies like poop bags and potentially treats, which in the case of OOP's blundered opportunity would be negligible. Alright, I'll be right back. Um, sorry, I'm just checking on something real quick. Mm, anyway, just dealing with that. I think I'm gonna stop this here and then I'm gonna come back for like an hour or two tomorrow and try and record some more and just finish off whatever I've got left. I want to make this an 8 hour project, but it could be closer to 7.5 hours. I don't know. I feel like I've recorded for maybe 6 hours already, but I definitely recorded for 45 minutes tonight and like more than an hour yesterday, so I don't know. I've been recording in bits and pieces here and there, and I have no idea how much time I've been recording for all added together, but I'm gonna like put it all in my editor and see how much time, if I have any time left, and how much time I have left to get to 8 hours, because ideally I'd like it to be an 8 hour project, and I will stay up later if I have to. I haven't been on any kind of proper sleep schedule since my mom left on vacation. Sometimes I wake up, sometimes I get up early, but a lot of times I just get up later. Usually when I get up early, I get up for a reason, either because I have a movie or like if I have like something I'm planning to do that day, or if it comes and goes. Like it could go, I could be in bed early or I could be going to bed late. It just depends on what I've got going the next day. Um and I'm not having any supports yet. And actually, Monday is going to be a holiday, so I actually had to ask my mom to take me shopping because no one is going to be working on Monday, so there's no way for me to get groceries, so I had to ask my mom to take me. Luckily, my mom will be back Monday morning, so as long as the store is open, we're going on Monday. And also, Inside Out 2 is still going to be out on Tuesday, so me and my mom are going to see it, which I'm really, really, really happy and excited about. Obviously, it's not going to be a birthday movie, so I'm going to have to pay for my own snacks and stuff, but whatever. I would have rather seen it myself and done a different birthday movie than had it just being worried about whether or not we were going to get to go and then possibly not see it and just. Anyway, I'm out of here. I'm going to be up early tomorrow and then possibly. And then tomorrow I'll stay up as late as I need to finish everything off. Like, finish rendering the video, processing it, changing it to MP3, and then uploading it. I love each and every one of you guys. Oh, wait, I don't do my outro yet. Okay, bye. For now. Alright, I'm back for the last leg of this, and I can't guarantee that this video is going to be up tonight. My uploading schedule has been pretty terrible, so I'm just like not worrying about it. I don't know. I was expecting to do a lot more. I was expecting this was going to be my most active time for uploads, but I have not made a single upload. I did that one stream, but I haven't done any actual uploads. This is my only slash first actual Actually, hang on. Let me see, because I'm actually curious. I want to see if I've done any uploads. I did the Pride Month special, which was 1 month ago, which was over a month ago by now. Yeah, I did my little thingy, my little live stream, my short live stream about my birthday. And then that's it. And then I haven't done a single upload, even though I thought this was gonna be my most busy time for uploads. I legit was expecting a lot more from this time, but you know what? It is what it is, and hopefully September and beyond will be a busier time for uploads because I'd like to upload more than once a month again. Like, I'd like to upload a few times a month, and if I'm going to start a Patreon, then I'm gonna have to do more work on top of the work I'm already doing to get the extra videos out for you guys. So, anyway, so I'm gonna record for maybe like an hour, maybe a little less. I don't know. I'm not really thinking about time. I'm hoping to record for an hour, but it might be a little less. And hopefully, I don't know, because I'm not really worrying about time, like I said. Like, basically, I just want to get this video up, and so I'm not worrying about time. I know it's going to be a really long video already. The longest Reddit video I've done, of course. Anyway. Am I the asshole for banning my in-laws from seeing my children and threatening my husband with divorce if he doesn't agree? My mother-in-law has a total of 10 grandchildren. Mine are her least favorite, and as long as the children were young and didn't understand, it was tolerable. But now they suffer a lot and notice the favoritism, and visiting the in-laws has become an ordeal for my children, especially when the other cousins are there. Now I have decided to eliminate this anxiety for my children and forbid my in-laws to ever be in my children's lives again. Almost everyone on my husband's family side, including my husband, are calling me an asshole, and many are saying that I'm an arrogant and hateful woman, and that's why I never was a favorite of my mother-in-law. But see, this is where I disagree. It doesn't matter if she likes me or not, if I'm the arrogant one or if she's the selfish bitter cunt. It shouldn't be taken out on the children, and here's an example of the train of thought that made me come to this conclusion. I have a sister and a brother, both married with kids. I hate my brother-in-law because he is an abusive ass, and I love my sister-in-law. I love all my nibblings because they are my family and didn't choose their parents. In other words, my children are her grandchildren and her son's children, no matter who I am. Now she is calling my husband crying every day about how I am forbidding her from seeing her grandchildren, which is beyond me because why would she even care when she doesn't even like them? Because I finally said something. My other reason is that I don't want my children to resent their cousins for being treated better because it is both the cousins' fault either that adults are even pretending to be civil. I think that was lost in translation somewhere, but anyway. My husband says that I have no right and he has the same amount of say to decide who meets his children, so I told him that fine. He could choose us or mommy and we would divorce and I would make sure his mom never saw our children, enforced legally because what started all of this is one of my sister-in-laws sending me chat logs after chat logs of his mother spewing hatred about my children, especially my daughter because she looks like me. Am I the asshole? Can I forbid my husband's family to see our children? Even with him believing we could fix this in a less dramatic way. His mother is very willing to apologize and talk, and says that she loves our children very much. But for me, that ship has sailed and sunken. My daughter does not want to see anyone from that side of the family. As someone who grew up with a grandmother who was like this, don't bring kids around her. We do notice the favoritism. We do resent our cousins who were favorites, and the relationship can be damaged because of this adult's actions. I don't know if it merits divorce, but definitely low contact with them. I was about 7 or 8 when my grandmother told me I wasn't supposed to be born. I told my mother, and she let me choose to see her again. I didn't see her much until I was a few years older. She's always hated the kids my mother had with one of her specific sons, my bio father, so the hatred for him transferred to us. Just keep your kids away from her. It's not worth the pain and hurt of seeing her. And then OP says, see, this is what I'm talking about. I don't want my children to learn to resent in this early age, and the cousins are innocent in this, but I understand that for a 7-year-old, she can't understand who is behind what's making her hurt. Just that she is hurt because of these people. I hate that for my children, to be isolated. Why doesn't your husband explain to the kids why his parents treat them differently? It's because the kids are white. They know this as does he. That is so very sad. Has your husband considered what the impact may be on the kid's relationship with him, not just his parents, if he continues to force them to be exposed to this dynamic? For example, I heavily resented my parents for quite some time due to the way my paternal grandparents treated me and the fact they didn't defend me. And my feelings towards the grandparents, one is dead and I don't mourn her, the other I haven't seen in a decade. He might want to put his pride and same amount of say over who the children meet aside, instead focusing on what sort of adult relationships he hopes for his kids. My relationship with the grandparents on my mom's side is bad enough that when one of them died, I actually chuckled for a moment when my mom asked if I was going to go to the funeral because I legitimately thought she was joking. Was it bad because they gave more attention to your cousins? There's levels to this, and I think people are melding the two together. Yes, that is almost entirely the reason. You cut off your grandma for favoritism and ended up not caring if she died because of it. That's quite wild, but fair does. Yeah, and just general neglect and abuse towards my mom. It was pretty wild to see how shitty a woman could treat her child and her child's children. Huge gamble of relying on judge to specifically exclude these people from seeing your kids in a divorce. Have to accept that it's possible they will see them more once you're out of the picture. Yeah, the better plan would be to have the children see a child psychologist or therapist. Let the doctor tell a judge that those people are damaging to the mental health of the children, and even then it's still not a guarantee. Since the daughter of the family has already decided she doesn't want to be around Granny, there should also be a rule about that the children should be allowed to opt out of spending time with an extended family member if they don't like the way they're being treated. I was my aunt's least favorite child. I would have given anything to have had the choice to not be around her, instead of being told I was imagining things and or to suck it up. Well, my parents gave her opportunities to bully me. She made her resentment of me clear and took any chance she could to make me feel like an afterthought. That dynamic bled into the rest of the family and persists to this day. She died 15 years ago, and I'm still the odd one out. I don't give a shit now, but it was an alienating, miserable experience growing up. OP's husband needs to understand what he is potentially setting his children up for. Uh, do, 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 do. Here's a good post from r/crested gecko. Uh, what's your unconventional or odd name for your crested? I'll go first, lol. I took inspiration from Leafy Street, naming one of his gargoyle geckos Lexapro. Creds to him. Meet Latuda. Full name is luracidone hydrochloride 60 milligram tablets at bedtime. She's also on a bottle of Latuda. Sweetest baby I've had so far. When she's not roosting on my thigh for warmth, she's likely shitting on all her plants or burying herself in her substrate. I have one named Christopher and another girl I randomly named Small Hat. Christopher, genius. My girl is named Cheesy Gordita Crunch. I've seen Cheese, I love her. I have a cat named Crunchwrap Supreme. I know not a gecko, but great minds do think alike, lol. I love that. I love that. I have one named Chip and a Leo named Cheeto, though I was not the one who named him. Our girl is named Basil of Baker Street after the lead character in The Great Mouse Detective. One of my favorite movies as a kid. Still a solid movie, come to think of it. Billy Eyelash. Too good. We have Optimus Prime and Geckotron. Love that. Both amazing names. Professor Sticky Legs. Mine is just named Sticky. Yep, mine is Stickums, or Sticky for short, lol. Sticky Wicked if he's in trouble. This is what my dad calls mine because he can never remember his actual name. PhD in Sticky Boy. And then I responded, should be Elmer after the glue. I don't know if it's odd, but I named my guy Moose because I think naming a little 30-gram animal after a moose is hilarious. I usually see people do that with big dogs too. It made me chuckle. His full name is Mr. Moose Pickles because he's green and looks like a pickled olive. Corn dog. He's mostly brown with a light colored tail. Aww. All my reptiles are named after sauces. This is bechamel. Oh my god, are we clones or something? I named my two Cresties Tabasco and Dijon mustard, but I totally plan to have a bechamel in the future. The Sauce Squad. Bechamel is my only Crestie. My others are salsa and chutney, corn snake, chimichurri, gopher snake, and Tapatio. Tapatio? Tapatio? Very bitey rosy boa lol. Are Tabasco and Dijon red and yellow? You gotta pay the pet tax. Photos, please. And then people are posting pictures of their crested geckos, which is the next pet I want to get, by the way. This is Trico, named after the Pokemon. I have Charmeleon, Fuecoco, and Hakomo. My younger brother used to have a leopard gecko named Charmander. I've always thought Charmeleon was better than Charizard. I love Fuecoco as well. We finally got a fully evolved quadrupled fire starter Pokemon. Like, okay, these are all really cute, and I have to say, I'm sorry if I'm butchering some of these names. I don't really know enough about Pokemon, and I don't know about Pokemon. I don't really know enough about Pokemon, and I don't really know how to pronounce all the Pokemon names. I only know a few of the Pokemon names and not all of them. This next one is from Best of Redditor Updates. Am I the asshole to ask my husband to block his female friend who warned him not to marry me? I am not the original poster. Blah blah blah. Do not comment on original posts. Okay. Mood spoiler. I'm not gonna bother reading that because that's just gonna give stuff away. Original post, January 29th, 2024. I, 26 female, want my husband, 27 male, to immediately block one of his friends, Kyla, 27F. He thinks I am overreacting and wants opinions from some cool headed people on if I am just acting crazy or if this was something that would cross the line for you. My husband has a group of 8 friends he is close with since his college days. Kyla is one of his friends. When my husband and I started dating, he introduced me to all of them, and everyone was very friendly. I used to hang out with them frequently. I am an introvert, and so is my husband. I would always ask him to spend time alone, as being in social settings just saps all my energy away. His friends, and especially Kyla, always made it a point to tell me how he hangs out with them less after he started dating me. Kyla also had a weird energy around me. If I was with my husband, she would be the most friendliest person with me. However, as soon as he walked away, she acted like I did not exist. My husband hates to be touched by others. We both are neurodivergent, but Kyla would always tease him by trying to hug him, mess his hair, etc. I never felt she was flirting with him, but just teasing him to make him annoyed. Overall, she just feels like a person who has a severe social boundary issue. We got married 2 years ago, and things have been great between us. Last week, we had our second marriage anniversary and invited a bunch of people. His friends stayed back after all the guests left, and we were all drinking and chatting. One of his friends, Jen, became a bit tipsy and started complimenting me on how beautiful our house is, how I care for my husband, and how he has changed for the better since marriage. Everyone was laughing at my husband at how much of a slob he was when he was single. Jen then pointed at Kyla and said, "You better pay up, 'cause you would bet that their marriage would not even last for 2 years." Everyone became silent and started changing the topic. I also did not want to spoil the mood and let it go, but it stuck in my head. After everyone left, I asked my husband what Jen was talking about. He also had noticed Jen saying that and was ready with the full explanation. He told me the story of what happened when we got engaged. When he proposed to me, he had not told his friends that he was going to do that. We went on a trip to Puerto Rico and he surprised me there. We put our engagement pictures on Instagram while we were on the trip, and it was a big surprise to everyone as had only been dating for 1 year. When he came back and we met all his friends, everyone congratulated him. However, Kyla started ranting about how he was a fool to propose so quickly, and she felt that I was not the right girl for him. Seems like she said some unkind things about me, implying I was a gold digger. My husband's family is wealthy, but so is mine. She had said that she would bet that we would break up within 2 years if we got married. That is why Jen was taunting her about how happy my husband was with me. I was very furious at this point, as I feel this is something he should have told me. I asked him to tell me truthfully if he had ever dated Kyla, or had any history with her, as he had always told me that he had never dated anyone from his friend group. He said that he has, of course, not dated or hooked up with Kyla. However, Kyla had asked him out a few times when they were in college, and he always politely declined. I asked why he said no to her, and he said he just does not have any romantic feelings for her. I can see that because my husband does not have a type based on me or the other people he has dated in the past, and Kyla is. Oh, he does have a type based on me and the other people he has dated in the past, and Kyla is the opposite of that. I'm just mad at her for saying bad things about me, especially after knowing that we were already engaged and betting against my marriage. I told my husband that he needs to minimize contact with Kyla, and she is not invited to parties at our house anymore. He feels I am being too harsh for something she said almost 3 years ago. He also pointed out that she has been very supportive to both of us and also helped a lot during our wedding arrangements. He feels she is just blunt and forthright when she speaks, but does not mean those things. He told me to take some time and calm down, and we would revisit this topic in a week. He is worried this will completely change the dynamics within his friend group. Am I the asshole for wanting him to block her and stop inviting her to our house? Do you think I am overreacting? I think betting against our marriage and bad mouthing me behind my back seems like a huge betrayal. I'm also mad at my husband that he kept this fact from me, and also never told me that Kyle asked him out during his college days. Am I just being crazy and reactive? How would you react in this situation? I don't want to distance my husband from his friends, but I also do not want to see that bitch Kyla's face again. I totally get it. Oh, well, commenter, info. How has Kyla changed? How has Kyla acted since the wedding? Has her behavior changed? You describe her bad behavior in the past tense, so one might believe she's not doing those things anymore. Does she still exhibit boundary issues with your husband? OOP says, yes, her behavior with my husband has not changed at all after marriage. However, she is the same with all the other friends too. With me, she is fake nice, where she acts like we are best friends in front of my husband and barely talks to me when he is not around. Commenter, what did you think when you told him that she's totally different when he leaves? OOP, he just says she does not know you that well, just ignore her. She has never said anything negative to my face. However, as a girl, you just know when someone does not like you. It's hard to explain to him that it's your feeling and not based on anything she has specifically said or done. Commenter on blocking her, especially with the physical contact, too. She's so clearly into the husband, and the fact that he's not shutting it down means he likes the extra attention from her. It's one thing to get a friendly hug or maybe an occasional touch on the shoulder from a platonic friend, but shit like playing with his hair, that is 100% flirty behavior, and the fact that he's not shutting it down himself is gross. OOP, I have to apply here. So my husband is physically allergic to people touching him. He has a startled response. Either he jerks them away or tenses up. When someone hugs him and his face turns red, the weird thing is he can hug his parents or sister and does not get the reaction. He never had that issue with me, even when we first started dating. However, even if my sister or parents hug him, he gets that response. So the fact that he shuts down any touch from Kyla is an understatement. Oops. Dang it. Mini update and comments, July 20th, 2024. Just remembered about my post and logged into this account after many months. Things were really horrible for the last few months, and that bitch Kyla almost ruined my life. I don't even know how to describe it. I might write about it next week as I saw a lot of messages asking asking for an update. I just want other women to be careful of such snakes. Update post July 24th, 2024, almost 6 months from the original post. I had posted almost 6 months ago regarding my husband's friend Kyla betting that our marriage would not last for more than 2 years. I was upset and had asked my husband to stop talking to her because she disrespected our marriage. Since then, Kyla has pulled some really pathetic shit to stir up issues between my husband and I. After I wrote the post, my husband was trying to convince me that Kyla was just joking when she made those comments, and it happened so long ago. Kyla messaged me the next day apologizing for her comments and also for not making more of an effort to connect with me. I accepted her apology and started warming up to her. She started inviting me for brunches and girls' nights out with them, and I felt included in their friend group. One day during brunch, I brought up why Kyla really thought our marriage would not work out. Kyla told me that my husband broke up with his long-term ex-girlfriend Joanna 2 months before he started dating me. I knew that part, but Kyla told me that my husband was really heartbroken after the breakup and swore to her that he would stay away from dating anyone. When he met me, my mom set us up on a blind date. She was surprised how quickly we hit it off. Kyla thought that I was his rebound relationship, but when he proposed to me within a year, she was worried he was making a very rash decision. My husband's family is rich, and she thought it was unwise for him to marry so quickly without knowing me well. She did not know enough about me and that my family is also very well off. That is why she was concerned that I was taking advantage of his vulnerable state. She apologized to me and said that it was wrong for her to assume that, and over the years she has seen how happy we are together. I appreciated her honesty, and Kyla and I became good friends since then and started hanging out more frequently. Around 2 months ago, my husband went for a conference to Seattle for 3 nights. After he came back, I got a "Hey girly" message on Instagram from Joanna, his ex. She told me that my husband contacted her a few months ago and they met in Seattle during the conference, and she could give me more proof if I wanted. I went through my husband's Instagram, but he seems to have blocked her. I made a mistake of mentioning it to Kyla as she was the only person honest to me about Joanna, and she went in detective mode to help me. She was still friends with Joanna on Instagram as they all went to college together and opened her profile. The message sent to me was from a different profile with no followers. We checked her photos and we saw that she attended the same conference as my husband did in Seattle. Kyla suggested I should ask Joanna for more proof and also ask my husband about the same before assuming the worst. I asked my husband if he met Joanna, and he said yes. He told me he just met her in the expo hall, and he did not mention it to me. And he told me it was just a quick conversation, and he did not think too much of it. He asked me how I knew it, and I told him that Kyla mentioned that he saw her pictures at the conference, and I thought he might have seen her. I messaged Joanna again to share more proof. She told me they had been chatting for the past 2 months and planned to attend the conference together. She shared a log of their messages when my husband was actively flirting with her. The screenshots did look legit, but I did not see any of those messages in my husband's Instagram profile. I talked to Kyla about it as I did not know what to believe. I messaged Joanna to tell us what happened between them, and she told me that he invited her to the room at night and they hooked up, but she does not have any photos as he insisted that they do not take pictures together. I immediately realized it was fake and messaged Joanna to fuck off. She kept on insisting they were telling the truth, and she spent the nights with my husband in his room on all 3 nights. I told her that my husband and I were playing video games, The Sea of Thieves, for almost 2 to 3 hours each night after his dinner, as that is what we do to catch up while he is away. Unless Joanna was sitting behind him watching us play until he fell asleep, she was full of shit. I also told my husband about the whole incident, and he told me I should have come to him sooner. He told me that he has gone no contact with Joanna ever since they broke up, and he just ran into her at the conference. He told me I could check his phone and everything to verify that he has blocked her everywhere. I told him I do not need to, and Joanna might have run into him and just decided to fuck his life up by making up stuff. When all the friends met that weekend, my husband and I told everyone about how Joanna sent messages to me and faked everything. Kyla was also telling what happened, as she had told her about it. Kyla accidentally let it slip out that it's lucky that we are nerds and played video games at night before sleeping. Or else props go to Joanna for making up a convincing story. I never told Kyla about the video game stuff. I just told her Joanna is full of shit and I blocked her. It took me until I came home to connect the dots. I told my husband about it and he confronted Kyla. She denied it and told him that I told her about the video game stuff over a phone call, but I don't remember doing it. We have since decided to keep our distance from Kyla. Kyla has called me multiple times to meet up, but I just make up reasons why I'm busy. I do not know why she did it, but at this point I am not interested in it, and we have decided to just see her on social occasions and avoid hanging out with her as much as possible. I feel stupid that she played me for a fool, and I should not have gone to her when Joanna started messaging me. In hindsight, it seems suspicious that Kyla started telling me about Joanna, and at the same time, Joanna claimed to have an affair with my husband. I do not know what her intentions are, but I am mad enough that I will avoid her as much as possible. I wish I had some real proof that she was the one messaging me so that I could expose her. I also feel bad for suspecting my husband, but I am glad my husband and I are on the same page now. Relevant comments. Does your husband also believe that Kyla made up a fake Instagram account pretending to be Joanna? Because that's pretty psycho behavior. OOP. Yes, he believes me because I told him that I never told Kyla why I thought the account was fake. It's possible she guessed it if I ever mentioned to her that we play video games at night, but seems suspicious she would guess that was exactly the reason why I realized the account was fake. Commenter, why didn't you try to message her real Insta since you knew the one she used to message you wasn't her main? Why not message her main account? That would have cleared it up pretty quick, I would think. OOP, her Instagram was private. I did not want to follow her as it would have looked really bad for me to add her when my husband had blocked her. The only way I could see her Instagram was when Kyla showed it to me on her phone. And to another commenter, she says, trust me, I thought about this. Firstly, I will look crazy if I reach out to Joanna, my husband's ex, behind his back. Secondly, even if it was her messaging me, she would just lie and tell me it was not her. I also cannot disregard the fact that I started getting messages a week after my husband ran into her and told her that he is happily married to me. I have to accept it. It is Kyle. It is Kyla. If it was her, we'll get away with the BS. We do not have any proof it was her, and all we could do is distance ourselves from her. Commenter, why did you lie to your husband about the fact that this woman had messaged you in the first place? You are the problem here. OOP, agree, should have told him right away. I tried to be sneaky to know if you really met her at the conference. I was half expecting him to deny it if he was trying to hide that something happened. I think I let my insecurity get the worst of me. Lessons learned. Commenter, did he bring a gaming PC or Xbox with him to a work conference? Lol. OOP, we both use Steam Decks to play games together while he is away.
Mhm.
At this point, I'm not interested in it, and we have decided to just see her on social occasions and avoid hanging out with her as much as possible. This is bonkers to me. If someone fires a scud missile at your marriage, I don't care if you don't have proof that would stand up in court. You don't associate with that person anymore.
Mhm.
This woman made a deliberate, protracted effort to convince OOP her husband cheated. If that's not an excuse to go scorched earth, I don't know what is. Or even just like charred earth. Tell the friend group that you have good reason to believe that Kyla tried to break up your marriage, and you're not going to attend events she's at, and then affirmatively plan social gatherings without her. Right? And girl, they're only in their mid 20s. They can easily make new friends to replace this home wrecking piece of garbage. Because often crazy people become more crazy if you confront them. Quietly fading out is the safest option for OP and her husband. But another scary possibility is Kyla doing another attempt again. She might even smear OOP within the group this time, since she's now acting like her confidant. At least get ahead of the narrative within the group. What a stressful situation. Exactly. Gray rock until the toxic person loses any interest. Now n- not that it's an honorable goal, but likely the person will find a new project or two that gets their hateful juices flowing once this one gets boring. And not only the pretending to be Joanna thing. One, before that, she repeatedly disrespected OOP's husband's boundaries. If he was apparently as good of a friend to her as he thought he was, she wouldn't have continued to ignore his request to stop. Two, she tried to talk him out of marrying OOP. Sure, she came up with a semi plausible excuse that made it sound like she had good intentions, but she also had years to come up with a good excuse for doing it. 3. She was deliberately icing OOP out when she was still dating her husband. A sudden switch of behaviors depending who she was around isn't something OOP was imagining. 4. After icing her out for 3 years, Kyla suddenly has a change of heart and wants to be buddy-buddy. Pretty sus that it happened only after she was called out for her comment. And after it was pointed out by others that OOP was an amazing wife, she made a positive impact on her husband's life and was here to stay. Add those 4 things to the final straw, her pretending to be Joanna, and you have 4 too many lines that she was allowed to cross. It took this woman 5 times of disrespecting OOP and her husband before he would believe her, and before both of them finally saw her for who she was. For fuck's sake, these people are way too forgiving. And for what? For a friendship where she repeatedly ignored boundaries? Yeah, she sure sounds like a great friend to want to hold on to, slash S. I never understood people like this. Why destroy the happiness out of the person you supposedly care about? OOP's husband would have been destroyed if this had blown up. Does the friend not even care about his well being? The collateral damage she would have caused by trying to get rid of OP, not only with the husband, but with the whole friend group, is insane. And for what? To be turned down again for the umpteenth time? My only hope is that what Kayla would have done gets quietly spread around the friend group. Hubby should start telling people offhanded comments about what Kayla has done. Kyla, not Kayla. Okay. Because Kyla doesn't actually care about OP's husband as a person. She cares about him as an object she wants to own. Okay. Anyway, I think, alright. I think I'm done for now. I think I'm done. I think this is done. This upload is done. But I do want to quickly mention a couple of things. Hang on. So I want to mention a couple things. I want to first say there's been some drama around my channel with Ethan and BFFs 559, or I think that's what the number is. I think that was the name. Anyway, there's been some drama with him, and I'm not really gonna get into it because you guys already know he's spreading his he's got beef with another YouTuber and is spreading it around on my channel, telling me that he's angry at this other YouTuber, that he hates her, and when I tried to confront him about it and ask him to stop, all he said was why in all capitals, and so all his comments have since been removed from my channel, and I will block him from my channel if he continues. If he wants to come back and be a fan, that would be nice, and because before he was just saying nice things on my videos and being supportive. So if he wants to come back and do that again, he's welcome to do that. But as far as that goes, like, I'm not going to bother continuing with him. So I'll block him from my channel if it continues, and I've already decided I'm done with him. I've gone back and I've removed all his comments from my channel, at least as far along as I can get. As far along as I could find the comments that have been on my channel of his, and I just decided to delete them all because I don't want to deal with that shit, and I don't want to get into it, and he's really pissing me off with it because that's not how we operate on my channel, so if you can't spread love and positivity, then don't be here. Doesn't matter if you used to be a fan. I don't really care if you used to be a fan. If you want to continue being a fan and being supportive and actually saying nice things, you can do so. But other than that, don't be on my channel if you're just going to be a little asshole. And I'm not saying that Ethan was an asshole, but he was pointing out, he was saying that this other YouTuber thought he was annoying for no reason, but I think I know what the reason is after interacting with him and having this drama on my channel over the last couple weeks. Like, I think I know what the reason is, and it's not for no reason, it's because he's like, I don't want to be too hard on him because he's a kid, but if he can't act right on someone's channel, like, this is a place of love and positivity. Don't be here if you can't be nice. If you're just gonna tell me how angry you are at another YouTuber and how much you hate another YouTuber, no, we don't spread that shit here. So, whatever. You can go back to whatever you were doing before your games and drawing and stuff. Like, I'm not interested in associating with people like that, and I don't want to deal with that shit on my channel. and I'm not going to be doing it anymore. It's just frustrating because he was a really nice kid before. Because I still think he's a really nice kid. Like, I think he has some issues with this other person that need to be worked out somewhere not on my channel. But if you have an issue with another YouTuber, you can't just bring it to my channel and tell me that you're angry at them and that you hate them. I'm not going to tolerate that shit. But, that shit happens, and I recommend that all of you guys block him in case you haven't already. Like, I would recommend that you all block him. If you guys don't want to block him, that's fine, but just know that he might spread his hate to other places, and just by saying that that this one YouTuber, GG Sweets, doesn't hate him for no reason because there actually is a reason, and I now know the reason. I'm probably gonna be on his shit list too, so don't be surprised if he comes on other people's channels and starts complaining about how he's angry at me and he hates me for no reason, and that I hate him for no reason, which I don't. I never said I hated him. Because I don't hate him. I actually think he's a nice kid who just has some anger issues and needs to figure it out without me because I'm not part of this. And at the same time, they're putting a lot of pressure on me because it's like you're pressuring me to agree with you. And like, I'm subscribed to her too. I'm not taking sides in this. And even if I wasn't subscribed, I don't want you bringing your beef over here. Like, I don't, whatever is going on with you and another YouTuber, that's between you and that YouTuber. That has nothing to do with me. Please don't come over here and put a ton of pressure on me because it's like he's pressuring me because he wants me to agree with him and say that that sucks and that yeah, I think she's annoying too, which I'm not going to say because even if I wasn't subscribed to her, I don't want to get into that shit. It's just not my burden to bear, so you need to deal with that shit yourself. And I do think you're a nice kid because you've definitely been supportive in the past, but I feel like when I asked you to when I'm not going to say what I asked him for specifically, but I felt like I was really nice about my request and it was really respectful and I was just setting a boundary and then he seemed to have flipped a switch and suddenly was just posting about how mad he was at this YouTuber and that she hated him for no reason and I'm not going to tolerate that shit and you don't get to come over here and pressure me to agree with you that I hate another YouTuber and to agree with you that this other YouTuber is annoying because she's not annoying and I don't hate her and I'm not going to be pressured into saying that kind of stuff. And if you're going to say that kind of stuff, you're going to be removed from my channel. I'm not going to like go on with you about this stuff. It's just very frustrating. But like you're putting a ton of pressure on me because you're making me you're like wearing me down so that I'll agree with you, which I'm not going to do. And you're pressuring and you're making me feel like very like I you're just feeding into all my negative emotions and you don't need to be doing that and if you're gonna do that anyway, I recommend the rest of you guys block him because he's probably gonna be coming around to your channels, potentially complaining that I hate him for no reason, which again I never said because I don't hate him, I don't hate anybody. I don't I genuinely think he's a good kid. We just had a problem and hopefully he'll see that he's done wrong and he'll turn it around. Or he'll just leave the channel because I don't want shit like that here. Anyway, but I do want to say thank you guys so much for 200 videos. You guys have no idea like how huge of a deal this is. Like how big of a deal this actually is for me because I mean when you add it all up, this is actually like video 500 because I had 300 videos on my old channel and then 200 videos here. So technically this is video 500, but because I rebranded my channel and I completely switched everything over to here, and that channel is now my old channel, and this is my current channel because I wanted to rebrand a bunch of stuff. I ended up like just deciding I'm gonna go from video number one again. So even though this is technically video 500, it's video 200 on this channel and as this brand, as this person, as whoever I wanted to be, which I just changed my channel name again to Not Your Average NB, which I really love. I think that's better than gender not found. That's actually better than gender not found. And I had someone asking why I look like a man but sound like a woman. That means it's working. My gender neutrality is working. Like, maybe I don't, like, yeah. I'm like, I look gender neutral. I look more gender neutral. Like, I don't look like a girl. Like, when he looked at me, he didn't see a girl. I don't know if it's a he or a she or a they or something else. But anyway, but I do want to say, um, in case your comment got lost in the weeds and, like, I replied to, in case you made a comment, like, many months ago or even, like, a year ago, and I just got to it now. I apologize, but I was having some issues where comments weren't showing up, and I just didn't know what to do about that. So I just couldn't respond. But I figured it out last night. That's what I spent last night doing after I went off the recording. I ended up like actually Googling how the hell to do this and where to find the hidden comments, and I found them and I responded to them, and I ended up like just going through a bunch of stuff and replying to it. So sorry if it's taken me such a long time to get to a comment, but no, I'm just seeing it now. And I tried to tag everyone I could think of to let them know that I've had some issues with the comments, but then I'm getting back to them. Like I tried to tag everyone that I am subscribed to that I could think of, which is like 3 people. But you know what? It's if I got to your comment, then I'm sorry it took me so long. Um, but anyway, I want to say that 200 videos is amazing, and I love you guys. You're the best, and it's been so great. I'm almost at 100 subscribers. I think I'm at like 98 or 99. But anyway, it's been amazing, and I've had so much going on in the background. I got my snake. I got Tucker. I had a lot of stuff happening. I had all that shit with my landlord, and then moved in with my mom, and hopefully I'm getting subsidized housing soon. So hopefully that'll be all over with because I could really use a break right now. But anyway, I'm so tired, and this has been so fun. This has been an amazing road, and it took me 2 years to get here, which is interesting. But as far as that goes, it's like, you know, if it takes 2 years, it takes 2 years. It's not like I'm doing this to get videos out at certain times, or that I'm doing this as a job, so I need to have a video out by a certain deadline or anything like that. I mean, that's why I don't want to turn this into a job, because I don't want to be stressing about it constantly. I feel like once I turn this into a job, it's gonna stop being fun. And I need this to be fun. This needs to be a fun, stress free thing for me. And so I'm just going to keep it, casual and not worry so much about getting videos out on a certain deadline. And like, if I'm gone for a couple weeks, I'm working on a video and I'm working on a long project or I'm doing something and if I'm taking a break, it's because I can't record for whatever reason, or usually I'm just stressed out and I can't like manage it because I only have a certain amount of spoons and I have to use them for things like basic hygiene and maintenance and cleaning the kitchen and doing all that shit that I promised my mom I would do, even though I am having so much trouble. And there's a lot of shit going on behind the scenes too. And there's other stuff that I haven't told you guys yet that you don't know about. And then there was the whole situation with my grandpa, but luckily that ended up turning out really great. And then I saw him last month. Well, actually, technically it's August now, but I saw him in June, like mid June ish. But yeah, he was still in the hospital when I saw him, and I could only go for one visit because it was just too much to see him in there a second time. It's just, I don't know, it's just fucking depressing seeing someone laying in a hospital bed. But for that, and I want to say, if you show me any support, I just want to say I love you guys so much. Like, you guys, it's really important to me that you guys are here. And, I mean, I would have gotten to 200 videos with it without you guys because I was never actually doing it for, like, my viewers, but you guys have really helped it along, and I really appreciate that people are actually interested in my videos. And the recent post I made about a Patreon, I got a response that said someone would support me on Patreon. So that's incredible. Even if I just make it at $3 a month, like that would really help out. I like even just a few dollars a month will help me buy like mice for my snake or buy crickets for my tarantulas so they can eat, which I couldn't anyway, I need to get onto that. But there's a lot of shit I'm planning to do. And again, if I have a Patreon, I'm going to be pushing out more content more often, so I'm going to be trying to meet deadlines and stuff because, I have to put the content out because there's no sense in because there's no reason in having a Patreon if I can't post there. Like, obviously, I'm going to be trying to put stuff out for you guys so that the Patreon's actually worth something. I mean, you guys aren't just going to pay me to sit around and do nothing, right? You guys are going to pay me for the extra content. And I was actually thinking of putting like a paywall for the Patreon for my podcast as well because I wanted to start doing a podcast. It was based on a thing I was doing before, except this time I won't have an abusive boyfriend in my videos because I deleted pretty much all the videos on my I might have one or two left up, but it's you can just see how garbage our relationship was. It wasn't anyway, it's just all shitty and I just want to say I love each and every one of you guys with all my heart. Like, even if you've just left one comment or watched one video, I appreciate all the comments, even the ones that ask why I look like a man but sound like a woman, which actually was very assuring because that means that good things are happening and it's working, and I really appreciate that. So, even if you leave a comment telling me, I suck or whatever, you're still patronizing my channel, and I want you to know I appreciate you. And even though my birthday was like 3 weeks ago, this is the birthday special. It's up very late. Much later than I was expecting. I was hoping to post it on my actual birthday, but obviously that didn't work out. But this is quite long, so I hope you guys enjoy this because this is like actually, I was gonna say this is all the content, but I do have one more video that I already previously filmed that I'm gonna post up here, and it's not the sixth chapter upload, so don't get too excited. It's a video that I completely did not expect to film, and it's about my hamster, basically. And I do want to end this off on a good note, so I wanted to say that there is a leopard gecko at my local SPCA where I went today to just drop off some stuff. Anyway, and they have a leopard gecko up for adoption, and his name is Def Leopard. I love that. And I do want to say that I'm getting a crested gecko in February or possibly sooner. The goal is February because I already said when I got my snake, alright, well, this is gonna be my last big pet until like next year. And then I unexpectedly, got a hamster. But sometimes you just know it's meant to be. And obviously, I can't say that every time with every animal because then I'd have just a zoo in my house. And, obviously, and I did ask my mom about the hamster before I got it because I'm not just gonna go bring an animal home without getting the okay first. I mean, was expecting her to say no, and I was just gonna tell the shelter to like rehome the hamster to give it to someone other than me because they already knew I was interested and they were very interested that I was interested, and so pretty much the hamster was just being held for me at that point. I mean, not like physically because they couldn't do that, but I don't know. Anyway, it's just it's all very anyway, so I'm planning to get a crested gecko in February, but I'm not sure. It might be a little bit sooner. But it does also depend on my living slash financial situation, and there's a lot going on over here, and I would need to figure out a bunch of stuff like the supplies it would need, and food and stuff, and all of those costs. Because there's like ongoing costs if you get a crested gecko. Although feeding is like the easiest thing in the world. You literally have a bag, like a big bag of powder, and then you just put a little powder and you put a little water in it and you stir it up. And it's like a consistency, and then you give it to it, and it's like baby food. It's the consistency is like baby food, and then you give it the food and it just eats it. It just licks it up. So I don't know. I just fell so in love with crested geckos, and I always said the bearded dragons were my favorite lizard, but now I'm thinking I'm gonna give the gold to crested geckos. Bearded dragons still a close second, still a close silver. But I know I messaged I made a post like a year ago asking if I should get a Kenyan sand boa or if I should if I should get a snake or a bearded dragon. People were saying bearded dragon, and Nathan even left one comment that I didn't see for months because of the issue I was having that I just saw that I just responded to the other night saying I want a bearded dragon now, not gonna lie. But honestly, same. Same. I wish I could. If it weren't the thing that was holding me back was the space.
Mm.
Sorry, excuse me. I just I was in a tiny studio and I still might be moving back to that studio. And so I don't have that kind of space for the giant tank it would need because they need a pretty big tank. Like I've heard people say 40 gallon, but other people lean more towards at least 75 to 100 120 gallons. And I don't feel right putting my bearded dragon in a 40 gallon. I just don't. Like regardless of anything, I just don't feel right. I don't know. I lean more towards the people who are saying get a bigger tank for it, like 75 to 120. And I just didn't have the space for that. I mean, I was looking for a compact animal, and I found my compact animal because even if he grows out of his current 20 gallon, I can still fit a 40 gallon in that studio apartment. But I just can't fit a really big tank for a bearded dragon or a ball python, which is why I didn't get one. But I'm super happy with my Kenyan Sandboa. He is a wonderful little guy. And I actually saw him peeking out earlier, which is great because now I know he tends to burrow under the aspen bedding, but now every time I don't see him in there, I get really scared. I'm like, I hope you didn't escape again, buddy. Anyway, he's so cute, and I can't wait to get my crested gecko. And they do have a crested gecko available at one of the rescues that's going to be at the expo next month, but I'm pretty sure my mom is just going to say no more pets. Plus, I just feel like I shouldn't just jump at the chance to get another animal just so I can have another animal. I should actually take a step back and think about stuff and get everything ready and worry about it. Because if I'm still here next month, then I don't know what's going to happen. Even though if I'm still here next month, I can get the crested gecko with the setup because he comes with everything. It's more expensive, but if I get him with the setup, it's $300. If I have the setup already ready, it's $80, which it might actually be cheaper just to adopt him with the setup than to actually buy everything I need for the setup individually and put it all together and then bring the crested gecko home for $80. I mean, come on. Like, am I really going to get all that stuff for $220? Probably not. I don't know though. It doesn't matter because I decided not to do that. So I'm not even gonna worry about talking to my mom about it because it's not even a factor anymore. Because I decided I'm going to stick with my plan. I mean, besides the hamster, that was a little unexpected detour that I took, but in the meantime, I'm sticking to my original plan to not get any more pets until next year because I really feel like I need to do so. And by the way, my jumping spider slash beetle does not qualify into all this. My mom still might say no to that. I don't know. If I mean, if I moved out though, that won't even be an issue. I'll just get the little insect. But, I was worried more about big pets, like pets that require vet care mainly, or an expensive setup like a snake or a lizard or something like that, or a hamster, which I spent like 200 to $300 getting my hamster set up. I don't even know how much I spent. But luckily, I am returning the cage for the full $100 refund to Amazon because he's set up in the bin cage, so he's all good. But in the meantime, but yeah, I'm getting the crested gecko in February or possibly sooner. And obviously, my plan even is to call around to all the rescues first and ask them, hey, do you have a crested gecko that I can adopt, when I'm ready? And then try and pick it up at the expo because usually the expo happens in February or March, somewhere in that area. I think this year it happened in March, but it's still pretty close. But that's the time period that me and my mom go to the expo together. So that's the whole thing. And I do plan to get a crested gecko, even though I feel like I would have much less of an issue getting a crested gecko home in an Uber than taking home a tarantula or something. Anyway, so I'm signing off. And I'm not going to be back probably until September. I mean, the next video you guys see me in is going to be in a day or two, but it's one I previously recorded, so I can't really add anything. But I will say I'm not going to see you guys after that video until September, until my mom goes back to work, because I can't record anything, and obviously I'm stuck here until at least September. So this is a bummer, but I don't know. I just have to leave for a few weeks and then I'll be back. But hopefully this upload is enough to satiate you guys, and if it's not, there's not really much I can do about it. So anyway, I love each and every one of you guys. Please don't forget to always be yourself. You are valid. Don't forget to be good to yourself and to others, and I will see you all you guys in the next video, which will be tomorrow, and then the next video after that will be in like a month. Okay, bye.